Endnote 6, 501, 7000. In the loose and obscure chronology of the times, I am guided by an authentic record, in the Book of Ceremonies of Constantine Porphyrogenitus, which certifies that June 4, AD 638, the emperor crowned his younger son Heraclius in the presence of his eldest, Constantine, and in the palace of Constantinople. That January 1, AD 639, the royal procession visited the great church, and, on the 4th of the same month, the hippodrome. Right arrow curving left. 65 years before Christ, Syria Pontusque Monumenta sunt cn. Pompei Virtutis, Velius Paterculus 238, rather of his fortune and power, he adjudged Syria to be a Roman province. And the last of the Seleucids were incapable of drawing a sword in the defense of their patrimony. See the original texts collected by Usher, Annals Veteris Testamenti, p. 420, right arrow curving left. Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 73. Muhammad could artfully vary the praises of his disciples. Of Omar he was accustomed to say that, if a prophet could arise after himself, it would be Omar, and that in a general calamity Omar would be accepted by the divine justice. Ockley, Volume 1, page 221. Right arrow curving left. Khaled, according to the Razant Azufa, Price, p. 90, after having been deprived of his ample share of the plunder of Syria by the jealousy of Omar, died, possessed only of his horse, his arms, and a single slave. Yet Omar was obliged to acknowledge to his lamenting parent that never mother had produced a son like Khaled. M. Right arrow curving left. Al-Waqidi had likewise written a history of the conquest of Diyarbakir, or Mesopotamia, Ockley, at the end of the second volume, which our interpreters do not appear to have seen. 9234 The Chronicle of Dionysius of Telmar, the Jacobite patriarch, records the taking of Edessa, AD 637, and of Dara, AD 641, Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, Tom. 2, p. 103, and the attentive may glean some doubtful information from the chronography of Theophanes, pages 285, 287. Most of the towns of Mesopotamia yielded by surrender, Abulpharagius, page 112. Right arrow curving left. He dreamt that he was at Thessalonica, a harmless and unmeaning vision. But his soothsayer, or his cowardice, understood the sure omen of a defeat concealed in that inauspicious word theta lambda nu kappa eta nu, give to another the victory. Theophanes, page 286, Zonaras, Tom. 2l. 14, page 88. Right arrow curving left. Every passage and every fact that relates to the isle, the city, and the Colossus of Rhodes, are compiled in the laborious treatise of Mercius, who has bestowed the same diligence on the two larger islands of Crete and Cyprus. See, in the third volume of his works, the Creta, Cyprus, Rhodus of Mercius, L. IC, 15, pages 715, 719. The Byzantine writers, Theophanes and Constantine, have ignorantly prolonged the term to 1,360 years, and ridiculously divide the weight among 30,000 camels. Right arrow curving left. Centum colossi alium nobilitaturi locum, says Pliny the Elder, with his usual spirit. Naturalis Historiae XXXIV 18. Right arrow curving left. We learn this anecdote from a spirited old woman, who reviled to their faces the caliph and his friend. She was encouraged by the silence of Amru and the liberality of Mowiya, Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 111. Right arrow curving left. Gagnier, La Vie de Mahomet, Tom. 2, page 46, etc. Who quotes the Abyssinian history, or romance, of Abdul-Balsides. Yet the fact of the embassy and ambassador may be allowed. Right arrow curving left. This saying is preserved by Pocock, note ad Carmen Tograi, p. 184, and justly applauded by Mr. James Harris, Philosophical Arrangements, page 850. Right arrow curving left. For the life and character of Amru, see Ockley, History of the Saracens, Volume 1, pp. 28, 63, 94, 328, 342, 344, and to the end of the volume, Volume 2, pages 51, 55, 57, 74, 110, 112, 162, and Otter, Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, Tom. XXI, pages 131, 132. The readers of Tacitus may aptly compare Vespasian and Mucianus with Moiya and Amru. Yet the resemblance is still more in the situation than in the characters of the men. Right arrow curving left. Al-Waqidi had likewise composed a separate history of the conquest of Egypt, which Mr. Ockley could never procure, and his own inquiries, Volume I 344, 362, have added very little to the original text of Eutychius, Annals, Tom. 2, pages 296, 323, ver. Pocock, the Melchite Patriarch of Alexandria, who lived 300 years after the Revolution. Right arrow curving left. Strabo, an accurate and attentive spectator, observes of Heliopolis, nu upsilon nu mu nu omicron nu sigma tau iota pi alpha nu rho eta mu omicron pi lambda iota, Geographica, L. 17, p. 1158, but of Memphis he declares, pi lambda iota delta, sigma tau iota mu epsilon gamma lambda eta tau epsilon kappa alpha nu delta rho omicron delta epsilon upsilon tau rho alpha mu epsilon tau lambda epsilon xi alpha nu delta rho epsilon alpha nu. He notices, however, the mixture of inhabitants and the ruin of the palaces. In the proper Egypt, Ammianus enumerates Memphis among the 4 cities, Maximus Urbibus Cabus Provincia Nitet, XXIA 16. And the name of Memphis appears with distinction in the Roman itinerary and episcopal lists. Right arrow curving left. These rare and curious facts, the breadth, 2,946 feet, and the bridge of the Nile, are only to be found in the Danish Traveller and the Nubian Geographer, page 98. Right arrow curving left. From the month of April, the Nile begins imperceptibly to rise. The swell becomes strong and visible in the moon after the summer solstice, Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae v10, and is usually proclaimed at Cairo on St. Peter's Day, June 29. A register of 30 successive years marks the greatest height of the waters between July 25 and August 18, Benoit de Maillet, Description de l'Egypte, Lettre 11, page 67, etc. Pocock's Description of the East, Volume 1, page 200, Shaw's Travels, page 383. Right arrow curving left. Murtadi, Merveilles de l'Egypte, pages 243, 259. He expatiates on the subject with the zeal and minuteness of a citizen and a bigot, and his local traditions have a strong air of truth and accuracy. Right arrow curving left. D'Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, p. 233, right arrow curving left. The position of New and of Old Cairo is well known, and has been often described. 2 writers who were intimately acquainted with ancient and modern Egypt, have fixed, after a learned inquiry, the city of Memphis at Giza, directly opposite the Old Cairo, Sicard. Nouveaux Memoirs de Missions de la Compagnie de Jesus, dans le Levant, Tom. 6, pages 5, 6, Shaw's Travels or Observations, pages 296, 304. Yet we may not disregard the authority or the arguments of Pocock, Volume 1, pages 25, 41, Niebuhr, Voyage en Arabie, Tom. I, pp. 77, 106, and above all, of D'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Egypte, pages 111, 112, 130, 149, who have removed Memphis towards the village of Mohanna, some miles farther to the south. In their heat, the disputants have forgot that the ample space of a metropolis covers and annihilates the far greater part of the controversy. Right arrow curving left. See Herodotus, L. 3 c. 27, 29. Alien, Varia Historia, L. 4 c. 8. Suedas in Chiomicron, Tom. 2, page 774. Diodorus Siculus, Tom. 2l, 17, page 197, edit. Wesseling. Tau nu pi epsilon rho sigma nu sigma epsilon beta eta kappa tau omega nu epsilon tau epsilon rho, says the last of these historians. Right arrow curving left. Macaucus sent the prophet 2 Coptic damsels, with 2 maids and 1 eunuch, an alabaster vase, an ingot of pure gold, oil, honey, and the finest white linen of Egypt, with a horse, a mule, and an ass, distinguished by their respective qualifications. The embassy of Muhammad was dispatched from Medina in the 7th year of the Hijra, AD 628. See Gagnier, La Vie de Muhammad, Tom. 2, pages 255, 256, 303, from Al-Janabi. Right arrow curving left. The prefecture of Egypt, and the conduct of the war, had been trusted by Heraclius to the Patriarch Cyrus, Theophanes, pages 280, 281. In Spain, said James II, do you not consult your priests? We do, replied the Catholic ambassador, and our affairs succeed accordingly. I know not how to relate the plans of Cyrus, of paying tribute without impairing the revenue, and of converting Omar by his marriage with the emperor's daughter, Nicephorus. Nicephori Patriarchi Constantinopolitani Breviarium Historicum, pp. 17, 18. Right arrow curving left. See the Life of Benjamin, in Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pp. 156, 172, who has enriched the conquest of Egypt with some facts from the Arabic text of Severus the Jacobite historian. Right arrow curving left. The local description of Alexandria is perfectly ascertained by the master hand of the first of geographers, D'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, pages 52, 63. But we may borrow the eyes of the modern travelers, more especially of Thevenot, Voyage fait au Levant, Part 1, pages 381, 395, Pocock, Volume 1, pages 2, 13, and Niebuhr, Voyage en Arabie, Tom. I, pages 34, 43. Of the 2 modern rivals, Claude Etienne Savary and Volney, the one may amuse, the other will instruct. Right arrow curving left. Both Eutychius, Annals, Tom. 2, p. 319, and Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 28, concur in fixing the taking of Alexandria to Friday of the new moon of Muharram of the 20th year of the Hijra, December 22, AD 640. In reckoning backwards 14 months spent before Alexandria, 7 months before Babylon, etc., Amrah might have invaded Egypt about the end of the year 638. But we are assured that he entered the country the 12th of Bani, 6th of June, Murtadi, Merveilles de l'Égypte, page 164, Severus, Apud Renaudot, page 162. The Saracen, and afterwards Louis IX of France, halted at Pelusium, or Damietta, during the season of the inundation of the Nile. Right arrow curving left. Eutychius, Annals, Tom. 2, pages 316, 319. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding some inconsistencies of Theophanes and Cedrenus, the accuracy of Pagi, Critica Baronii, Tom. 2, p. 824, has extracted from Nicephorus and the Chronicon Oriental the true date of the death of Heraclius, February 11, AD 641, 50 days after the loss of Alexandria. A fourth of that time was sufficient to convey the intelligence. Right arrow curving left. Many treatises of this lover of labor, phi iota lambda pi omicron nu omicron, are still extant, but for readers of the present age, the printed and unpublished are nearly in the same predicament. Moses and Aristotle are the chief objects of his verbose commentaries, one of which is dated as early as May 10, AD 617, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 9, pages 458, 468. A modern, John Leclerc, who sometimes assumed the same name, was equal to old Philoponus in diligence, and far superior in good sense and real knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 114, ver. Pocock. Audi quid factum sit et mirar. It would be endless to enumerate the moderns who have wondered and believed, but I may distinguish with honor the rational skepticism of Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, p. 170 Historia, habet aliquid pi iota sigma tau omicron nu ut arabibus familiar est right arrow curving left. Since this period several new Mohammedan authorities have been adduced to support the authority of Abulpharagius. That of I. Abdalatif by Professor Joseph White, 2. Of Makrizi, I have seen a MS extract from this writer, 3. Of Ibn Khaldun, and after them Hatzki Chalfa. C. von Hammer, Die Geschichte der Assassinen, page 17. Reinhard, in a German dissertation, printed at Göttingen, 1792, and St. Croix, Magazin Encyclopedia, tom. 4, p. 433, have examined the question. Among Oriental scholars, Professor White, M. St. Martin, von Hammer, and Sylvestre de Sacy, consider the fact of the burning the library, by the command of Omar, beyond question. Compare St. Martin's Note, Volume 11, page 296. A Mohammedan writer brings a similar charge against the Crusaders. The Library of Tripoli is said to have contained the incredible number of 3 millions of volumes. On the capture of the city, Count Bertram of St. Giles, entering the first room, which contained nothing but the Quran, ordered the whole to be burnt, as the works of the false prophet of Arabia. C. Wilkin, Geschichte der Kreuzzüge, Volume 2, page 211, m. Jacques Matter also argues in favor of the received account respecting the burning of the Alexandrian library. Histoire de l'école d'Alexandrie, Volume 1, page 342, s. right arrow curving left. This curious anecdote will be vainly sought in the annals of Eutychius, and the Saracenic history of Elmason. The silence of Abulfeda, Murtadi, and a crowd of Muslims is less conclusive from their ignorance of Christian literature. Right arrow curving left. C. Rieland, De Jure Militari Mohammedanorum, in his third volume of Dissertationum Miscellanearum, page 37. The reason for not burning the religious books of the Jews or Christians is derived from the respect that is due to the name of God. Right arrow curving left. Consult the collections of Frainsheim, Supplementa Liviana, c. 12, 43, and Usher, Annals Veteris Testamenti, page 469. Livy himself had styled the Alexandrian library, Elegantiae Regum Curic Egregium Opus, a liberal encomium. For which he is pertly criticized by the narrow stoicism of Seneca, De Tranquillitate Animi, c. 9, whose wisdom, on this occasion, deviates into nonsense. Right arrow curving left. See here in chapter 28. Right arrow curving left. Aulus Gellius, Nox Atticae 617, Ammianus Marcellinus, XXII 16, and Orosius, L. 6c. 15, they all speak in the past tense, and the words of Ammianus are remarkably strong, furant bibliothecae innumerabiles, edi loquitur monumentorum veterum consonans fides, etc. Right arrow curving left. Renaudot answers for versions of the Bible, Hexapla, Cateno Patrum, commentaries, etc., page 170. Our Alexandrian MS. If it came from Egypt, and not from Constantinople or Mount Athos, Wettstein, Prolegomena ad Novae Testamenti Greci, page 8, etc., might possibly be among them. Right arrow curving left. I have often perused with pleasure a chapter of Quintilian, De Institution Oratoria X1, in which that judicious critic enumerates and appreciates the series of Greek and Latin classics. Right arrow curving left. Such as Galen, Pliny, Aristotle, etc. On this subject Wotton, Reflections on Ancient and Modern Learning, pp. 85, 95, argues with solid sense against the lively exotic fancies of Sir William Temple. The contempt of the Greeks for barbaric science would scarcely admit the Indian or Ethiopic books into the library of Alexandria. Nor is it proved that philosophy has sustained any real loss from their exclusion. Right arrow curving left. This curious and authentic intelligence of Murtadi, pages 284, 289, has not been discovered either by Mr. Ockley or by the self-sufficient compilers of the modern universal history. Right arrow curving left. Eutychius, Annals, Tom. 2, page 320. Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 35. Right arrow curving left. Many learned men have doubted the existence of a communication by water between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean by the Nile. Yet the fact is positively asserted by the ancients. Diodorus Siculus, L. I, page 33, speaks of it in the most distinct manner as existing in his time. So, also, Strabo, L. 17, page 805. Pliny the Elder, volume 6, p. 29, says that the canal which united the two seas was navigable, Alveus Navigabilis. The indications furnished by Ptolemy and by the Arabic historian, Makrisi, show that works were executed under the reign of Hadrian to repair the canal and extend the navigation. It then received the name of the River of Trajan. Lucian, in his Pseudomantis, page 44, says that he went by water from Alexandria to Clysma, on the Red Sea. Testimonies of the 6th and of the 8th century show that the communication was not interrupted at that time. See the French translation of Strabo, volume 5, page 382. St. Martin volume 11, page 299. M. Right arrow curving left. On these obscure canals, the reader may try to satisfy himself from D. Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, pp. 108, 110, 124, 132, and a learned thesis maintained and printed at Strasbourg in the year 1770, Jungendorum Marium Fluviorumque Melimina, pages 39, 47, 68, 70. Even the supine Turks have agitated the old project of joining the two seas, Memoirs du Baron de Tott, Tom. 4. Right arrow curving left. A small volume, L'Égypte de Murtadi fills du Gafif, Ouils trait de pyramids, du débordement du Nil, et de autres merveilles de cette province. Composed in the 13th century by Murtadi of Cairo, and translated from an Arabic MS. Of Cardinal Mazarin, was published by Pierre Vadier, Paris, 1666. The antiquities of Egypt are wild and legendary. But the writer deserves credit and esteem for his account of the conquest and geography of his native country. See the correspondence of Amru and Omar, pages 279, 289. Right arrow curving left. In a 20 years residence at Cairo, the consul Maillet had contemplated that varying scene, the Nile, Lettre 2, particularly pages 70, 75, the fertility of the land, Lettre 9. From a college at Cambridge, the poetic eye of Gray had seen the same objects with a keener glance. What wonder in the sultry climes that spread? Where Nile, redundant o'er his summer bed, from his broad bosom life and verdure flings, and broods o'er Egypt with his watery wings. If with advent rouse o'er, and ready sail, the dusky people drive before the gale, or on frail floats to neighboring cities ride, that rise and glitter o'er the ambient tide. Mason's Works and Memoirs of Gray, pages 199, 200. Right arrow curving left. Murtadi, pages 164, 167. The reader will not easily credit a human sacrifice under the Christian emperors, or a miracle of the successors of Muhammad. Right arrow curving left. Maillet, Description de l'Égypte, page 22. He mentions this number as the common opinion, and adds that the generality of these villages contain 2,000 or 3,000 persons, and that many of them are more populous than our large cities. Right arrow curving left. Eutychius, Annals, Tom. 2, pages 308, 311. The 20 millions are computed from the following data: 1/12 of mankind above 60, 1/3 below 16. The proportion of men to women as 17 to 16, Recherches sur la population de la France, pp. 71, 72. The President Gogat, de l'origine de l'oix, de arts et de sciences, etc., tom. 3, page 26, etc. Bestows 27 millions on ancient Egypt, because the 1700 companions of Sesostris were born on the same day. Right arrow curving left. Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 218. And this gross lump is swallowed without scruple by D. Herbelot, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 1031, Arbuthnot, Tables of Ancient Coins, page 262, and de Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. 3, page 135. They might allege the not less extravagant liberality of Appian in favor of the Ptolemies, in Prefatio, of 74 myriads, 740,000 talents, an annual income of 185. Or near 300 millions of pounds sterling, according as we reckon by the Egyptian or the Alexandrian talent. Edward Bernard, De Mensuris et Ponderibus Antiquis, p. 186, right arrow curving left. See the measurement of d'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, page 23, etc. After some peevish cavils, M. Pau, Recherches sur les Egyptians, tom. I, pages 118, 121, can only enlarge his reckoning to 2,250 square leagues, right arrow curving left. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, page 334, who calls the common reading or version of Elmason, Error Librariae. His own emendation of 4,300,000 pieces, in the 9th century, maintains a probable medium between the 3 million which the Arabs acquired by the conquest of Egypt, Edom, p. 168, and the 2,400,000 which the Sultan of Constantinople levied in the last century, Pietro della Valle, tom. I, page 352, Thevenot, part 1, page 824. Pau, Recherches sur les Egyptians, tom. 2, pp. 365, 373, gradually raises the revenue of the pharaohs, the Ptolemies, and the Caesars, from 6 to 15 millions of German crowns. Right arrow curving left. The list of sultans, Index Geographicus ad calcem vita et residential gesti Saladini, page 5, contains 2,396 places, that of d'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, p. 29, from the Divan of Cairo, enumerates 2,696. Right arrow curving left. C. Maillet, Description de l'Égypte, page 28, who seems to argue with candor and judgment. I am much better satisfied with the observations than with the reading of the French consul. He was ignorant of Greek and Latin literature, and his fancy is too much delighted with the fictions of the Arabs. Their best knowledge is collected by a Bulfida, Descriptio Aegypti Arabis et Latinae a Johann David Michaelis, Göttingen, in quarto, 1776. And in 2 recent voyages into Egypt we are amused by Savary and instructed by Volney. I wish the latter could travel over the globe. Right arrow curving left. My conquest of Africa is drawn from 2 French interpreters of Arabic literature, Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne sous la domination des Arabes, tom. I, pp. 8, 55, and Otter, Histoire de l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. XXI, pages 111, 125, and 136. They derive their principal information from al-Nuwairi, who composed, AD 1331, an encyclopedia in more than 20 volumes. The 5 general parts successively treat of 1. Physics, 2. Man, 3. Animals, 4. Plants, and 5. History, and the African affairs are discussed in the 6th chapter of the 5th section of this last part, Reisk, Protodagmata ad Haggi Calisi Librum Memorialum, pp. 232, 234. Among the older historians who are quoted by Naveri, we may distinguish the original narrative of a soldier who led the van of the Muslims. Right arrow curving left. See the history of Abdullah in Abulfida, Vita Muhammad, page 109, and Gagnier, La Vie de Muhammad, tom. 345, 48. Right arrow curving left. The province and city of Tripoli are described by Leo Africanus, in Del Navigazione e Viaggi di Ramusio, tom. I, Venetia, 1550, folio 76, verso, and Marmel, L'Afrique de Marmel, tom. 2, p. 562. The first of these writers was a Moor, a scholar, and a traveler, who composed or translated his African geography in a state of captivity at Rome, where he had assumed the name and religion of Pope Leo X. In a similar captivity among the Moors, the Spaniard Marmel, a soldier of Charles V, compiled his description of Africa, translated by D'Ablincourt into French, Paris, 1667, 3 volumes in quarto. Marmel had read and seen, but he is destitute of the curious and extensive observation which abounds in the original work of Leo the African. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, who mentions the defeat, rather than the death, of Gregory. He brands the prefect with the name Tau Rho Alpha Nu Omicron. He had probably assumed the purple, Chronographia, page 285. Right arrow curving left. See in Ockley, History of the Saracens, Volume 2, page 45, the death of Zobeir, which was honored with the tears of Ali, against whom he had rebelled. His valor at the siege of Babylon, if indeed it be the same person, is mentioned by Eutychius, Annals, tom. 2, page 308. Right arrow curving left. Shaw's Travels, pages 118, 119. Right arrow curving left. Mimica emptio, says Abulfida, erat haec, eti mira donatio, quandaquidem Othman, aegis nomini nummos ex erario prius ablatos erario prestabat, Annals Moslemici, page 78. Elmason, in his cloudy version, page 39, seems to report the same job. When the Arabs besieged the palace of Othman, it stood high in their catalogue of grievances. Right arrow curving left. Pi epsilon sigma tau rho tau epsilon upsilon sigma alpha rho alpha kappa eta nu omicron tau nu phi rho iota kappa alpha sigma upsilon mu beta alpha lambda nu tau epsilon tau upsilon rho nu gamma rho eta gamma omicron rho tau omicron nu tau rho pi omicron upsilon sigma iota kappa alpha tau omicron sigma nu alpha tau kappa tau nu omicron upsilon sigma iota kappa alpha sigma tau omicron iota chi sigma alpha nu tau epsilon phi rho omicron upsilon mu epsilon tau nu phi rho omega nu pi sigma tau rho epsilon psi alpha nu. 9235 Theophanes, Chronographia, page 285, edit. Paris. His chronology is loose and inaccurate. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, in Chronographia, p. 293, inserts the vague rumors that might reach Constantinople, of the western conquests of the Arabs, and I learn from Paul Warnfrid, deacon of Aquileia, De Gestis Langobardorum, LV.C. 13, that at this time they sent a fleet from Alexandria into the Sicilian and African seas. Right arrow curving left. See Al-Nawari, a Pud Otter, p. 118, Leo Africanus, folio 81, verso, who reckoned only cinque cita e infinite casal, Marmel, L'Afrique de Marmel, tom. 3, page 33, and Shaw, Travels, pp. 57, 65, 68, right arrow curving left. Leo Africanus, folio 58, verso, 59, recto. Marmel, tom. 2, page 415. Shaw, page 43. Right arrow curving left. Leo Africanus, folio 52. Marmel, tom. 2, page 228. Right arrow curving left. Regio ignobilis, et vix quicquam illustre sortita, parvis oppidus habitator, parva flumina emittit, solo quam viris melior et segniti gentis obscura. Pomponius Mela I5, 310. Mela deserves the more credit, since his own Phoenician ancestors had migrated from Tingitana to Spain, see, in 2:6, a passage of that geographer so cruelly tortured by Salmasius, Isaac Vossius. And the most virulent of critics, James Gronovius. He lived at the time of the final reduction of that country by the Emperor Claudius, yet almost 30 years afterwards Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae v1, complains of his authors. Too lazy to inquire, too proud to confess their ignorance of that wild and remote province. Right arrow curving left. The foolish fashion of this citron wood prevailed at Rome among the men, as much as the taste for pearls among the women. A round board or table, 4 or 5 feet in diameter, sold for the price of an estate, late fundii taxation, 8, 10, or 12,000 pounds sterling, Pliny the Elder. Naturalis Historiae 1329. I conceive that I must not confound the tree citrus with that of the fruit citrum. But I am not botanist enough to define the former, it is like the wild cypress, by the vulgar or Linnaean name. Nor will I decide whether the citrum be the orange or the lemon. Salmasius appears to exhaust the subject, but he too often involves himself in the web of his disorderly erudition, Pliniani Exercitations, Tom. 2, page 666, etc. Right arrow curving left. Leo Africanus, folio 16, verso. Marmol, Tom. 2, page 28. This province, the first scene of the exploits and greatness of the Sharifs, is often mentioned in the curious history of that dynasty at the end of the 3rd volume of Marmol, L'Afrique de Marmol. The 3rd volume of the Recherches historiques sur les Moors, lately published at Paris, illustrates the history and geography of the kingdoms of Fez and Morocco. Right arrow curving left. Otter, p. 119, has given the strong tone of fanaticism to this exclamation, which Cardon, page 37, has softened to a pious wish of preaching the Quran. Yet they had both the same text of al-Nawari before their eyes. Right arrow curving left. The foundation of Cairone is mentioned by Ockley, History of the Saracens, Volume 2, pages 129, 130. And the situation, mosque, etc. of the city are described by Leo Africanus, folio 75, Marmol, Tom. 2, page 532, and Shaw, page 115. Right arrow curving left. A portentous, though frequent mistake, has been the confounding, from a slight similitude of name, the Cyrene of the Greeks, and the Cairone of the Arabs. 2 cities which are separated by an interval of 1,000 miles along the seacoast. The great Thuanus has not escaped this fault, the less excusable as it is connected with a formal and elaborate description of Africa, Historiarum Sui Temporis, L. 7c. 2, in Tom. I, page 240, edit. Buckley. Right arrow curving left. Besides the Arabic chronicles of Abulfeda, Elmason, and Abulpharagius, under the 73rd year of the Hijra, we may consult D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, p. 7, and Ockley, History of the Saracens, Volume 2, pages 339, 349. The latter has given the last and pathetic dialogue between Abdullah and his mother. But he has forgot a physical effect of her grief for his death, the return, at the age of 90, and fatal consequences, of her menses. Right arrow curving left. Lambda epsilon nu tau iota omicron, pi alpha nu tau alpha tau omega mu alpha iota kappa xi pi lambda iota sigma epsilon pi lambda mu alpha sigma tau rho alpha tau eta gamma nu tau epsilon pi alpha tau omicron omega nu eta nu tau nu pi alpha tau rho kappa iota omicron nu mu pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu tau nu pi omicron lambda epsilon mu omega nu pi rho omicron chi epsilon iota rho iota sigma mu epsilon nu omicron pi rho kappa alpha rho chi eta delta nu alpha kappa alpha tau nu sigma alpha rho alpha kappa eta nu xi pi epsilon mu psi epsilon nu. Nicephorus, Constantinopolitani Breviarium, page 28. The Patriarch of Constantinople, with Theophanes, Chronographia, page 309, have slightly mentioned this last attempt for the relief or Africa. Pagi, Critica Baronii, Tom. 3, pages 129, 141, has nicely ascertained the chronology by a strict comparison of the Arabic and Byzantine historians, who often disagree both in time and fact. See likewise a note of Otter, page 121. Right arrow curving left. Dov Esserano ridati I nobili Romani e I Gauti, and afterwards, I Romani suggerono e I Gauti, Lasierono Carthagen, Leo Africanus, folio 72, recto. I know not from what Arabic writer the African derived his Goths, but the fact, though new, is so interesting and so probable that I will accept it on the slightest authority. Right arrow curving left. This commander is styled by Nicephorus beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon sigma alpha rho alpha kappa eta nu, a vague though not improper definition of the caliph. Theophanes introduces the strange appellation of Pyro omega tau omicron sigma mu beta omicron upsilon lambda omicron, which his interpreter Gore explains by Vizier Azam. They may approach the truth, in assigning the active part to the minister, rather than the prince. But they forget that the Umayyads had only a kateb, or secretary, and that the office of vizier was not revived or instituted till the 132nd year of the Hijra, D. Herbalat, page 912. Right arrow curving left. According to Solinus, L. 27, page 36, edit. Salmasius, the Carthage of Dido stood either 677 or 737 years, a various reading, which proceeds from the difference of MSS. Or editions, Salmasius, Pliniani Exercitations, Tom. I, page 228. The former of these accounts, which gives 823 years before Christ, is more consistent with the well-weighed testimony of Velius Paterculus. But the latter is preferred by our chronologists, Marsham, Canon Chronicus, page 398, as more agreeable to the Hebrew and Syrian annals. Right arrow curving left. Leo Africanus, folio 71, verso, 72, recto. Marmol, Tom. 2, p.445, 447. Shaw, page 80. Right arrow curving left. The history of the word barbar may be classed under 4 periods. In the time of Homer, when the Greeks and Asiatics might probably use a common idiom. The imitative sound of barbar was applied to the ruder tribes, whose pronunciation was most harsh, whose grammar was most defective. Kappa rho epsilon beta alpha rho phi omega nu omicron iota, Iliad 2:867, with the Oxford scholiast Clark's annotation, and Henry Stevens's Greek thesaurus, Tom. I, page 720. From the time, at least, of Herodotus, it was extended to all the nations who were strangers to the language and manners of the Greeks. In the age of Plautus, the Romans submitted to the insult, Pompeius Festus, L. 2, page 48, edit. Dacier, and freely gave themselves the name of barbarians. They insensibly claimed an exemption for Italy and her subject provinces, and at length removed the disgraceful appellation to the savage or hostile nations beyond the pale of the empire. In every sense, it was due to the Moors. The familiar word was borrowed from the Latin provincials by the Arabian conquerors, and has justly settled as a local denomination, Barbary, along the northern coast of Africa. Right arrow curving left. The first book of Leo Africanus, and the observations of Dr. Shaw, page 220, 223, 227, 247, etc., will throw some light on the roving tribes of Barbary, of Arabian or Moorish descent. But Shaw had seen these savages with distant terror, and Leo, a captive in the Vatican, appears to have lost more of his Arabic than he could acquire of Greek or Roman learning. Many of his gross mistakes might be detected in the first period of the Mohammedan history. Right arrow curving left. In a conference with a prince of the Greeks, Amru observed that their religion was different. Upon which score it was lawful for brothers to quarrel. Ockley's History of the Saracens, Volume 1, page 328. Right arrow curving left. Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 78, ver. Reisk. Right arrow curving left. The name of Andalusia is applied by the Arabs not only to the modern province, but to the whole peninsula of Spain, Geographia Nubiensis, page 151, De Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, pp. 114, 115. The etymology has been most improbably deduced from Vandalusia, country of the Vandals, d'Anvil, Etats Formes en Europe, pages 146, 147, etc. But the Handalusia of Kasirai, which signifies in Arabic, the region of the evening, of the west, in a word the Hesperia of the Greeks, is perfectly apposite, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. 2, page 327, etc. Right arrow curving left. There is a serious mistake here. The fortress of Septem, Ceuta, did not belong to the Visigothic king, but to the Roman emperor. Count Julian was an imperial, not a Gothic general. It seems probable that, as Dozy conjectures, the governor of Septem received the title of exarch after the fall of Carthage. It seems too that some posts on the coast of Spain were still retained by the empire, perhaps reconquered since the reign of Suintila, see volume 7, page 122, note 56. Cp. Reinhard Dozy, Recherches sur l'histoire politique et littéraire de l'Espagne pendant le Moyen Âge, page 64, SQQ, Isidore Pacensis, 38, in Jacques-Paul Migny, Patrologia Latina, volume 96. And Life of Saint Gregory of Agrigentum, in Patrologia Graeca, volume 98, page 685, 697. B. Right arrow curving left. The fall and resurrection of the Gothic monarchy are related by Mariana, tom. I, pages 238, 260, L. 6c, 19, 26, L. 7c, 1, 2. That historian has infused into his noble work, Historiae de Rebus Hispaniae, Libri XXX, Hagi Commodum, 1733, in 4 volumes, folio. With the continuation of Miniana, the style and spirit of a Roman classic. And after the 12th century, his knowledge and judgment may be safely trusted. But the Jesuit is not exempt from the prejudices of his order. He adopts and adorns, like his rival Buchanan, the most absurd of the national legends. He is too careless of criticism and chronology, and supplies from a lively fancy the chasms of historical evidence. These chasms are large and frequent. Roderick, Archbishop of Toledo, the father of the Spanish history, lived 500 years after the conquest of the Arabs. And the more early accounts are comprised in some meager lines of the blind chronicles of Isidore of Badajoz, Pacensis, and of Alfonso III, King of Leon, which I have seen only in the annals of Pagi. Right arrow curving left. Le vil, says Voltaire, est aussi difficile à faire tuer prover. Des avec et seroyant ils ligues pour un fille. Essai sur l'histoire générale, c. XXVI. His argument is not logically conclusive. Right arrow curving left. In the story of Cava, Mariana, L. 6c. 21, pages 241, 242, seems to vie with the Lucretia of Livy. Like the ancients, he seldom quotes. And the oldest testimony of Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 713, number 19, that of Lucas Tudensis, a Galician deacon of the 13th century, only says, Cava quam pro concubina judibator. Right arrow curving left. The Orientals, Elmason, Abulpharagius, Abulfida, pass over the conquest of Spain in silence, or with a single word. The text of Al-Nawari and the other Arabian writers is represented, though with some foreign alloy, by M. de Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne sous la domination des Arabes, Paris, 1765, 3 volumes 12, tom. I, pages 55, 114, and more concisely by M. de Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, pages 347, 350. The librarian of the Escurial has not satisfied my hopes, yet he appears to have searched with diligence his broken materials. And the history of the conquest is illustrated by some valuable fragments of the genuine Rhasis, who wrote at Corduba, AH 300, of Ben Hazel, etc. See Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escurialensis, Tom. 2, page 32, 105, 106, 182, 252, 319, 332. On this occasion, the industry of Pagi has been aided by the Arabic learning of his friend the Abbé de Longueru, and to their joint labors I am deeply indebted. Right arrow curving left. A mistake of Roderick of Toledo, in comparing the lunar years of the Hegira with the Julian years of the era, has determined Baronius, Mariana, and the crowd of Spanish historians to place the first invasion in the year 713, and the Battle of Shiraz in November 714. This anachronism of 3 years has been detected by the more correct industry of modern chronologists, above all, of Pagi, Critica Baronii, Tom. 3, p. 169, 171, 174, who have restored the genuine state of the revolution. At the present time an Arabian scholar, like Cardon, who adopts the ancient error, Tom. I. p. 75, is inexcusably ignorant or careless. Right arrow curving left. The era of Caesar, which in Spain was in legal and popular use till the 14th century, begins 38 years before the birth of Christ. I would refer the origin to the general peace by sea and land, which confirmed the power and partition of the triumvirs, Dion Cassius, L. XLVAI, page 547, 553, Appian, De Bello Civili, L. V. p. 1034, edit. Folio. Spain was a province of Caesar Octavian, and Tarragona, which raised the first temple to Augustus, Tacitus, Annals I-78, might borrow from the Orientals this mode of flattery. Right arrow curving left. The road, the country, the old castle of Count Julian, and the superstitious belief of the Spaniards of hidden treasures, etc., are described by Père Labat, Voyages en Espagne et en Italy, Tom. I, pages 207, 217, with his usual pleasantry. Right arrow curving left. The Nubian geographer, page 154, explains the topography of the war. But it is highly incredible that the lieutenant of Musa should execute the desperate and useless measure of burning his ships. Right arrow curving left. Shiraz, the Roman colony of Asta Regia, is only 2 leagues from Cadiz. In the 16th century it was a granary of corn. And the wine of Shiraz is familiar to the nations of Europe, Ludovici Nonii Medici Hispania, c. 13, pages 54, 56, a work of correct and concise knowledge, D. Anvil, Etats Formes en Europe, page 154. Right arrow curving left. Id sane infortunii regibus pedum ex ac referentibus seep contingit. Ben Hazel of Granada, in Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escurialensis, Tom. 2, page 337. Some credulous Spaniards believe that King Roderick, or Rodrigo, escaped to a hermit's cell. And others that he was cast alive into a tub full of serpents, from whence he exclaimed with a lamentable voice, "They devour the part with which I have so grievously sinned." Don Quixote, Part 2L. 3 c. 1. Right arrow curving left. The direct road from Corduba to Toledo was measured by Mr. Swinburne's mules in 72.5 hours, but a larger computation must be adopted for the slow and devious marches of an army. The Arabs traversed the province of La Mancha, which the pen of Cervantes has transformed into classic ground to the reader of every nation. Right arrow curving left. The antiquities of Toledo, Urbs Parva in the Punic Wars, Urbs Regia in the 6th century, are briefly described by Nonius, Hispanii Illustrati, c. 59, pages 181, 186. He borrows from Roderick the Fatale Palladium of Moorish portraits, but modestly insinuates that it was no more than a Roman amphitheatre. Right arrow curving left. In the Historia Arabum, c. 9, p. 17, ad Calcem Elmason, Roderick of Toledo describes the Emerald Tables, and inserts the name of Medinat Oneida in Arabic words and letters. He appears to be conversant with the Mohammedan writers. But I cannot agree with him. De Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, page 350, that he had read and transcribed al-Nuwairi, because he was dead 100 years before al-Nuwairi composed his history. This mistake is founded on a still grosser error. M. De Guynes confounds the historian Roderick Ximenes, Archbishop of Toledo in the 13th century, with Cardinal Ximenes, who governed Spain in the beginning of the 16th, and was the subject, not the author, of historical compositions. Right arrow curving left. Tariq might have inscribed on the last rock the boast of Regnard and his companions in their Lapland journey. Hic tandem stedimus, nobis ubi defiut orbis. Right arrow curving left. Such was the argument of the traitor Appas, and every chief to whom it was addressed did not answer with the spirit of Pelagius, omnis Hispania dudum sub uno regimine Gotharum. Omnis exercitus Hispanii in uno congregatus Ismaelitarum non valuit sustenere impetum. Chronicon Alfonsi Regis, apud pagi, tom. 3, page 177. Right arrow curving left. The revival of the Gothic kingdom in the Asturias is distinctly though concisely noticed by D'Anville, Etats Formes en Europe, page 159. Right arrow curving left. The honorable relics of the Cantabrian War, Dion Cassius, Lii, page 720, were planted in this metropolis of Lusitania, perhaps of Spain, submitted cui tota suas Hispania facies. Nonius, Hispanii Illustrati, c. 31, pp. 106, 110, enumerates the ancient structures, but concludes with a sigh, Urbs haec olim nobilissima ad magnam incolarum infrequent iam delapsa est, edi praetor prisci claridatis ruinas nihil ostendit. Right arrow curving left. Both the interpreters of al-Nuwairi, De Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, page 349, and Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne, tom. I, pp. 93, 94, 104, 105, lead Musa into the Narbonese Gaul. But I find no mention of this enterprise either in Roderick of Toledo or the MSS. Of the Escurial, and the invasion of the Saracens is postponed by a French chronicle till the 9th year after the conquest of Spain, AD 721, Pagi, Critica Baronii, tom. 3, pages 177, 195. Historians of France, tom. 3, I much question whether Musa ever passed the Pyrenees. Right arrow curving left. 400 years after Theodomir, his territories of Mercia and Carthagena retain in the Nubian geographer Edrisi, p. 154, 161, the name of Tadmir, D'Anville, Etats Formes en Europe, p. 156, Pagi, tom. 3, page 174. In the present decay of Spanish agriculture, Mr. Swinburne, Travels Through Spain, p. 119, surveyed with pleasure the delicious valley from Murcia to Orihuela, for leagues and a half of the finest corn pulse, lucerne, oranges, etc. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon has made 8 cities, in Conde's translation by Guerra does not appear. M. Right arrow curving left. See the treaty in Arabic and Latin, in the Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escurialensis, tom. 2, pp. 105, 106. It is signed the 4th of the month of Rajab, AH 94, the 5th of April, AD 713, a date which seems to prolong the resistance of Theodomir and the government of Musa. Right arrow curving left. From the History of Sandoval, page 87, Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. 9, p. 261, has given the substance of another treaty concluded AC 782, AD 734, between an Arabian chief and the Goths and Romans, of the territory of Coimbra in Portugal. The tax of the churches is fixed at 25 pounds of gold, of the monasteries, 50, of the cathedrals, 100. The Christians are judged by their count, but in capital cases he must consult the alcalde. The church doors must be shut, and they must respect the name of Muhammad. I have not the original before me. It would confirm or destroy a dark suspicion that the peace has been forged to introduce the immunity of a neighboring convent. Right arrow curving left. This design, which is attested by several Arabian historians, Cardan, Tom. I, pages 95, 96, may be compared with that of Mithridates, to march from the Crimea to Rome. Or with that of Caesar, to conquer the east and return home by the north. And all three are, perhaps, surpassed by the real and successful enterprise of Hannibal. Right arrow curving left. I much regret our loss, or my ignorance, of two Arabic works of the 8th century, a Life of Musa, and a poem on the exploits of Tariq. Of these authentic pieces, the former was composed by a grandson of Musa, who had escaped from the massacre of his kindred. The latter by the vizier of the first Abdurrahman, Caliph of Spain, who might have conversed with some of the veterans of the conqueror, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, pp. 36, 139. Right arrow curving left. Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, pages 32, 252. The former of these quotations is taken from a Biographia Hispanica, by an Arabian of Valencia. See the copious extracts of Kasiri, Tom. 2, pages 30, 121. And the latter from a general chronology of the caliphs, and of the African and Spanish dynasties, with a particular history of the Kingdom of Granada. Of which Kasiri has given almost an entire version, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, pages 177, 319. The author, Ibn Khattab, a native of Granada, and a contemporary of al-Nawari and Abulfida, born AD 1313, died AD 1374, was an historian, geographer, physician, poet, etc., Tom. 2, pages 71, 72. Right arrow curving left. Cardan, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne, Tom. I, pages 116, 117. Right arrow curving left. A copious treatise of husbandry, by an Arabian of Seville, in the 12th century, is in the Escurial library, and Kasiri had some thoughts of translating it. He gives a list of the authors quoted, Arabs as well as Greeks, Latins, etc. But it is much if the Andalusian saw these strangers through the medium of his countryman Columella, Kasiri, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. I, pages 323, 338. Right arrow curving left. Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, page 104. Kasiri translates the original testimony of the historian Rhazes, as it is alleged in the Arabic Biographia Hispanica, pars 9. But I am most exceedingly surprised at the address, Principibus Ceteris Christianis, Hispanis sui Castelli. The name of Castelli was unknown in the 8th century. The kingdom was not erected till the year 1022, 100 years after the time of Rhazes, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, p. 330, and the appellation was always expressive, not of a tributary province, but of a line of castles independent of the Moorish yoke, d'Anville, etats formes en Europe, pages 166, 170. Had Kasiri been a critic, he would have cleared a difficulty, perhaps of his own making. Right arrow curving left. Cardan, Tom. I, pages 337, 338. He computes the revenue at 130 million of French livres. The entire picture of peace and prosperity relieves the bloody uniformity of the Moorish annals. Right arrow curving left. I am happy enough to possess a splendid and interesting work, which has only been distributed in presents by the court of Madrid. Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Iscuriolensis Opera et Studio Michaelis Cassirai, Ciro Maranato, Matridi, in folio, Thomas Prior, 1760, Thomas Posterior, 1770. The execution of this work does honor to the Spanish press, the MSS. To the number of MDCCCLI, are judiciously classed by the editor, and his copious extracts throw some light on the Mohammedan literature and history of Spain. These relics are now secure, but the task has been supinely delayed, till in the year 1671 a fire consumed the greatest part of the Escurial library, rich in the spoils of Granada and Morocco. 9,236 right arrow curving left. The Harbii, as they are styled, Catolerari nequiant, are, 1. Those who, besides God, worship the sun, moon, or idols. 2. Atheists. Utrique, quam diu princeps aliquis inter Mohammedanos superest, opignari debent donec religionum amplectanter, nec requis iis concedenda est. Nec pretium acceptandum pro obtenenda conscientia libertate, Reland, Dissertatio ex de jure militari Mohammedan, Tom. 3, page 14, a rigid theory. Right arrow curving left. The distinction between a proscribed and a tolerated sect, between the Harbii and the people of the book, the believers in some divine revelation, is correctly defined in the conversation of the Caliph al-Mamun with the idolaters or Sabaeans of Charray, Hottinger, Historia Orientalis, pp. 107, 108. Right arrow curving left. The Zend or Pazend, the Bible of the Ghebers, is reckoned by themselves, or at least by the Mohammedans, among the 10 books which Abraham received from heaven. And their religion is honorably styled the religion of Abraham. D. Herblet, Bibliotheca Oriental, page 701, Hyde, Historia Religionis Veterum Persarum, c. 3, pages 27, 28, etc. I much fear that we do not possess any pure and free description of the system of Zoroaster. 9237 Dr. Prideaux, Old and New Testament Connected, Volume 1, page 300. Octavo adopts the opinion that he had been the slave and scholar of some Jewish prophet in the captivity of Babylon. Perhaps the Persians, who have been the masters of the Jews, would assert the honor, a poor honor, of being their masters. Right arrow curving left. The Arabian Nights, a faithful and amusing picture of the Oriental world, represent in the most odious colors the Magians, or worshippers of fire, to whom they attribute the annual sacrifice of a Mussulman. The religion of Zoroaster has not the least affinity with that of the Hindus, yet they are often confounded by the Mohammedans. And the sword of Timur was sharpened by this mistake. Histoire de Timurbek, par Cherfedin Ali Yezdi, L.V. Right arrow curving left. La vie de Mahomet par Gagnier, Tom. 3, pages 114, 115. Right arrow curving left. He tres secti, Judaei, Christiani, Edica inter persas magorum institutus edicti sunt, kappa alphatau, Xiomicron kainu, populi libri dicunter, Reland, Dissertationum Miscellanearum, Tom. 3, page 15. The Caliph al-Mamun confirms this honorable distinction in favor of the 3 sects, with the vague and equivocal religion of the Sabaeans, under which the ancient polytheists of Charray were allowed to shelter their idolatrous worship. Hottinger, Historia Orientalis, pp. 167, 168. Right arrow curving left. This singular story is related by D. Herbelot, Bibliotheca Oriental, pages 448, 449, on the faith of Condamir, and by Merchant himself, Historia Priorum Regum Persarum, etc., pp. 9, 10, note pages 88, 89. Right arrow curving left. Merchant, Muhammad Amir Kunda Shah, a native of Herat, composed in the Persian language a general history of the East, from the creation to the year of the Hijra 875, AD 1471. In the year 904, AD 1498, the historian obtained the command of a princely library, and his applauded work, in 7 or 12 parts, was abbreviated in 3 volumes by his son Condamir, AH 927. AD 1520. The two writers, most accurately distinguished by Pétis de la Croix, Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan, page 537, 538, 544, 545, are loosely confounded by D. Herbelot, pages 358, 410, 994, 995. But his numerous extracts, under the improper name of Condamir, belong to the father rather than the son. The historian of Genghis Khan refers to a MS. of merchant, which he received from the hands of his friend D. Herbelot himself. A curious fragment, the Tahirian and Safarian dynasties, has been lately published in Persic and Latin, Vienna, 1782, in quarto, cum nodis Bernard de Genisch. And the editor allows us to hope for a continuation of merchant. Right arrow curving left. Quo testimonio boni esse quidpium prestitus opinabanter. Yet merchant must have condemned their zeal, since he approved the legal toleration of the Magi, cui, the fire temple, paracto singulus annis sensu uti sacra Mohammedus leg cautum. Ab omnibus molestius ac oneribus libero esse licet. Right arrow curving left. The last Magian of name and power appears to be Mardavij the Dilemite, who, in the beginning of the 10th century, reigned in the northern provinces of Persia. Near the Caspian Sea, D. Herbelot, Bibliothèque Orientale, p. 355, but his soldiers and successors, the Boides, either professed or embraced the Mohammedan faith, and under their dynasty, AD 933, 1020, I should place the fall of the religion of Zoroaster. Right arrow curving left. The present state of the Ghebers in Persia is taken from Sir John Chardin, not indeed the most learned, but the most judicious and inquisitive, of our modern travelers, Voyages and Purse. Tom. 2, pages 109, 179, 187, in quarto. His brethren, Pietro della Valle, Olearius, Thevenot, Tavernier, etc., whom I have fruitlessly searched, had neither eyes nor attention for this interesting people. Right arrow curving left. The letter of Abdulrahman, governor or tyrant of Africa, to the Caliph Abul Abbas, the first of the Abbasides, is dated AH 132, Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne, Tom. I. p. 168, right arrow curving left. Bibliothèque Orientale, page 66. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pages 287, 288. Right arrow curving left. Among the epistles of the popes, see Leo IX, Epistola 3, Gregorius 7l. I Epistolae 22, 23, L. 3 Epistolae 19, 21, and the criticisms of Pagi, Tom. 4, AD 1053, number 14, AD 1073, no. 13, who investigates the name and family of the Moorish prince, with whom the proudest of the Roman pontiffs so politely corresponds. Right arrow curving left. Mozarabes, or Mostarabes, ad Saticii, as it is interpreted in Latin, Pocock, Specimen Historiae Arabum, pages 39, 40, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, page 18. The Mozarabic liturgy, the ancient ritual of the Church of Toledo, has been attacked by the popes and exposed to the doubtful trials of the sword and of fire, Mariana, Historiae de Rebus Hispaniae. Tom. IL 9c, 18, page 378. It was, or rather it is, in the Latin tongue. Yet in the 11th century, it was found necessary, AC 1087, AD 1039, to transcribe an Arabic version of the canons of the Councils of Spain, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. I. p. 547, for the use of the bishops and clergy in the Moorish kingdoms. Right arrow curving left. About the middle of the 10th century, the clergy of Cordova was reproached with this criminal compliance, by the intrepid envoy of the Emperor Otto I, Vita Johannis Gorziensis. In Secularum Benedictus v. No. 115, apud Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. 12, page 91. Right arrow curving left. Page I, Critica Baroniae, tom. 4, AD 1149, number 8, 9. He justly observes that, when Seville, etc., were retaken by Ferdinand of Castile, no Christians, except captives, were found in the place. And that the Mozarabic churches of Africa and Spain, described by James a Vitriaco, AD 1218, Historia Hierosolymicana, c. 80, page 1095, in Gesta de per Francos, are copied from some older book. I shall add that the date of the Hijra 677, AD 1278, must apply to the copy, not the composition, of a treatise of a jurisprudence, which states the civil rights of the Christians of Cordova, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. I, page 471, and that the Jews were the only dissenters whom a bull wailed, King of Granada, AD 1313, could either discountenance or tolerate, tom. 2, page 288. Right arrow curving left. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, page 288. Leo Africanus would have flattered his Roman masters, could he have discovered any latent relics of the Christianity of Africa. Right arrow curving left. Absit, said the Catholic to the Vizier of Baghdad, ut pari loco habeas Nestorianos, quorum praetor Arabas nullus alias rex est, id Grecos quorum regis amovendo Arabibus bello non desistunt. Etc. See in the collections of Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, tom. 4, pages 94, 101, the state of the Nestorians under the Caliphs. That of the Jacobites is more concisely exposed in the preliminary dissertation of the second volume of Assamani. Right arrow curving left. Eutychius, Annals, tom. 2, pages 384, 387, 388. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pages 205, 206, 257, 332. A taint of the Monothelite heresy might render the first of these Greek patriarchs less loyal to the emperors and less obnoxious to the Arabs. Right arrow curving left. Motaded, who reigned from AD 892 to 902. The Magians still held their name and rank among the religions of the empire, Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, tom. 4, page 97. Right arrow curving left. Rieland explains the general restraints of the Mohammedan policy in jurisprudence, Dissertationum Miscellanearum, tom. 3, pages 16, 20. The oppressive edicts of the Caliph Motawakkil, AD 847, 861, which are still in force, are noticed by Eutychius, Annals, tom. 2, page 448, and D. Herbalot, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 640. A persecution of the Caliph Omar II is related, and most probably magnified, by the Greek Theophanes, Chronographia, page 334. Right arrow curving left. The Martyrs of Cordova, AD 850, etc. are commemorated and justified by Saint Eulogius, who at length fell a victim himself. A synod, convened by the Caliph, ambiguously censured their rashness. The moderate Fleury cannot reconcile their conduct with the discipline of antiquity, toutefois l'autorité de l'Église, etc., Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. X, pages 415, 522, particularly pp. 451, 508, 509. Their authentic acts throw a strong though transient light on the Spanish Church in the 9th century. Right arrow curving left. See the article Eslamia, as we say Christendom, in the Bibliothèque Orientale, page 325. This chart of the Mohammedan world is suited by the author, Ibn al-Wardi, to the year of the Hijra 385, AD 995. Since that time, the losses in Spain have been overbalanced by the conquests in India, Tartary, and the European Turkey. Right arrow curving left. The Arabic of the Quran is taught as a dead language in the College of Mecca. By the Danish traveler, this ancient idiom is compared to the Latin. The vulgar tongue of Hijaz and Yemen to the Italian, and the Arabian dialects of Syria, Egypt, Africa, etc., to the Provençal, Spanish, and Portuguese, Niebuhr, Description de l'Arabie, page 74, etc. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes places the 7 years of the siege of Constantinople in the year of our Christian era 673, of the Alexandrian 665, September 1, and the peace of the Saracens, 4 years afterwards, a glaring inconsistency, which Petavius, Gore, and Pagi, Critica Baronii, tom. 4, pages 63, 64, have struggled to remove. Of the Arabians, the Hijra 52, AD 672, January 8, is assigned by Elmason, the year 48, AD 688, February 20, by Abulfeda, whose testimony I esteem the most convenient and credible. 9238 right arrow curving left. For this first siege of Constantinople, see Nicephorus, Constantinopolitani Breviarium Historicum, pages 21, 22, Theophanes, Chronographia, page 294, Cedrinus, Historiarum Compendium, p. 437, Zonaras, Epitome Historiarum, tom. 2l. 14, page 89, Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pages 56, 57, Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, pages 107, 108, ver. Reisk, D. Herbelat, Bibliothek Oriental, Constantina, Ockley's History of the Saracens, Volume 2, pages 127, 128. Right arrow curving left. The state and defense of the Dardanelles is exposed in the Memoirs of the Baron de Tott, tom. 3, pages 39, 97, who was sent to fortify them against the Russians. From a principal actor, I should have expected more accurate details, but he seems to write for the amusement, rather than the instruction, of his reader. Perhaps, on the approach of the enemy, the minister of Constantine was occupied, like that of Mustafa, in finding 2 canary birds who should sing precisely the same note. Right arrow curving left. Demetrius Cantemir's History of the Growth and Decay of the Ottoman Empire, pages 105, 106. Reichardt's The Present State of the Ottoman Empire, pages 10, 11. Voyages de Thevenot, Part 1, page 189. The Christians, who suppose that the martyr Abu Ayyub is vulgarly confounded with the Patriarch Job, betray their own ignorance rather than that of the Turks. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, though a Greek, deserves credit for these tributes, Chronographia, pp. 295, 296, 300, 301, which are confirmed, with some variation, by the Arabic history of Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 128, ver. Pocock. Right arrow curving left. The censure of Theophanes is just and pointed. Tau nu omega mu alpha iota kappa nu delta upsilon nu alpha sigma tau epsilon alpha nu kappa rho omega tau eta rho alpha sigma alpha, pi nu delta epsilon iota nu alpha kappa pi omicron nu theta epsilon nu omega mu nu iota alpha pi omicron tau nu rho beta omega nu mu chi rho iota tau omicron nu. Chronographia. Pages 302, 303. The series of these events may be traced in the Annals of Theophanes, and in the abridgment of the Patriarch Nicephorus, pages 22, 24. Right arrow curving left. These domestic revolutions are related in a clear and natural style, in the second volume of Ockley's History of the Saracens, pages 253, 370. Besides our printed authors, he draws his materials from the Arabic MSS. Of Oxford, which he would have more deeply searched had he been confined to the Bodleian Library instead of the city jail, a fate how unworthy of the man and of his country. Right arrow curving left. Elmason, who dates the first coinage AH 76, AD 695, 5 or 6 years later than the Greek historians. Has compared the weight of the best or common gold dinar to the dram or dirham of Egypt, p. 77, which may be equal to 2 pennies, 48 grains, of our troy weight, Hooper's Inquiry into the State of Ancient Weights and Measures, pp. 24, 36, and equivalent to 8 shillings of our sterling money. From the same Elmison and the Arabian physicians, some dinars as high as 2 dirhams, as low as half a dirham, may be deduced. The piece of silver was the dirham, both in value and weight. But an old though fair coin, struck at Wayzat, AH 88, and preserved in the Bodleian Library, wants 4 grains of the Cairo standard. See the Modern Universal History, Tom. I. p. 548 of the French translation. 9239 right arrow curving left. Kappa alpha kappa lambda upsilon sigma epsilon gamma rho phi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota lambda lambda eta nu iota sigma tau tau omicron delta eta mu sigma iota omicron upsilon tau nu lambda omicron gamma omicron theta epsilon sigma omega nu kappa delta iota kappa alpha lambda lambda rho alpha beta omicron iota alpha tau pi alpha rho alpha sigma eta mu nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota chi omega rho tau nu psi phi omega nu pi epsilon iota delta delta upsilon nu alpha sigma tau nu tau kappa epsilon nu omega nu gamma lambda omega sigma sigma mu omicron nu delta alpha delta tau rho iota delta alpha kappa tau mu iota sigma upsilon tau rho alpha gamma rho phi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Theophanes, Chronographia, page 314. This defect, if it really existed, must have stimulated the ingenuity of the Arabs to invent or borrow. Right arrow curving left. According to a new, though probable, notion, maintained by M. de Villoisen, Anecdota Graeca, Tom. 2, pages 152, 157, our ciphers are not of Indian or Arabic invention. They were used by the Greek and Latin arithmeticians long before the age of Boethius. After the extinction of science in the West, they were adopted by the Arabic versions from the original MSS. And restored to the Latins about the 11th century. 9240 right arrow curving left. In the division of the themes, or provinces described by Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Thematibus, L. I. pp. 9, 10, the obsequium, a Latin appellation of the army and palace, was the 4th in the public order. Nice was the metropolis, and its jurisdiction extended from the Hellespont over the adjacent parts of Bithynia and Phrygia. See the 2 maps prefixed by Delisle to the Imperium Oriental of Banduri. Right arrow curving left. Compare earlier in this chapter. It is singular that Gibbon should thus contradict himself in a few pages. By his own account this was the 2nd time. M. Right arrow curving left. The account of this siege in the Tariq al-Tabari is a very unfavorable specimen of Asiatic history, full of absurd fables. And written with total ignorance of the circumstances of time and place. Price, Volume 1, page 498. M. Right arrow curving left. The Caliph had emptied 2 baskets of eggs and of figs, which he swallowed alternately, and the repast was concluded with marrow and sugar. In one of his pilgrimages to Mecca, Solomon ate, at a single meal, 70 pomegranates, a kid, 6 fowls, and a huge quantity of the grapes of Taif. If the bill of fare be correct, we must admire the appetite rather than the luxury of the sovereign of Asia, Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 126. 9241 right arrow curving left. Major Price's estimate of Omar's character is much more favorable. Among a race of sanguinary tyrants, Omar was just and humane. His virtues as well as his bigotry were active. M. Right arrow curving left. See the article of Omar ben Abdalaziz, in the Bibliothèque Orientale, pages 689, 690, preference, says Elmison, page 91, Religionum suam rebus sui mundanis. He was so desirous of being with God that he would not have anointed his ear, his own saying, to obtain a perfect cure of his last malady. The Caliph had only 1 shirt, and in an age of luxury his annual expense was no more than 2 drams, Abulpharagius, page 131. Haud Dio Gavisus eo Principi Fuit Urbis Muslimus, Abulfida, page 127. Right arrow curving left. Both Nicephorus and Theophanes agree that the siege of Constantinople was raised the 15th of August, AD 718. But as the former, our best witness, affirms that it continued 13 months, the latter must be mistaken in supposing that it began on the same day of the preceding year. I do not find that Pagi has remarked this inconsistency. Right arrow curving left. The Tariq al-Tabari embellishes the retreat of Moslema with some extraordinary and incredible circumstances. Price, page 514. M. Right arrow curving left. In the second siege of Constantinople, I have followed Nicephorus, Breviarium Historicum, pages 33, 36, Theophanes, Chronographia, pages 324, 334, Cedrinus, Historiarum Compendium, pp. 449, 452, Zonaras, Tom. 2, pages 98, 102, Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 88, Abulfida, Annals Moslemici, page 126, and Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, p. 130, the most satisfactory of the Arabs. Right arrow curving left. Our sure and indefatigable guide in the Middle Ages and Byzantine history, Charles du Fresne, Sieur du Cange, has treated in several places of the Greek fire. And his collections leave few gleanings behind. See particularly Glossarium ad scriptores medii et infami Grecitatis, page 1275, sub voce, pyro theta alpha lambda sigma sigma iota omicron nu gamma rho nu. Glossarium medii et infami Latinitatis, ignis Grocus. Observations Sir Villaharduin, pages 305, 306. Observations Sir Joinville, pages 71, 72. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes Styles Rokai iota tau kappa tau omega nu, page 295. Cedrinus, p. 437, brings this artist from the ruins of Heliopolis in Egypt, and chemistry was indeed the peculiar science of the Egyptians. Right arrow curving left. The naphtha, the oleum incendiarium of the history of Jerusalem, Gesta de per Francos, page 1167, the Oriental Fountain of James de Vitry, L. 3c. 84, is introduced on slight evidence and strong probability. Cinemas, L. 6, page 165, calls the Greek fire pyro mueta delta iota kappa nu, and the naphtha is known to abound between the Tigris and the Caspian Sea. According to Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 2109, it was subservient to the revenge of Medea, and in either etymology the lambda alpha iota omicron nu mueta delta alpha or mueta delta epsilon alpha, Procopius, de Bello Gothico, L. 4c. 11, may fairly signify this liquid bitumen. 9242 right arrow curving left. On the different sorts of oils and bitumens, see Dr. Watson's, the present Bishop of Llandaff's, Chemical Essays, Vol. 3 Sai, a classic book, the best adapted to infuse the taste and knowledge of chemistry. The less perfect ideas of the ancients may be found in Strabo, Geographica, L. 16, p. 1078, and Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 2108, 109 Huic, Naphthae, Magna Cognatio est ignium, Transilient Protonus in eam undecunc visum. Of our travelers I am best pleased with Otter, Tom. I, pages 153, 158, right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena has partly drawn aside the curtain. Pi tau pi epsilon kappa eta kappa alpha lambda omega nu tau iota nu tau omicron tau omega nu delta rho omega nu epsilon iota theta alpha lambda nu sigma upsilon nu gamma epsilon tau alpha iota delta kappa rho upsilon omicron nu delta kappa alpha upsilon sigma tau omicron nu. tau omicron mu epsilon tau theta epsilon omicron upsilon tau rho iota beta mu epsilon nu omicron nu mu beta lambda epsilon tau alpha iota epsilon alpha lambda sigma kappa omicron upsilon kappa alpha lambda mu omega nu kappa alpha mu phi upsilon sigma tau alpha iota tau alpha rho tau omicron tau alpha zeta omicron nu tau omicron lambda beta kappa alpha sigma upsilon nu epsilon chi epsilon pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau iota. Alexias, L. 13. Page 383. Elsewhere, L. 11, p. 336, she mentions the property of burning, kappa alpha tau tau pi rho alpha nu kappa alpha epsilon phi kappa tau epsilon rho alpha. Leo, in the 19th chapter of his Tactics, Opera Merciae, Tom. 6, page 843, edit. Lamy, Florentii, 1745, speaks of the new invention of pi rho mu epsilon tau beta rho omicron nu tau kappa alpha pi nu omicron. These are genuine and imperial testimonies. Right arrow curving left. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, c. 13, pages 64, 65, right arrow curving left. Histoire de Saint Louis, page 39, Paris, 1668, page 44, Paris, de l'Imprimerie Royale, 1761. The former of these editions is precious for the observations of Du Cange. The latter for the pure and original text of Joinville. We must have recourse to that text to discover that the Fougue Religieuse was shot with a pile or javelin, from an engine that acted like a sling. Right arrow curving left. The vanity, or envy, of shaking the established property of fame has tempted some moderns to carry gunpowder above the 14th, see Sir William Temple, Louis Dudens, etc. And the Greek fire above the 7th century, see the Sallust du President de Brosses, Tom. 2, page 381. But their evidence, which precedes the vulgar era of the invention, is seldom clear or satisfactory, and subsequent writers may be suspected of fraud or credulity. In the earliest sieges some combustibles of oil and sulfur have been used, and the Greek fire has some affinities with gunpowder both in its nature and effects, for the antiquity of the first. A passage of Procopius, De Bello Gothico, L. For c. 11, for that of the second, some facts in the Arabic history of Spain, A.D. 1249, 1312, 1332, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. 2, pages 6, 8, are the most difficult to elude. Right arrow curving left. That extraordinary man, Friar Bacon, reveals two of the ingredients, saltpetre and sulfur, and conceals the third in a sentence of mysterious gibberish. As if he dreaded the consequences of his own discovery, Biographia Britannica, Vol. I, page 430, new edition, right arrow curving left. For the invasion of France and the defeat of the Arabs by Charles Martel, see the Historia Arabum, c. 11, 14, of Roderick Ximenes, Archbishop of Toledo, who had before him the Christian Chronicle of Isidore Pacensis, and the Mohammedan history of Al-Nuwairi. The Muslims are silent or concise in the account of their losses, but M. Cardon, Tom. I, pp. 129, 131, has given a pure and simple account of all that he could collect from Ibn Halakan, Hijazi, and an anonymous writer. The texts of the Chronicles of France, and Lives of Saints, are inserted in the collection of Bouquet, Tom. 3, and the Annals of Pagi, who, Tom. 3 under the proper years, has restored the chronology, which is anticipated 6 years in the Annals of Baronius. The Dictionary of Bel, Abderrahim, and Menuza, has more merit for lively reflection than original research. Right arrow curving left. Eginhart, Vita Caroli Magni, c. 2, pages 13, 18, edit. Schmink, Utrecht, 1711. Some modern critics accuse the minister of Charlemagne of exaggerating the weakness of the Merovingians. But the general outline is just, and the French reader will forever repeat the beautiful lines of Boileau's Lutrin. Right arrow curving left. Mamaki on the Oise, between Compiègne and Noyon, which Eginhard calls Per parvi redditus villum, see the notes, and the map of ancient France for Dom Bouquet's collection. Compendium, or Compine, was a palace of more dignity, Hadrianius Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, p. 152, and that laughing philosopher, the Abbé Galliani, Dialogue sur le commerce de bleds, may truly affirm that it was the residence of the roistres crétins and tres chevalis. Right arrow curving left. Even before that colony, AUC 630, Velius Paterculus I-15, in the time of Polybius, Historiae, L. 3, page 265, edit. Jacobus Gronovius, Narbonne was a Celtic town of the first eminence, and one of the most northern places of the known world, D'Anville, Notice de l'Ancien Gaul, page 473. Right arrow curving left. With regard to the sanctuary of Saint Martin of Tours, Roderick Zimonich accuses the Saracens of the deed. Turoni civitatem, ecclesiam et palatia vastation et incendio simili deruit et consumpsit. The continuator of Fredegarius imputes to them no more than the intention. Ad domum beatissimi Martini ever tendem destinant. At Carolus, etc. The French annalist was more jealous of the honor of the saint. Right arrow curving left. Yet I sincerely doubt whether the Oxford Mosque would have produced a volume of controversy so elegant and ingenious as the sermons lately preached by Mr. White, the Arabic professor, at Mr. Bampton's lecture. His observations on the character and religion of Muhammad are always adapted to his argument, and generally founded in truth and reason. He sustains the part of a lively and eloquent advocate, and sometimes rises to the merit of an historian and philosopher. Right arrow curving left. Gens Austriae membrorum preeminentia valida, et gens Germana cord et corpori prestantissima, quasi in ictu oculi, manu feria, et pector arduo, Arabes extinxerent, Roderisi tolatani, c. 14, right arrow curving left. These numbers are stated by Paul Warnfrid, the deacon of Aquileia, De Gestis Langobardorum, L. 6, page 921, edit. Grotius, and Anastasius, the librarian of the Roman Church, in Vita Gregorii II, who tells a miraculous story of 3 consecrated sponges, which rendered invulnerable the French soldiers among whom they had been shared. It should seem that in his letters to the Pope Eudes usurped the honor of the victory, for which he is chastised by the French annalists, who, with equal falsehood, accuse him of inviting the Saracens. Right arrow curving left. This is not quite accurate. Maurontius, the Duke of Marseilles, preferred the alliance of the misbelievers to that of the Frank warrior, and handed over Arles, Avignon, and other towns to the lords of Narbonne, who also obtained possession of Lyons and Valence. They were smitten back to Narbonne by Charles the Hammer in AD 737, and yet again in 739. C.P. Weil, Op. Cit., page 647. Akba was at this time governor of Spain. For the expedition of Charles in 737, see Continuations Fredegarius 109. B. Right arrow curving left. Narbonne and the rest of Septimania was recovered by Pepin, the son of Charles Martel, AD 755, page I, Critica Baronii, tom. 3, page 300. 37 years afterwards, it was pillaged by a sudden inroad of the Arabs, who employed the captives in the construction of the Mosque of Cordova, de Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, page 354. Right arrow curving left. This pastoral letter, addressed to Louis the Germanic, the grandson of Charlemagne, and most probably composed by the pen of the artful Hincmar, is dated in the year 858. And signed by the bishops of the provinces of Reims and Rouen, Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 741. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. X, pages 514, 516. Yet Baronius himself, and the French critics, reject with contempt this episcopal fiction. Right arrow curving left. The steed and the saddle which had carried any of his wives were instantly killed or burnt, lest they should afterwards be mounted by a male. 1,200 mules or camels were required for his kitchen furniture, and the daily consumption amounted to 3,000 cakes, 100 sheep, besides oxen, poultry, etc. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 140, right arrow curving left. He is called Abdullah or Abul Abbas in the Tariq al-Tabari. Price Volume 1, page 600. Safa or Safa, the Sanguinary, was a name which be acquired after his bloody reign, Volume 2, page 1, right arrow curving left. Al-Himar. He had been governor of Mesopotamia, and the Arabic proverb praises the courage of that warlike breed of asses who never fly from an enemy. The surname of Mervan may justify the comparison of Homer, Iliad 11:557, etc. And both will silence the moderns, who consider the ass as a stupid and ignoble emblem. D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 558. Right arrow curving left. For several places, all in Egypt, bore the name of Bizur, or Busiris, so famous in Greek fable. The first, where Mervan was slain, was to the west of the Nile, in the province of Fayum, or Arsino, the second in the delta, in the Sebennytic nome, the third, near the pyramids. The fourth, which was destroyed by Diocletian, see here in chapter 13, in the Thebais. I shall here transcribe a note of the learned and orthodox Michaelis, videnter in pluribus Egypti superioris urbibus Biziri Coptoque arma sumpsis Christiani. Libertatemque de religioni sentiendi defendus, sed succubus quo in bello coptus eti busaris deruta, ed circa esnam magna strage sedita. Bellum narrant sed causam belli ignorant scriptores Byzantini, alioqui coptum eti bizarim non rebellis dicturi, sed causam Christianorum suscepturi, note 211, page 100. For the geography of the four Bizurs, see Abulfida, Descriptio Egypti, page 9, ver. Michaelis, Göttingi, 1776, in quarto, Michaelis, notes 122, 127, pp. 58, 63, and D'Anville, Memoirs sur l'Égypte, pages 85, 147, 205, right arrow curving left. See Abulfida, Annals Moslemici, pages 136, 145, Eutychius, Annals, tom. 2, page 392, ver. Pocock, Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pages 109, 121, Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pages 134, 140, Roderick of Toledo, Historia Arabum, c. 18, p. 33, Theophanes, Chronographia, pp. 356, 357, who speaks of the Abbasides under the names of Chi Omega Rho Alpha Sigma Alpha Nu Tau Alpha Iota and Mu Alpha Upsilon Rho Omicron Phi Rho Omicron Iota, and the Bibliothèque Orientale of D. Herbelat, in the articles, Umayyads, Abbasides, Morvan, Ibrahim. Safa, Abu Muslim. Right arrow curving left. For the Revolution of Spain, consult Roderick of Toledo, c. 18, page 34, etc., the Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. 2, pp. 30, 198, and Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne, tom. I, pages 180, 197, 205, 272, 323, etc., right arrow curving left. I shall not stop to refute the strange errors and fancies of Sir William Temple, his works, Volume 3, pages 371, 374, octavo edition, and Voltaire, Histoire Générale, c. 18 tom. 2, pp. 124, 125, Edition de Lausanne, concerning the division of the Saracen Empire. The mistakes of Voltaire proceeded from the want of knowledge or reflection. But Sir William was deceived by a Spanish impostor, who has framed an apocryphal history of the conquest of Spain by the Arabs. Right arrow curving left. The geographer D'Anville, L'Euphrate et le Tigre, pp. 121, 123, and the Orientalist D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, pages 167, 168, may suffice for the knowledge of Baghdad. Our Travelers, Pietro della Valle, Tom. I. pp. 688, 698, Tavernier, Tom. I. Pages 230, 238, Thevenot, Part 2, pages 209, 212, Otter, Tom. I. Pages 162, 168, and Niebuhr, Voyage en Arabie, Tom. 2, pages 239, 271, have seen only its decay. And the Nubian Geographer, page 204, and the Traveling Jew, Benjamin of Tudela, Itinerarium, pp. 112, 123, A Constantini l'Empereur, apud Elzeviriana, 1633, are the only writers of my acquaintance who have known Baghdad under the reign of the Abbasides. Right arrow curving left. The foundations of Baghdad were laid AH 145, AD 762. Mostasem, the last of the Abbasides, was taken and put to death by the Tartars, AH 656, AD 1258, the 20th of February. Right arrow curving left. Medinat al-Salem, Dar al-Salem. Urbs Paces, or, as it is more neatly compounded by the Byzantine writers, Epsilon Rhoed Omega Pi Omicron Lambda Iota, Ironopolis. There is some dispute concerning the etymology of Baghdad, but the first syllable is allowed to signify a garden in the Persian tongue. The Garden of Dad, a Christian hermit, whose cell had been the only habitation on the spot. Right arrow curving left. Reliquit in erario sexandis millis mil staters, id quater et vicis millis mil orios. Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 126. I have reckoned the gold pieces at 8 shillings, and the proportion to the silver as 12 to 1. But I will never answer for the numbers of Erpenius. And the Latins are scarcely above the savages in the language of arithmetic. Right arrow curving left. Derbalot, page 530. Abulfeda, page 154. Nivum mecum apportavit, rem ibiaut nunquam aut rarissime visum. Right arrow curving left. Abulfeda, pages 184, 189, describes the splendor and liberality of Al-Mamun. Milton has alluded to this oriental custom. Or where the gorgeous East, with richest hand, showers on her kings barbaric pearls and gold. I have used the modern word lottery to express the Massilia of the Roman emperors, which entitled to some prize the person who caught them, as they were thrown among the crowd. Right arrow curving left. When Bell of Antimony, Travels from St. Petersburg, Volume 1, p. 99, accompanied the Russian ambassador to the audience of the unfortunate Shah Hussein of Persia, 2 lions were introduced, to denote the power of the king over the fiercest animals. Right arrow curving left. Abulfeda, page 237, D. Herbalot, page 590. This embassy was received at Baghdad AH 305, AD 917. In the passage of Abulfeda, I have used, with some variations, the English translation of the learned and amiable Mr. James Harris of Salisbury, Philological Inquiries in 3 parts, pages 363, 364. Right arrow curving left. Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne, Tom. I. Pages 330, 336. A just idea of the taste and architecture of the Arabians of Spain may be conceived from the description in plates of the Alhambra of Granada, Swinburne's Travels Through Spain, pages 171, 188. Right arrow curving left. Cardon, Tom. I. Pages 329, 330. This confession, the complaints of Solomon of the vanity of this world, read Prior's verbose but eloquent poem, and the happy 10 days of the Emperor Segd, Rambler, No. 204, 205, will be triumphantly quoted by the detractors of human life. Their expectations are commonly immoderate, their estimates are seldom impartial. If I may speak of myself, the only person of whom I can speak with certainty, my happy hours have far exceeded, and far exceed, the the scanty numbers of the Caliph of Spain. And I shall not scruple to add that many of them are due to the pleasing labor of the present composition. Right arrow curving left. The Gulistan, p. 239, relates the conversation of Muhammad and a physician, Epistola Renaudat in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. I, page 814. The Prophet himself was skilled in the art of medicine. And Gagnier, La Vie de Mahomet, tom. 3, pp. 394, 405, has given an extract of the aphorisms which are extant under his name. Right arrow curving left. See their curious architecture in Réaumur, Memoirs pour servir à l'histoire de insectes, tom. V. Memoir 8. These hexagons are closed by a pyramid. The angles of the three sides of a similar pyramid, such as would accomplish the given end with the smallest quantity possible of materials, were determined by a mathematician. At 109 degrees 26 minutes for the larger, 70 degrees 34 minutes for the smaller. The actual measure is 109 degrees 28 minutes, 70 degrees 32 minutes. Yet this perfect harmony raises the work at the expense of the artist. The bees are not masters of transcendent geometry. Right arrow curving left. Saad ibn Ahmed, Qadi of Toledo, who died AH 462, AD 1069, has furnished a Bulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, p. 160, with this curious passage as well as with the text of Pocock's Specimen Historiae Arabum. A number of literary anecdotes of philosophers, physicians, etc., who have flourished under each caliph, form the principal merit of the dynasties of Abulpharagius. Right arrow curving left. These literary anecdotes are borrowed from the Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. 2, pp. 38, 71, 201, 202, Leo Africanus, de Medicis et Philosophus Arabibus, in Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 13, pages 259, 293, particularly p. 274, and Renaudat, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pages 274, 275, 536, 537, besides the chronological remarks of Abulpharagius. Right arrow curving left. The Arabic catalogue of the Escurial will give a just idea of the proportion of the classes. In the Library of Cairo, the MSS. of Astronomy and Medicine amounted to 6,500, with two fair globes, the one of brass, the other of silver, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. I, page 417. Right arrow curving left. As, for instance, the 5th, 6th, and 7th books, the 8th is still wanting, of the conic sections of Apollonius Pergius, which were printed from the Florence, Mississippi. 1661, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 2, page 559. Yet the 5th book had been previously restored by the mathematical divination of Viviani, see his Éloge in Fontenelle, tom. V, page 59, etc. Right arrow curving left. The merit of these Arabic versions is freely discussed by Renaudat, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. I, pp. 812, 816, and piously defended by Cassiri, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. I, pages 238, 240. Most of the versions of Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, Galen, etc., are ascribed to Hanine, a physician of the Nestorian sect, who flourished at Baghdad in the court of the caliphs, and died AD 876. He was at the head of a school or manufacture of translations, and the works of his sons and disciples were published under his name. See Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pp. 88, 115, 171, 174, and Apud Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, tom. 2, page 438, D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 456, Assamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, Tom. 3, p. 164, and Cassirai, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. I, page 238, etc., 251, 286, 290, 302, 304, etc. Right arrow curving left. See Mosheim, Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae, pp. 181, 214, 236, 257, 315, 388, 396, 438, etc. Right arrow curving left. The most elegant commentary on the categories or predicaments of Aristotle may be found in the Philosophical Arrangements of Mr. James Harris, London, 1775, in octavo, who labored to revive the studies of Grecian literature and philosophy. Right arrow curving left. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pages 81, 222. Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. I, pages 370, 371. In quem, says the primate of the Jacobites, si emissarit se lector, oceanum hoc ingenieur, algebrae, inveniat. The time of Diophantus of Alexandria is unknown, but his 6 books are still extant, and have been illustrated by the Greek Planudes and the Frenchman Maziriac, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 4, pages 12, 15. Right arrow curving left. Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, pages 210, 211, ver. Reisk describes this operation according to Ibn Chalakhan and the best historians. This degree most accurately contains 200,000 royal or Hashemite cubits, which Arabia had derived from the sacred and legal practice both of Palestine and Egypt. This ancient cubit is repeated 400 times in each basis of the Great Pyramid, and seems to indicate the primitive and universal measures of the East. See the Metrology of the laborious M. Paucton, pages 101, 195. Right arrow curving left. See the Astronomical Tables of Ulugh Beg, with the preface of Dr. Hyde, in the first volume of his Syntagma Dissertationum, Oxonii, 1767. Right arrow curving left. The truth of astrology was allowed by Albumazer, and the best of the Arabian astronomers, who drew their most certain predictions, not from Venus and Mercury, but from Jupiter and the Sun. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pp. 161, 163. For the state and science of the Persian astronomers, see Chardin, Voyages en Perse, Tom. 3, pages 162, 203. Right arrow curving left. Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. I, page 438. The original relates a pleasant tale of an ignorant but harmless practitioner. Right arrow curving left. In the year 956, Sancho the Fat, king of Leon, was cured by the physicians of Cordova, Mariana, L. 8c. 7, Tom. I, page 318. Right arrow curving left. The school of Salerno, and the introduction of the Arabian sciences into Italy, are discussed with learning and judgment by Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii, Tom. 3, pp. 932, 940, and Giannoni, Storia Civil del Regno di Napoli, Tom. 2, pages 119, 127. Right arrow curving left. See a good view of the progress of anatomy in Wotton, Reflections on Ancient and Modern Learning, pp. 208, 256. His reputation has been unworthily depreciated by the wits in the controversy of Boyle and Bentley. Right arrow curving left. Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, Tom. I, page 275. Al-Baithar, of Malaga, their greatest botanist, had traveled into Africa, Persia, and India. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Watson, Elements of Chemistry, Volume 1, page 17, etc. Allows the original merit of the Arabians. Yet he quotes the modest confession of the famous Geber of the 9th century, Dherbelat, p. 387, that he had drawn most of his science, perhaps the transmutation of metals, from the ancient sages. Whatever might be the origin or extent of their knowledge. The arts of chemistry and alchemy appear to have been known in Egypt at least 300 years before Muhammad. Watton's Reflections on Ancient and Modern Learning, pp. 121, 133, Pau, Recherches philosophiques sur les Egyptiens et les Chinois, tom. I, pages 376, 429.9243 right arrow curving left. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pp. 26, 148, mentions a Syriac version of Homer's two poems, by Theophilus, a Christian Maronite of Mount Libanus, who professed astronomy at Roa or Edessa towards the end of the 8th century. His work would be a literary curiosity. I have read somewhere, but I do not believe, that Plutarch's Lives were translated into Turkish for the use of Muhammad II. Right arrow curving left. I have perused with much pleasure Sir William Jones's Latin Commentary on Asiatic Poetry, London, 1774, in octavo, which was composed in the youth of that wonderful linguist. At present, in the maturity of his taste and judgment, he would perhaps abate of the fervent and even partial praise which he has bestowed on the Orientals. Right arrow curving left. Among the Arabian philosophers, Averroes has been accused of despising the religions of the Jews, the Christians, and the Mohammedans. See his article in Bell's Dictionnaire historique et critique. Each of these sects would agree that in 2 instances out of 3, his contempt was reasonable. Right arrow curving left. Dherbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 546. Right arrow curving left. Theta epsilon phi iota lambda omicron tau omicron pi omicron nu kappa rho nu alpha epsilon tau nu tau omega nu gamma nu sigma iota nu delta nu tau omega mu alpha nu gamma nu omicron theta alpha upsilon mu zeta epsilon tau alpha iota kappa delta omicron tau omicron nu pi omicron iota sigma epsilon iota tau omicron theta nu epsilon sigma iota, etc. Cedrenus, p. 548, who relates how manfully the emperor refused a mathematician to the instances and offers of the Caliph al-Mamun. This absurd scruple is expressed almost in the same words by the continuator of Theophanes, Historiae Byzantini Scriptores post Theophanem, page 118. Right arrow curving left. See the reign and character of Harun al-Rashid, in the Bibliothèque Orientale, pages 431, 433, under his proper title, and in the relative articles to which M. Dherbelat refers. That learned collector has shown much taste in stripping the Oriental chronicles of their instructive and amusing anecdotes. Right arrow curving left. There seem to be grounds for believing that Harun's cruelty towards the Barmecides was connected with his incestuous passion for his sister Abassa. Harun's fondness for Jafar, one of the Barmecide family, was so extravagant that he was unhappy out of his company. And, in order to reconcile his presence in the harem with Eastern notions of decorum, he made him contract a formal marriage with Abassa. But under strict injunctions that he was not to exercise the rights of a husband. A mutual passion, however, caused the wedded pair to overstep these commands. A child was the fruit and witness of their stolen interviews. And Harun learned from a slave that he was deceived and disobeyed. After satisfying himself of the truth of this report by the likeness which the child bore to its father, Harun resolved on the destruction of the whole family of the Barmecides. They were treacherously seized and murdered, Jafar was beheaded, and parts of his mutilated body were fixed to the gates and on the bridge of Baghdad. While, Volume 2, p. 133-139. S. Right arrow curving left. For the situation of Raqqa, the Old Nicephorium, consult D'Anville, L'Euphrate et le Tigre, pages 24, 27. The Arabian Nights represent Harun al-Rashid as almost stationary in Baghdad. He respected the royal seat of the Abbasides, but the vices of the inhabitants had driven him from the city. Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 167.9244 right arrow curving left. M. de Tournefort, in his coasting voyage from Constantinople to Trebizond, passed a night at Heraclea or Aragri. His eye surveyed the present state, his reading collected the antiquities of the city, Voyage du Levant, tom. 3 Lettre 16, pages 23-35. We have a separate history of Heraclea in the fragments of Memnon, which are preserved by Photius. Right arrow curving left. The wars of Harun al-Rashid against the Roman Empire are related by Theophanes, pp. 384, 385, 391, 396, 407, 408, Zonaras, tom. 2l. 15, pages 115, 124, Cedrinus, pages 477, 478, Eutychius, Annals, tom. 2, page 407, Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pp. 136, 151, 152, Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pages 147, 151, and Abulfeda, pages 156, 166, 168. Right arrow curving left. The authors from whom I have learned the most of the ancient and modern state of Crete are Bellon, Observations, etc., c. 3, 20, Paris, 1555, Tournefort, Voyage du Levant, tom. I Lettre 283, and Mercius, Creta, in his works, tom. 3, pages 343, 544. Although Crete is styled by Homer pi epsilon iota rho alpha, by Dionysius lambda iota pi alpha rho tau epsilon kappa alpha epsilon beta omicron tau omicron, I cannot conceive that mountainous island to surpass, or even to equal, in fertility the greater part of Spain. Right arrow curving left. The most authentic and circumstantial intelligence is obtained from the 4 books of the continuation of Theophanes, compiled by the pen or the command of Constantine Porphyrogenitus. With the life of his father Basil the Macedonian, Historiae Byzantini Scriptores post Theophanem, pp. 1, 162, A Francisci Combiphysii, Paris, 1685. The loss of Crete and Sicily is related, L. 2, pages 46, 52. To these we may add the secondary evidence of Joseph Genesius, L. 2, p. 21, Venedius, 1733, George Cedrinus, Historiarum Compendium, pages 506, 508, and John Siletz's Cura Pallida, apud Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 827, number 24, etc. But the modern Greeks are such notorious plagiaries that I should only quote a plurality of names. Right arrow curving left. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pp. 251, 256, 268, 270, had described the ravages of the Andalusian Arabs in Egypt, but has forgot to connect them with the conquest of Crete. Right arrow curving left. Delta eta lambda omicron, says the continuator of Theophanes, L. 2, page 51, delta tau alpha sigma phi sigma tau alpha kappa pi lambda alpha tau iota kappa tau epsilon rho omicron nu tau epsilon gamma rho alpha phi epsilon sigma alpha theta epsilon omicron gamma nu sigma tau kappa alpha epsilon chi epsilon rho alpha lambda theta omicron sigma alpha mu nu. This history of the loss of Sicily is no longer extant. Muratori, Annali d'Italia, tom. 7, pp. 719, 721, etc., has added some circumstances from the Italian chronicles. Right arrow curving left. The splendid and interesting tragedy of Tancred would adapt itself much better to this epoch than to the date, AD 1005, which Voltaire himself has chosen. But I must gently reproach the poet for infusing into the Greek subjects the spirit of modern knights and ancient republicans. Right arrow curving left. The narrative or lamentation of Theodosius is transcribed and illustrated by Pagi, Critica Baronii, tom. 3, page 719, etc. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, in Vita Basilii, c. 69, 70, pages 190, 192, mentions the loss of Syracuse and the triumph of the demons. Right arrow curving left. The extracts from the Arabic histories of Sicily are given in Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, pages 271, 273, and in the first volume of Muratori's Rerum Italicarum Scriptores. M. De Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, pages 363, 364, has added some important facts. Right arrow curving left. One of the most eminent Romans, Gratianus, Magister Militum et Romani Palatii Superista, was accused of declaring, Quia Franci nihil nobis boni faciant, nec adjutorium praebant. Sed magis quae nostra sunt violenter talent. Quer non advocamus Grecos, edi cum eis foedis paces components, francorum regem et gentem de nostro regno et domination expellimus? Anastasius in Leon 4, page 199. Right arrow curving left. Voltaire, Essai sur l'histoire générale, tom. 2c. 38, page 124, appears to be remarkably struck with the character of Pope Leo IV. I have borrowed his general expression, but the sight of the Forum has furnished me with a more distinct and lively image. Right arrow curving left. De Guynes, Histoire générale de Huns, tom. I, pages 363, 364. Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne sous la domination d'Arabes, tom. 2, pages 24, 25. I observe, and cannot reconcile, the difference of these writers in the succession of the Aglabites. Right arrow curving left. Beretti, De Italia Medii Evi Dissertatio Choreographica, pp. 106, 108, has illustrated Centumceli, Leopolis, Civitas Leonina, and the other places of the Roman Duchy. Right arrow curving left. The Arabs and the Greeks are alike silent concerning the invasion of Rome by the Africans. The Latin chronicles do not afford much instruction, see the Annals of Baronius and Pagi. Our authentic and contemporary guide for the popes of the 9th century is Anastasius, librarian of the Roman Church. His Life of Leo IV contains 24 pages, pages 175, 199, edit. Paris. And if a great part consist of superstitious trifles, we must blame or commend his hero, who was much oftener in a church than in a camp. Right arrow curving left. The same number was applied to the following circumstance in the life of Motassem. He was the 8th of the Abbasides, he reigned 8 years, 8 months, and 8 days. Left 8 sons, 8 daughters, 8,000 slaves, 8 millions of gold. Right arrow curving left. Amorium is seldom mentioned by the old geographers, and totally forgotten in the Roman itineraries. After the 6th century it became an episcopal see, and at length the metropolis of the New Galatia, Carolo Sancto Paulo, Geographia Sacra, page 234. The city rose again from its ruins, if we should read Amuria, not Anguria, in the text of the Nubian geographer, page 236. Right arrow curving left. In the east he was styled Delta Upsilon Sigma Tau Upsilon Chi, Theophanes Continuatus, L. 3, page 84. But such was the ignorance of the West that his ambassadors, in public discourse, might boldly narrate, de victorious. Quas adversus exteras belando gentes coelitus fuerat assecutus, Annals Bertiniani, apud pagi, tom. 3, page 720. Right arrow curving left. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pp. 167, 168, relates one of these singular transactions on the bridge of the river Lamus in Cilicia, the limit of the two empires, and 1 day's journey westward of Tarsus, D'Anville. Geographie Ancienne, tom. 2, page 91. 4,460 Muslims, 800 women and children, 100 Confederates, were exchanged for an equal number of Greeks. They passed each other in the middle of the bridge, and when they reached their respective friends, they shouted Allah Akbar, and Kyrie Eleison. Many of the prisoners of Amorium were probably among them, but in the same year, AH 231, the most illustrious of them, the 42 martyrs, were beheaded by the caliph's order. Right arrow curving left. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, in Vita Basilii, c. 61, page 186. These Saracens were indeed treated with peculiar severity as pirates and renegados. Right arrow curving left. For Theophilus, Motassem, and the Amorian War, see the continuator of Theophanes, L. 3, pages 77, 84, Genesius, L. 3, pages 24, 34, Cedrinus, pp. 528, 532, Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 180, Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pages 165, 166, Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 191, D. Herbelat, Bibliothek Oriental, pp. 639, 640. Right arrow curving left. M. De Gines, who sometimes leaps, and sometimes stumbles, in the gulf between Chinese and Mohammedan story, thinks he can see that these Turks are the Hoiku, alias the Kauchi, or high wagons. That they were divided into 15 hordes, from China and Siberia to the dominions of the Caliphs and Samanides, etc., Histoire de Huns, tom. 3, pages 1, 33, 124, 131. Right arrow curving left. He changed the old name of Sumera, or Samara, into the fanciful title of Sermenrai, that which gives pleasure at first sight, D. Herbelat, Bibliothek Oriental, page 808. D. Anvil, L'Euphrate et le Tigre, pages 97, 98. Right arrow curving left. Take a specimen, the death of the Caliph Motaz, corruptum pedibus pertrahunt, id sudibus probe permulcant, id spoliatum laceris vestibus in sol collocant. Pre cujus acerimo estu pedes alternos atalabat et dimitabat. Ad stantium aliquis misero calaphos continuo ingerabat, quos il objectus manibus avertir studbat. Quo facto traditus tordori fiut, totoque triduo sibo potuc prohibitus. Suffocatus, etc. Abulfeda, page 206. Of the Caliph Motadi, he says, Services ipsi perpetuus ictibus contundibant, testiculosque pedibus conculcabant, page 208. Right arrow curving left. See under the reigns of Motassem, Motawakil, Montasser, Mostein, Motaz, Motadi, and Motammed, in the Bibliothek Oriental of D. Herbelat, and the now familiar Annals of Elmason. Abulpharagius, and Abulfeda. Right arrow curving left. For the sect of the Carmathians, consult Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pages 219, 224, 229, 231, 238, 241, 243, Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pp. 179, 182, Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, pages 218, 219, etc., 245, 265, 274, and D. Herbelat, Bibliothek Oriental, pages 256, 258, 635. I find some inconsistencies of theology and chronology, which it would not be easy nor of much importance to reconcile. 9245 Right arrow curving left. Hyde, Syntagma Dissertationum, tom. 2, p. 57, in Historia Shahiludii. Right arrow curving left. The dynasties of the Arabian Empire may be studied in the Annals of Elmason, Abulpharagius, and Abulfeda, under the proper years, in the Dictionary of D. Herbelat, under the proper names. The tables of M. de Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 1, exhibit a general chronology of the East, interspersed with some historical anecdotes. But his attachment to national blood has sometimes confounded the order of time and place. Right arrow curving left. The Aglabites and Edrisites are the professed subject of M. de Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne sous la domination des Arabes, tom. 2, pages 1, 63. Right arrow curving left. To escape the reproach of error, I must criticize the inaccuracies of M. de Guines, tom. I, page 359, concerning the Edrisites. The dynasty and city of Fez could not be founded in the year of the Hijra 173, since the founder was a posthumous child of a descendant of Ali, who fled from Mecca in the year 168. This founder, Edris, the son of Edris, instead of living to the improbable age of 120 years, AH 313, died AH 214, in the prime of manhood. The dynasty ended AH 307, 23 years sooner than it is fixed by the historian of the Huns. See the Accurate Annals of Abulfeda, pages 158, 159, 185, 238. Right arrow curving left. The dynasties of the Tahirites and Sophorides, with the rise of that of the Samanides, are described in the original history and Latin version of Merchant. Yet the most interesting facts had already been drained by the diligence of M. de Herbelot. Right arrow curving left. M. de Guines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 3, pp. 124, 154, has exhausted the Tulunides and Ikshidites of Egypt, and thrown some light on the Carmathians and Hamadanites. Right arrow curving left. Hic est ultimus Halifa ca multum at Csepius pro conscion pereret. Fuit etium ultimus ca odium cum eruditus edifastis hominibus folere hilaritur agira solret. Ultimus tandem califerum cui sumptus, stipendia, reditus, edi thesauri, culini, ceterac omnis olica pompa priorum califerum ad instar comparata furent. Videbimus enim polo post quam indignus et servilibius ludibrius exagitati. Quam ad humilum fortunam altimum contemptum abjecti furent hae quandam potentissimi totius terrorum orientalium orbis domini. Abulfeda, Annals Moslemici, page 261. I have given this passage as the manner and tone of Abulfeda, but the cast of Latin eloquence belongs more properly to Reisk. The Arabian Historian, pp. 255, 257, 261, 269, 283, etc., has supplied me with the most interesting facts of this paragraph. Right arrow curving left. Their master, on a similar occasion, showed himself of a more indulgent and tolerating spirit. Ahmed ibn Hanbal, the head of one of the four orthodox sects, was born at Baghdad AH 164, and died there AH 241. He fought and suffered in the dispute concerning the creation of the Quran. Right arrow curving left. The office of vizier was superseded by the Emir al-Amra, Imperator Imperatorum, a title first instituted by Radi, and which merged at length in the Boides and Seljukides. Vectigalibus, eti tributus, eti curius per omnes regiones prefecit, jusitque in omnibus suggestis nominis aegis in conscionibus mentionem fieri, Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, p. 199, it is likewise mentioned by Elmason, pages 254, 255. Right arrow curving left. Liutprand, whose choleric temper was embittered by his uneasy situation, suggests the names of reproach and contempt more applicable to Nicephorus than the vain titles of the Greeks, Ecce venit stella matutina, surgit eus, reverberat obtutus solis radios. Paulida Saracenorum mors, Nicephorus mudelto omega nu. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding the insinuation of Zonaras, kappa alpha epsilon mu, etc., tom. 2l, 16, p. 197, it is an undoubted fact that Crete was completely and finally subdued by Nicephorus Phocas, page I, Critica Baronii, tom. 3, pages 873, 875, Mercius, Creta, L. 3 c. 7, tom. 3, pp. 464, 465. Right arrow curving left. The Acroses of Theodorus, De Expugnation Creti, miserable iambics, relate the whole campaign. Whoever would fairly estimate the merit of the poetic deacon may read the description of the slinging a jackass into the famishing city. The poet is in a transport at the wit of the general, and revels in the luxury of antithesis. Theodoria Croces, lib 3 172, in Niebuhr's Corpus Scriptorum Historiae Byzantini. M. Right arrow curving left. A Greek life of Saint Nikon the Armenian was found in the Sforza library, and translated into Latin by the Jesuit Sermon for the use of Cardinal Baronius. This contemporary legend casts a ray of light on Crete and Peloponnesus in the 10th century. He found the newly recovered island, Fotis detestandi agoranorum superstitionis vestigius ad hoc plenum ac refertam, but the victorious missionary, perhaps with some carnal aid, ad baptismum omnes variec fidei disciplinam pepulat. Ecclesias per totum insulum edificatus, etc., Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 961. Right arrow curving left. Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pages 278, 279. Liutprand was disposed to depreciate the Greek power, yet he owns that Nicephorus led against Assyria an army of 80,000 men. Right arrow curving left. Decenta fir milia hominum numerabat urbs, Abulfida, Annals Moslemici, p. 231, of Mopsuestia, or Masifa, Mampsista, Mansista, Mamista, as it is corruptly, or perhaps more correctly, styled in the Middle Ages, Wesseling, Itineraria, page 580. Yet I cannot credit this extreme populousness a few years after the testimony of the Emperor Leo, Omicron Gamma Rho Pi Omicron Lambda Upsilon Pi Lambda Eta Theta Alpha Sigma Tau Rho Alpha Tau Omicron Kappa Lambda Iota Xi Iota Beta Alpha Rho Beta Rho Omicron Iota Sigma Tau Nu, Tactica, c. 18 in Merciae, Opera, Tom. 6, page 817. Right arrow curving left. The text of Leo the Deacon, in the corrupt names of Amata and Mictarsum, reveals the cities of Amata and Martyropolis, Myopherkin, see Abulfida, Geographia, page 245, ver. Reisk. Of the former, Leo observes, Urbs munita et illustris, of the latter, Clara at conspicua opibusque et pecore, reliquis aegis provincius urbibus at gopitus lunge prestans. Right arrow curving left. Ut et ecbatana perjurat agoranorum regiam everterit, iant enim urbium quae usquam sunt ac toto orb existent felicissimum esse oroque ditissimam, Leo Diaconus apud pagi, Tom. 4, p. 34. This splendid description suits only with Baghdad, and cannot possibly apply either to Hamadan, the true Ecbatana, d'Anville, Geographie ancienne, Tom. 2, p. 237, or Taurus, which has been commonly mistaken for that city. The name of Ecbatana, in the same indefinite sense, is transferred by a more classic authority, Cicero, Pro Leg Manilia, c. 4, to the royal seat of Mithridates, king of Pontus. Right arrow curving left. See the Annals of Elmason, Abulpharagius, and Abulfida, from AH 351 to AH 361. And the reigns of Nicephorus Phocas and John Zymuses, in the Chronicles of Zonaras, Tom. 2L, 16, page 199, L, 17 215, and Cedrinus, Historiarum Compendium, pages 649, 684. Their manifold defects are partly supplied by the MS History of Leo the Deacon, which Pagi obtained from the Benedictines, and has inserted almost entire in a Latin version, Critica Baroniae, Tom. 3, page 873, Tom. 4, page 37, point 9246 right arrow curving left. The epithet of pi omicron rho phi upsilon rho omicron gamma nu nu eta tau omicron, porphyrogenitus, born in the purple, is elegantly defined by Claudian. Ardua privados nescit fortuna penades. Edi regnum cum lus dedit. Cognata potestas. Excepit Tyrio venerabile pignus in ostro. And Du Cange, in his Greek and Latin glossaries, produces many passages expressive of the same idea. Right arrow curving left. A splendid MS. Of Constantine, De Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, wandered from Constantinople to Buda, Frankfurt, and Leipzig, where it was published in a splendid edition by Leitch and Reisk, AD 1751, in folio. With such lavish praise as editors never fail to bestow on the worthy or worthless object of their toil. Right arrow curving left. C. In the first volume of Banduri's Imperium Orientale, Constantinus, de Thematibus, pages 1, 24, de Administrando Imperio, pages 45, 127, edit. Venetius. The text of the old edition of Mercius is corrected from a MS of the Royal Library of Paris, which Isaac Casaubon had formerly seen, Epistola ad Polybius, p. 10, and the sense is illustrated by two maps of William de Lisle, the prince of geographers till the appearance of the greater d'Anville. Right arrow curving left. The tactics of Leo and Constantine are published with the aid of some new misses in the great edition of the works of Mercius, by the learned John Lamy, Tom. 6, pp. 531, 920, 1211, 1417, Florentii 1745, yet the text is still corrupt and mutilated, the version is still obscure and faulty. The Imperial Library of Vienna would afford some valuable materials to a new editor, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 6, pages 369, 370. Right arrow curving left. On the subject of the basilics, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 12, pages 425, 514, and Haenexius, Historia Juris Romani, pp. 396, 399, and Giannoni, Historia Civil del Regno di Napoli, Tom. I, pages 450, 458, as historical civilians, may be usefully consulted. 41 books of this Greek code have been published, with a Latin version, by Charles Annibal Fabratus, Paris, 1647, in 7 tomes in folio. 4 other books have been since discovered, and are inserted in Gerard Meerman's Novus Thesaurus Juris Civilis et Canonici, Tom. V. Of the whole work, the 60 books, John Leunclavius has printed, Basel, 1575, an eclogue or synopsis. The 113 novels, or new laws, of Leo, may be found in the Corpus Juris Civilis. 9247 right arrow curving left. I have used the last and best edition of the Geoponics, by Nicholas Niklas, Leipzig, 1781, 2 volumes in octavo. I read in the preface that the same emperor restored the long-forgotten systems of rhetoric and philosophy. And his 2 books of Hippiatrica, or horse physic, were published at Paris, 1530, in folio, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. 6, pages 493, 500. Right arrow curving left. Of these 53 books, or titles, only 2 have been preserved and printed, De Legationibus, by Fulvius Ursinus, Antwerp, 1582, and Daniel Hoachelius, Augusti Vindelicorum. 1603, and De Virtutibus et Vidius, by Henry Valesius, or de Valois, Paris, 1634. Right arrow curving left. The life and writings of Simon Metaphrastes are described by Hencius, De Byzantinarum Rerum Scriptoribus Graecis, pages 418, 460. This biographer of the saints indulged himself in a loose paraphrase of the sense or nonsense of more ancient acts. His Greek rhetoric is again paraphrased in the Latin version of Surius, and scarcely a thread can be now visible of the original texture. Right arrow curving left. According to the first book of the Cyropedia, professors of tactics, a small part of the science of war, were already instituted in Persia, by which Greece must be understood. A good edition of all the Scriptores Tactici would be a task not unworthy of a scholar. His industry might discover some new MSS. And his learning might illustrate the military history of the ancients. But this scholar should be likewise a soldier, and alas! Quintus Icilius is no more. 9248 right arrow curving left. After observing that the demerit of the Cappadocians rose in proportion to their rank and riches, he inserts a more pointed epigram, which is ascribed to Demodocus. Kappa alpha pi alpha delta kappa eta nu pi omicron tau, chi iota delta nu alpha kappa delta kappa epsilon nu, lambda kappa alpha tau. Kappa tau theta alpha nu epsilon, gamma epsilon upsilon sigma alpha mu eta alpha mu alpha tau omicron beta lambda omicron upsilon. The sting is precisely the same with the French epigram against Freren, un serpent mordit Jean Freren, eh bien? Le serpent en mourut. But as the Paris wits are seldom read in the anthology, I should be curious to learn through what channel it was conveyed for their imitation. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Thematibus, c. 2. Richard Brunk, Analecta Veterum Poetarum Graecorum, tom. 2, page 56, Joannis Brodii, Anthologia Graeca, L. 2, page 244. Right arrow curving left. The Legatio Liprandi Cremonensis Episcopi ad Nicephorum Phocam is inserted in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, tom. 2 pars I, right arrow curving left. See Constantine, De Thematibus, in Banduri, tom. I, pages 1, 30, who owns that the word is omicron kappa pi alpha lambda alpha iota. Theta mu alpha is used by Maurice, Strategicon, L. 2c. 2, for a legion, from whence the name was easily transferred to its post or province, du Cange, Glossarium Grecitatis, tom. I, pages 487, 488. Some etymologies are attempted for the Apician, Optimation, Thracian, themes. Right arrow curving left. Gamma iota omicron pi lambda alpha gamma omicron, as it is styled by the modern Greeks, from which the corrupt names of archipelago, l'archipel, and the arches have been transformed by geographers and seamen, d'Anville. Géographie ancienne, tom. I, page 281, Analyse de la carte intitulée Les Côtes de la Grèce et de l'Archipel, page 60. The numbers of monks or colloirs in all the islands and the adjacent mountain of Athos, Observations de Bellin, folio 32, verso, Monte Santo, might justify the epithet of holy, gamma iota omicron. A slight alteration from the original alpha gamma alpha omicron, imposed by the Dorians, who, in their dialect, gave the figurative name of alpha gamma epsilon, or goats, to the bounding waves, Vossius, apud Celarius. Geographia Antiqua, tom. I, page 829. Right arrow curving left. According to the Jewish traveler who had visited Europe and Asia, Constantinople was equaled only by Baghdad. The great city of the Ishmaelites, Voyages de Rabbi Benjamin Fils de Jonah de Tudeli, par Baratir, tom. ICV, page 46. Right arrow curving left. Sigma theta lambda alpha beta theta eta delta pi sigma alpha chi rho alpha kappa alpha gamma gamma omicron nu epsilon beta rho alpha rho omicron, says Constantine, De Thematibus, L. 2c. 6, p. 25, in a style as barbarous as the idea, which he confirms, as usual, by a foolish epigram. The epitomizer of Strabo likewise observes, kappa alpha nu delta pi sigma alpha nu pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu kappa alpha lambda delta alpha sigma chi epsilon delta nu kappa alpha mu alpha kappa epsilon delta omicron nu alpha nu kappa alpha pi epsilon lambda omicron pi nu eta sigma omicron nu sigma kappa theta alpha iota sigma kappa lambda beta omicron iota nu mu omicron nu tau alpha iota, L. 7, page 98, edit. Hudson, edit. Casaubon 1251. A passage which leads Dodwell a weary dance, Geographie Veteris Scriptors Greci Minoris, tom. 2 Dissertatio 6, pp. 170, 191, to enumerate the inroads of the Sclavi, and to fix the date, AD 980, of this petty geographer. Right arrow curving left. Straboni's Geographica, L. 8, page 562. Pausanias, Graecii Descriptio, L. 3 c. 21, pages 264, 265. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae, L. 4c. 8. Right arrow curving left. Constantine, De Administrando Imperio, L. 2c. 50, 52. Right arrow curving left. The Rock of Leucate was the southern promontory of his island and diocese. Had he been the exclusive guardian of the Lover's Leap, so well known to the readers of Ovid, Epistulae Heroidum, Sappho, and The Spectator, he might have been the richest prelate of the Greek Church. Right arrow curving left. Lucatensis mihi juravit episcopus, quotanis ecclesiam suam debir Nicefero Oreo centum persalvera. Similiter e ceteras plus minus secundum virae suas, liatprand in legatio ad Nicephorum focam, p. 489, right arrow curving left. See Constantine, in Vita Basilii, c. 74, 76, pp. 195, 197, in Historiae Byzantini Scriptores post Theophanem, who allows himself to use many technical or barbarous words. Barbarous, says he, pi tau nu pi omicron lambda nu mu alpha theta. Kappa alpha lambda nu gamma rho pi tau omicron iota kappa omicron iota nu omicron lambda epsilon kappa tau epsilon nu. Ducange labors on some, but he was not a weaver. Right arrow curving left. The manufactures of Palermo, as they are described by Hugo Falcandus, Historia Sicula in Proem in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, Tom. V, page 256, is a copy of those of Greece. Without transcribing his declamatory sentences, which I have softened in the text, I shall observe that in this passage the strange word exorantasmata is very properly changed for exanthemata by Carisius, the first editor. Falcandus lived about the year 1190. Right arrow curving left. Ind ad interiora Graecii progressi, Corinthum, Theba, Athenas, antiqua nobilitate celebras, expugnant. Et, maxima ibidem preda direpta, apophysis idiom, casericos panos texera solent, obi ignominium imperatoris ilias, sueque principis gloriam, captivos dejecant. Quos Rogerius, in Palermo Sicilii, metropoli collocans, artem texendi suas edicere precepit. Et exinc predicta ars illa, prius agrisis tantum inter Christianos habita, Romanis patir copit ingenius, auto Frisengensis, gesta Fredericii imperatoris, L. IC. 33, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, Tom. 6, page 668. This exception allows the bishop to celebrate Lisbon and Almeria in Sericorum Panorum op officio prenobilissimi, in Chronicon, apud Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 9, page 415. Right arrow curving left. Nicetas in Imperii Graeci Historia, Manuel Comnus, L. 2c. 8, page 65. He describes these Greeks as skilled epsilon eta tau rho omicron upsilon theta nu alpha phi alpha nu epsilon iota nu, as sigma tau pi rho omicron sigma alpha nu chi omicron nu tau nu xi alpha mu tau omega nu kappa alpha chi rho upsilon sigma omicron pi sigma tau omega nu sigma tau omicron lambda nu. Right arrow curving left. Hugo Falcandus styles them nobiles officinus. The Arabs had not introduced silk, though they had planted canes and made sugar in the plain of Palermo. Right arrow curving left. See the life of Castruccio Casticani, not by Machiavel, but by his more authentic biographer Nicholas Tagrimi. Muratori, who has inserted it in the 11th volume of his Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, quotes this curious passage in his Italian Antiquities, Tom. I Dissertatio XXV, page 378. Right arrow curving left. From the MS. Statutes, as they are quoted by Muratori in his Italian Antiquities, Tom. 2 Dissertatio XXV, pages 46, 48. Right arrow curving left. The broad silk manufacture was established in England in the year 1620, Anderson's An Historical and Chronological Deduction of the Origin of Commerce, Volume 2, page 4. But it is to the revocation of the Edict of Nantes that we owe the Spitalfields colony. Right arrow curving left. Voyages de Rabbi Benjamin Fils de Jonah de Tudeli, Tom. IC 5, pages 44, 52. The Hebrew text has been translated into French by that marvelous child Baratier, who has added a volume of crude learning. The errors and fictions of the Jewish rabbi are not a sufficient ground to deny the reality of his travels. 9249 right arrow curving left. See the continuator of Theophanes, L. 4, page 107, Sidremus, p. 544, and Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 16, page 157. Right arrow curving left. Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 17, p. 225, instead of pounds, uses the more classic appellation of talents, which, in a literal sense and strict computation, would multiply 60-fold the treasure of Basil. Right arrow curving left. For a copious and minute description of the imperial palace, see the Constantinopolis Christiana, L. 2c. 4, pages 113, 123, of Du Cange, the Tillemont of the Middle Ages. Never has laborious Germany produced two antiquarians more laborious and accurate than these two natives of lively France. Right arrow curving left. The Byzantine palace surpasses the Capitol, the palace of Pergamus, the Ruffinian wood, phi alpha iota delta rho nu gamma alpha lambda mu alpha, the temple of Hadrian at Cyzicus, the pyramids, the Pharos, etc. According to an epigram, Anthologia Graeca, L. 4, pages 488, 489, Brodii, apud Wechel, ascribed to Julian, ex-prefect of Egypt. 71 of his epigrams, some lively, are collected in Brunck, Analecta Veterum Poetarum Graecorum, Tom. 2, pages 493, 510, but this is wanting. Right arrow curving left. Constantinopolitanum Palladium non pulchritudine solum, verum etium fortitudine, omnibus quas unquam viterum munitionibus praestat, Liutprand, Historia, L.V.C. 9, page 465. Right arrow curving left. See the anonymous continuator of Theophanes, pages 59, 61, 86, whom I have followed in the neat and concise abstract of Le Beau, Histoire du Bas Empire, Tom. 14, pages 436, 438. Right arrow curving left. In Oreo triclinio quae prestantur est pars potentissimus, the usurper Romanus, Degens Caeteras parties, Filius, distriburat, Liutprand, Historia, L.V.C. 9, page 469. For this last signification of triclinium, edificium tria vel plura capillam denuata silicet sigma tau gamma eta complectans, see Du Cange, Glossarium Grecitatis et Observations sur Joinville, p. 240, and Reisk, ad Constantine Porphyrogenitus, de Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, page 7. Right arrow curving left. In equus vecti, says Benjamin of Tudela, regum filius videnter per similes. I prefer the Latin version of Constantine l'Empereur, page 46, to the French of Baratier, Tom. I, page 49. Right arrow curving left. See the account of her journey, munificence, and testament in the life of Basil, by his grandson Constantine, pages 74, 76, pages 195, 197. Right arrow curving left. Carcimatium, Kappa alpha rho iota mu delta epsilon, Du Cange, Glossarium Grecitatis, Greci vocant, amputatus virilibus edi virga. Purum unicum quos verdunenses mercators ob immensum lucrum facere solent et in Hispanium ducere, Liutprand, L. 6c. 3, page 470, the last abomination of the abominable slave trade. Yet I am surprised to find in the 10th century such active speculations of commerce in Lorraine. Right arrow curving left. See the Alexias, L. 3, pages 78, 79, of Anna Komnena, who, except in filial piety, may be compared to Mademoiselle de Montpensier. In her awful reverence for titles and forms, she styles her father Pi iota sigma tau eta mu omicron neuro chi eta, the inventor of this royal art, the tau chi nu eta tau epsilon chi nu nu, and pi iota sigma tau mu eta pi iota sigma tau eta mu nu. Right arrow curving left. Sigma tau mu mu alpha, sigma tau phi alpha nu omicron, delta iota delta eta mu alpha. See Reisk, Constantini Porphyrogenity de Ceremoniis, pages 14, 15. Ducange has given a learned dissertation on the crowns of Constantinople, Rome, France, etc., dissertation sur Joinville XXV, pp. 289, 303. But of his 34 models none exactly tally with Anne's description. Right arrow curving left. Par extens curies, solo diatomate dispar. Ordine pro rerum vocitatis curapulati. Says the African Corippus, de laudibus Justini, L. I 136, and in the same century, the 6th, Cassiodorus represents him, who, verga aurea decoratus, inter numerosa obsequia primus antipedes regis insederit, variarum 7-5. But this great officer, unknown, nu epsilon pi gamma nu omega sigma tau omicron, exercising no function, nu delta omicron delta epsilon mu alpha nu, was cast down by the modern Greeks to the 15th rank, Codinus, c. 5, page 65. 9250 right arrow curving left. Nicetas, in Imperii Graeci Historia, Manuel Comnus, L. 7c. 1, defines him lambda alpha tau nu omega nu phi omega nu kappa alpha gamma kappa epsilon lambda rho iota omicron nu, delta, lambda lambda eta nu epsilon epsilon pi omicron iota epsilon nu lambda omicron gamma omicron theta tau eta nu. Yet the epithet mu gamma alpha was added by the elder Andronicus, Ducange, Tom. I. Pages 822, 823. Right arrow curving left. From Leo I, AD 470, the imperial ink, which is still visible on some original acts, was a mixture of vermilion and cinnabar or purple. The emperor's guardians, who shared in this prerogative, always marked in green ink the indite ion and the month. See the Dictionnaire diplomatique, Tom. I. Pages 511, 513, a valuable abridgment. Right arrow curving left. The Sultan sent a sigma iota alpha omicron to Alexius, Anna Komnena, L. 6, page 170, Ducange ad loc. And Pachymer often speaks of the mu gamma alpha tau zeta alpha omicron, L. 7c. 1, L. 12c. 30, L. 13c. 22. The Chaush Basha is now at the head of 700 officers, records the present state of the Ottoman Empire. Page 349, octavo edition. Right arrow curving left. Tagerman is the Arabic name of an interpreter, D. Herbalot, pages 854, 855, Pyro tau omicron tau nu rho mu eta nu omega nu omicron kappa omicron iota nu omicron mu zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota delta rho alpha gamma omicron mu nu omicron upsilon, says Codinus, c. v. number 70, page 67. See Geoffrey of Villehardouin, number 96, Busbequius, Epistola 4, page 338, and Ducange, Observations sur Villehardouin, and Glossarium Grecitatis et Glossarium Latinitatis. Right arrow curving left. Kappa omicron nu sigma tau alpha upsilon lambda omicron, or kappa omicron nu tau sigma tau alpha upsilon lambda omicron, a corruption from the Latin cum stabuli, or the French connétable. In a military sense, it was used by the Greeks in the 11th century, at least as early as in France. Right arrow curving left. It was directly borrowed from the Normans. In the 12th century, Giannone reckons the admiral of Sicily among the great officers. Right arrow curving left. This sketch of honors and offices is drawn from George Cordinus Curapalata, who survived the taking of Constantinople by the Turks. His elaborate though trifling work, De Officiis Ecclesiae et Olii Constantinopolitani, has been illustrated by the notes of Gore, and the 3 books of Gretzer, a learned Jesuit. Right arrow curving left. The respectful salutation of carrying the hand to the mouth, ad os, is the root of the Latin word adoro, adurare. See our learned Selden, Volume 3, pp. 143, 145, 942, in his titles of honor. It seems, from the first book of Herodotus, to be of Persian origin. Right arrow curving left. The two embassies of Liutprand to Constantinople, all that he saw or suffered in the Greek capital, are pleasantly described by himself, Historia, L. 6c. 1, 4, pages 469, 471. Legatio ad Nicephorum Phocam, pages 479, 489. Right arrow curving left. Among the amusements of the feast, a boy balanced, on his forehead, a pike, or pole, 24 feet long, with a crossbar of 2 cubits a little below the top. 2 boys, naked, though cinctured, campistrati, together and singly, climbed, stood, played, descended, etc., idem e stupidum redditit, utrum mirabilius nescio, page 470. At another repast, a homily of Chrysostom on the Acts of the Apostles was read aloud voci non latine, page 483. Right arrow curving left. Gala is not improbably derived from kala, or kalot, in Arabic, a robe of honor, risk, note in De Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, page 84. Right arrow curving left. Pi omicron lambda upsilon Cairo omicron nu zeta epsilon iota nu is explained by epsilon phi eta mu zeta epsilon iota nu, Codinus, c. 7, Ducange, Glossarium Grecitatis, tom. I, page 1199. Right arrow curving left. Kappa omega nu sigma rho beta epsilon tau delta omicron upsilon mu pi rho iota omicron upsilon mu beta sigma tau rho omicron upsilon mu, beta kappa tau omega rho sigma sigma mu pi epsilon rho, beta beta eta tau epsilon delta mu eta nu iota mu pi epsilon rho tau omicron rho epsilon nu mu omicron lambda tau omicron nu omicron, De Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, c. 75, page 215. The want of the Latin v obliged the Greeks to employ their beta, nor do they regard quantity. Till he recollected the true language, these strange sentences might puzzle a professor. Right arrow curving left. Beta rho alpha gamma gamma omicron iota kappa alpha tau tau nu pi alpha tau rho alpha nu gamma lambda sigma sigma alpha nu kappa alpha omicron tau omicron iota, gamma omicron upsilon nu gamma kappa lambda iota nu iota sigma tau pi omicron lambda upsilon Cairo omicron nu zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota, Codinus, page 90. I wish he had preserved the words, however corrupt, of their English acclamation. Right arrow curving left. For all these ceremonies, see the professed work of Constantine Porphyrogenitus, with the notes, or rather dissertations, of his German editors, Leitch and Reisk. For the rank of standing courtiers, page 80, note 23, 62, for the adoration, except on Sundays, pages 95, 240, note 131, the processions, page 2, etc., note page 3, etc. The acclamations passim, note 25, etc., the factions in Hippodrome, pages 177, 214, note 9, 93, etc., the Gothic games, page 221, note 111, vintage, page 217, note 109. Much more information is scattered over the work. Right arrow curving left. Iti privato Othoni iti nuper idem dicenti nota agilatio, Tacitus, Historiae I-85. Right arrow curving left. The 13th chapter, De Administrando Imperio, may be explained and rectified by the Familiae Byzantini of Ducange. Right arrow curving left. Sequitur Cnephes Egyptia congex, Virgil, Aeneid 8-688. Yet this Egyptian wife was the daughter of a long line of kings. Quid te mutavit, says Antony in a private letter to Augustus. And quot reginam inio? Uxor mea est, Suetonius in Divita Caesarum, Augustus, c. 69. Yet I much question, for I cannot stay to inquire, whether the triumvir ever dared to celebrate his marriage either with Roman or Egyptian rites. Right arrow curving left. Berenicum invitus invitum dimisit, Suetonius in Divita Caesarum, Titus, c. 7. Have I observed elsewhere that this Jewish beauty was at this time above 50 years of age? The judicious Racine has most discreetly suppressed both her age and her country. Right arrow curving left. Constantine was made to praise the epsilon gamma nu epsilon iota alpha and pi epsilon rho iota phi nu epsilon iota alpha of the Franks, with whom he claimed a private and public alliance. The French writers, Isaac Casaubon in Dedicatio, Polybii Historiarum, are highly delighted with these compliments. Right arrow curving left. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, c. 36, exhibits a pedigree and life of the illustrious King Hugo, pi epsilon rho iota beta lambda pi tau omicron upsilon gamma omicron gamma omega nu omicron. A more correct idea may be formed from the criticism of Pagi, the Annals of Muratori, and the abridgment of St. Mark, AD 925, 946. Right arrow curving left. After the mention of the three goddesses, Liutprand very naturally adds, E quoniam non rex solus iis abutabator, iram nati ex insertus patribus originara ducant, Historia, L. for c. 6. For the marriage of the younger Bertha see Historia, L. v. c. 5, for the incontinence of the elder, Dulcis exercipio hymenei, L. 2 c. 15, for the virtues and vices of Hugo, L. 3 c. 5. Yet it must not be forgot that the Bishop of Cremona was a lover of scandal. Right arrow curving left. Licet illa imperatrix Graeca sibi et aliis fuisit satis utilis, et optima, etc. Is the preamble of an inimical writer, apud Pagi, Tom. 4, AD 989, number 3. Her marriage and principal actions may be found in Muratori, Pagi, and St. Mark, under the proper years. Right arrow curving left. Cedrinus, Tom. 2, page 699, Zonaras, Tom. I, page 221, Elmison, Historia Saracenica, L. 3 c. 6, Nestor apud Levesque, Tom. 2, page 112, Pagi, Critica Baronii, AD 987, number 6. A singular concourse. Volodymyr and are ranked among the saints of the Russian Church. Yet we know his vices, and are ignorant of her virtues. Right arrow curving left. Henricus primus duxit uxorum Scythicam, Russum, filium regis Jarislae. An embassy of bishops was sent into Russia, and the father greater filium cum multis donis misit. This event happened in the year 1051. See the passages of the original chronicles in Bouquet's Historians of France, Tom. 11, pages 29, 159, 161, 319, 384, 481. Voltaire might wonder at this alliance. But he should not have owned his ignorance of the country, religion, etc., of Jarislaus, a name so conspicuous in the Russian annals. Right arrow curving left. A constitution of Leo the philosopher, LXXVE, Ne senatus consulta amplius fiant, speaks the language of naked despotism, xi omicron tau mu nu alpha rho chi omicron nu kappa rho tau omicron tau omega nu pi tau alpha iota delta iota omicron kappa eta sigma iota nu. Kappa alpha iota rho omicron nu kappa alpha mu tau alpha iota omicron nu tau chi rho eta sigma tau omicron nu mu epsilon tau nu chi rho epsilon alpha nu pi alpha rho epsilon chi omicron mu nu omega nu sigma upsilon nu pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Right arrow curving left. Codinus, De Officiis, c. 17, pp. 120, 121. Gives an idea of this oath so strong to the Church pi iota sigma tau kappa alpha gamma nu sigma iota omicron delta omicron lambda omicron kappa alpha upsilon tau gamma alpha kappa lambda eta sigma alpha. So weak to the people kappa alpha pi chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota phi nu omega nu kappa rho omega tau eta rho iota alpha sigma mu nu kappa alpha mu omicron omega nu tau omicron iota kappa alpha tau delta upsilon nu alpha tau nu. Right arrow curving left. If we listen to the threats of Nicephorus to the ambassador of Otto, nec est in mari domino tua classium numerus. Navigantium fortitudo mihi soli inest, ca eum classibus egregier, bello maritimas aegis civitates demo lyre. Idique fluminibus sunt vicina redigum in favillum, liet prand in legatio ad Nicephorum focam, in muratori, rerum italicarum scriptors, tom. 2 pars I, page 481. He observes in another place, que cateris prestant venetici sunt etiam malfitani. Right arrow curving left. Nec ipsa capiat eum, the Emperor Otto, in qua ortus est pauper et Pelicia Saxonia, pecunia qua polemus omnes nations super eum invitabimus. Et quasi ceramicum confringimus, liet prand in legatio ad Nicephorum focam, page 487. The 2 books, De Administrando Imperio, perpetually inculcate the same policy. Right arrow curving left. The 19th chapter of the Tactics of Leo, Mercii, Opera, tom. 6, pp. 825, 848, which is given more correct from a manuscript of Gutius, by the laborious Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 6, pages 372, 379, relates to the Naumachia, or naval war. Right arrow curving left. Even of 15 and 16 rows of oars, in the navy of Demetrius Poliorcetes. These were for real use. The 40 rows of Ptolemy Philadelphus were applied to a floating palace, whose tonnage, according to Dr. Arbuthnot, Tables of Ancient Coins, Weights and Measures, pp. 231, 236, is compared as 4.5 to 1, with an English 100-gun ship. Right arrow curving left. The dromones of Leo, etc. are so clearly described with 2 tier of oars that I must censure the version of Mercius and Fabricius, who pervert the sense by a blind attachment to the classic appellation of triremes. The Byzantine historians are sometimes guilty of the same inaccuracy. Right arrow curving left. Constantine Porphyrogenitus in Vita Basilii, c. LXI, page 185. He calmly praises the stratagem as a beta omicron upsilon lambda nu sigma upsilon nu epsilon tau nu kappa alpha sigma omicron phi nu, but the sailing round Peloponnesus is described by his terrified fancy as a circumnavigation of 1,000 miles. Right arrow curving left. The Continuator of Theophanes, L. 4, pp. 122, 123, names the successive stations, the castle of Lullam near Tarsus, Mount Argius, Isamus, Aegilis, the hill of Mamas, Syrasus, Mausolus, the hill of Auxentius. The sundial of the Ferris of the Great Palace. He affirms that the news were transmitted nu kappa alpha rho epsilon, in an indivisible moment of time. Miserable amplification, which, by saying too much, says nothing. How much more forcible and instructive would have been the definition of 3 or 6 or 12 hours. Right arrow curving left. See the De Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini of Constantine Porphyrogenitus, L. 2c. 44, pp. 176, 192. A critical reader will discern some inconsistencies in different parts of this account. But they are not more obscure or more stubborn than the establishment and effectives, the present and fit for duty, the rank and file and the private, of a modern return, which retain in proper hands the knowledge of these profitable mysteries. Right arrow curving left. See the 5th, 6th, and 7th chapters, pi epsilon rho pi lambda omega nu, pi epsilon rho pi lambda sigma epsilon omega and pi epsilon rho gamma upsilon mu nu alpha sigma alpha, in the Tactics of Leo, with the corresponding passages in those of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. They observe tau gamma rho tau omicron xi epsilon alpha pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda mu epsilon lambda eta theta epsilon sigma eta, nu tau omicron omega mu nu omicron iota tau pi omicron lambda lambda nu epsilon omega theta epsilon sigma phi lambda mu alpha tau alpha gamma nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Leo, Tactica, page 581. Constantine, page 1216. Yet such were not the maxims of the Greeks and Romans, who despised the loose and distant practice of archery. Right arrow curving left. Compare the passages of the Tactics, p. 669 and 721, and the 12th with the 18th chapter. Right arrow curving left. In the preface to his Tactics, Leo very freely deplores the loss of discipline and the calamities of the times, and repeats without scruple, Proem, p. 537, the reproaches of mu lambda epsilon iota alpha, tau alpha xi alpha, gamma upsilon mu nu alpha sigma alpha, delta epsilon iota lambda alpha, etc., nor does it appear that the same censures were less deserved in the next generation by the disciples of Constantine. Right arrow curving left. See in the De Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, L. 2c. 19, p. 353, the form of the emperors trampling on the necks of the captive Saracens, while the singers chanted, "Thou hast made my enemies my footstool." And the people shouted 40 times the Kyrie eleison. Right arrow curving left. Leo observes, Tactica, page 668, that a fair open battle against any nation whatsoever is pi iota sigma phi alpha lambda and pi iota kappa nu delta upsilon nu omicron nu. The words are strong and the remark is true, yet if such had been the opinion of the old Romans, Leo had never reigned on the shores of the Thracian Bosphorus. Right arrow curving left. Zonaras, Tom. 2L. 16, pp. 202-203, and Cedrinus, Historiarum Compendium, page 668, who relate the design of Nicephorus, most unfortunately apply the epithet of gamma epsilon nu alpha omega to the opposition of the Patriarch. Right arrow curving left. The 17th chapter of the Tactics of the Different Nations is the most historical and useful of the whole collection of Leo. The Manners and Arms of the Saracens, Tactica, pp. 809-817, and a fragment from the Medicean MS in the preface of the 6th volume of Mercius, the Roman Emperor was too frequently called upon to study. Right arrow curving left. Pi alpha nu tau delta kappa alpha kappa omicron rho gamma omicron upsilon tau nu theta epsilon nu iota omicron nu pi omicron tau theta epsilon nu tau alpha iota. Kappa alpha pi omicron lambda mu omicron iota chi alpha rho epsilon iota nu lambda gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota tau nu theta epsilon nu tau nu delta iota alpha sigma kappa rho pi iota zeta omicron nu tau alpha theta nu eta tau omicron pi omicron lambda mu omicron upsilon theta lambda omicron nu tau alpha. Leo, Tactica, page 809. Right arrow curving left. Liutprand, pp. 484. 485, relates and interprets the oracles of the Greeks and Saracens, in which, after the fashion of prophecy, the past is clear and historical, the future is dark, enigmatical, and erroneous. From this boundary of light and shade an impartial critic may commonly determine the date of the composition. Right arrow curving left. The sense of this distinction is expressed by Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pages 262-101. But I cannot recollect the passage in which it is conveyed by this lively apothegm. Right arrow curving left. Ex Francis, quo nomini tam Latinos quam tutens comprehendit, ludum habuit, Liutprand in legatio ad Nicephorum Phocam, pages 483-484. This extension of the name may be confirmed from Constantine, De Administrando Imperio, L. 2c. 27-28, and Eutychius, Annals, Tom. I. pages 55-56, who both lived before the Crusades. The testimonies of Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 69, and Abulfeda, Prefatio ad Geographia, are more recent. Right arrow curving left. On this subject of ecclesiastical and beneficiary discipline, Father Thomasin, Tom. 3L. IC 40, 45, 47, may be usefully consulted. A general law of Charlemagne exempted the bishops from personal service. But the opposite practice, which prevailed from the 9th to the 15th century, is countenanced by the example or silence of saints and doctors. You justify your cowardice by the holy canons, says Retherius of Verona. The canons likewise forbid you to whore, and yet, right arrow curving left. In the 18th chapter of his Tactics, the Emperor Leo has fairly stated the military vices and virtues of the Franks, whom Mercius ridiculously translates by Galli, and the Lombards or Langobards. See likewise the 26th dissertation of Muratori de Antiquitates Italici Medii. Right arrow curving left. Domini tuae militas, says the proud Nicephorus, equitandi ignari pedestris pugni sunt insi. Scutorum magnitudo, loricarum gravitudo, entium longitudo Galliarumque pondus nutra part pugner eo sinit, ac subridens, impedit, inquit, edi eos gastromargia, hoc est ventris ingluvis, etc. Liet prand in legatio ad Nicephorum focam, page 480, 481. Right arrow curving left. In Saxonia cert Scio, decentius ensibus pugner quam calanus, ed prius mortem obier quam hostibus terga dare, Lietprand, page 482. Right arrow curving left. Phi gamma gamma omicron iota tau lambda nu upsilon nu kappa alpha lambda omicron gamma gamma beta alpha rho delta omicron iota lambda gamma omicron nu lambda epsilon upsilon theta epsilon rho alpha pi epsilon rho pi omicron lambda lambda omicron pi omicron iota omicron nu tau alpha iota lambda lambda omicron mu nu lambda omicron gamma gamma beta alpha rho delta omicron iota tau pi lambda omicron nu tau tau omicron iota alpha tau eta rho epsilon tau nu pi lambda epsilon sigma alpha nu. Leo, Tactica, c. 18, page 805. The Emperor Leo died AD 911. An historical poem, which ends in 916, and appears to have been composed in 940, by a native of Venetia, discriminates in these verses the manners of Italy and France. Quid inertia bello? Pectora, Ubertus 8, juris pretenditus armis. O Itali! Podius vobis sacra pocula cordi. Sepius eti stomachum nitidus laxar saginus. Elitasque domos rutilo fulcire metallo. Non idem gallo similis vel cura remordit. Vicinus cabus est studium devincere terras. Depressumque larum spolius hinc int coactus. Sustentere. Anonymous Carmen, Panegyricum de laudibus Berengarii Augusti, L. 2 in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 2 pars I, page 393. Right arrow curving left. Justinian, says the historian Agathias, L.V., page 157, Pyro tau omicron omega mu alpha tau omicron kappa rho tau omega rho nu mu alpha tau iota kappa alpha pyro gamma mu alpha tau. Yet the specific title of Emperor of the Romans was not used at Constantinople till it had been claimed by the French and German emperors of Old Rome. Right arrow curving left. Constantine Manises reprobates this design in his barbarous verse. Tau nu pi lambda iota nu tau nu beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon alpha nu pi omicron kappa omicron sigma mu sigma alpha iota theta lambda omega nu. Kappa alpha tau nu rho chi alpha rho sigma theta alpha iota tau rho iota pi epsilon mu pi lambda mu. Epsilon tau iota beta rho omicron sigma tau lambda iota sigma tau omicron nu pi omicron kappa omicron sigma mu sigma epsilon iota nu mu phi eta nu. Kappa alpha gamma rho alpha nu tau iota nu alpha tau rho iota kappa rho omega nu omicron nu kappa rho eta nu rho alpha sigma epsilon iota. And it is confirmed by Theophanes, Zonaras, Cedrinus. And the Historia Macella, voluit in Urbum Romum Imperium Transferre, L. 19, page 157, in Tom. I pars I of the Rerum Italicarum Scriptors of Muratori. Right arrow curving left. Paulus Diaconus, L.V.C. 11, page 480. Anastasius in Divitus Romanorum Pontificum, in Muratori's collection, Tom. 3 pars I, page 141. Right arrow curving left. Consult the preface of Du Cange, Ad Glossarium Grecitatis, and the novels of Justinian, 7, LXVI. The Greek language was kappa omicron iota nu, the Latin was pi tau rho iota omicron to himself, kappa upsilon rho iota tau alpha tau omicron to the pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon alpha sigma chi mu alpha, the system of government. Right arrow curving left. Omicron mu nu lambda lambda kappa alpha tau iota nu iota kappa lambda xi iota kappa alpha phi rho sigma iota epsilon sigma tau iota tau omicron omega mu omicron upsilon tau omicron sigma upsilon nu alpha iota tau eta nu mu delta upsilon nu alpha mu nu omicron upsilon sigma chi upsilon rho pi epsilon tau epsilon chi iota zeta epsilon. Matthias Blastairs, Historia Juris, apud Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca. Tom. 12, page 369. The Code and Pandects, the latter by Thalelius, were translated in the time of Justinian, pages 358, 366. Theophilus, one of the original triumvirs, has left an elegant, though diffuse, paraphrase of the Institutes. On the other hand, Julian, antecessor of Constantinople, AD 570, CXX Novellas Graecas Eleganti Latinitate Donavit, Haenexius, Historia Juris Romani, page 396, for the use of Italy and Africa. Right arrow curving left. Abulpharagius assigns the 7th dynasty to the Franks or Romans, the 8th to the Greeks, the 9th to the Arabs. A tempori Augusti Caesaris donec impererit Tiberius Caesar spatio surcitor anorum 600 furant imperators Constantinopolitani patricii, edi praecipua pars exercitus Romani. Extra quat, conciliarii, scribi edi populus, omnes Greci furant, deigned regnum idiom Graecanicum factum est, page 96, ver. Pocock. The Christian and ecclesiastical studies of Abulpharagius gave him some advantage over the more ignorant Muslims. Right arrow curving left. Primus ex Graecorum genere in imperio confirmatus est. Or, according to another MS of Paulus Diaconus, L. 3 c. 15, page 443, in Graecorum imperio. Right arrow curving left. Quia linguam, mores, vestesque metastas, putavit sanctissimus papa, an audacious irony, ita vos, vobis, displicere Romanorum nomen. 9251 His nuncios, rogabant Nicephorum imperatorum Graecorum, ut cum auth one imperator Romanorum amicitium faceret, lietprand in legatio ad Nicephorum focam, page 486. Right arrow curving left. By Leonicus Chalcocondyles, who survived the last siege of Constantinople, the account is thus stated, L. I. p. 3 Constantine transplanted his Latins of Italy to a Greek city of Thrace. They adopted the language and manners of the natives, who were confounded with them under the name of Romans. The kings of Constantinople, says the historian, pi tau sigma phi alpha tau omicron sigma epsilon mu nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota omega mu alpha omega nu beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon kappa alpha tau omicron kappa rho alpha pi omicron kappa alpha lambda epsilon nu lambda nu omega nu delta beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon omicron kappa tau iota omicron delta alpha mu xi iota omicron nu. Right arrow curving left. C. Du Cange, Constantinopolis Christiana, L. 2, pages 150, 151, who collects the testimonies, not of Theophanes, but at least of Zonaras, Tom. 2 L. 15, page 104, Cedrinus, p. 454, Michael Glycas, page 281, Constantine Manises, page 87. After refuting the absurd charge against the emperor, Spanheim, Historia Imaginum, pp. 99, 111, like a true advocate, proceeds to doubt or deny the reality of the fire, and almost of the library. Right arrow curving left. According to Malchus, apud Zonaras, L. 14, p. 53, this Homer was burnt in the time of Basiliscus. The MS might be renewed, but on a serpent's skin? Most strange and incredible. Right arrow curving left. The lambda omicron gamma alpha of Zonaras, the rho gamma alpha kappa alpha mu alpha theta alpha of Cedrinus, are strong words, perhaps not ill-suited to those reigns. Right arrow curving left. See Zonaras, L. 16, pages 160, 161, and Cedrinus, pages 549, 550. Like Friar Bacon, the philosopher Leo has been transformed by ignorance into a conjurer. Yet not so undeservedly, if he be the author of the oracles more commonly ascribed to the emperor of the same name. The Physics of Leo in MS. are in the Library of Vienna, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 6, page 366, tom. 12, page 781. Quiescent. Right arrow curving left. The ecclesiastical and literary character of Photius is copiously discussed by Hencius, De Byzantinarum Rerum Scriptoribus Graecis, pages 269, 396, and Fabricius. Right arrow curving left. Epsilon sigma sigma upsilon rho omicron upsilon can only mean Baghdad, the seat of the caliph, and the relation of his embassy might have been curious and instructive. But how did he procure his books? A library so numerous could neither be found at Baghdad, nor transported with his baggage, nor preserved in his memory. Yet the last, however incredible, seems to be affirmed by Photius himself, sigma alpha alpha tau nu mu nu mu eta delta iota sigma omega zeta epsilon. Denis François Camusat, Histoire critique de journaux, pp. 87, 94, gives a good account of the Myriobibline. Right arrow curving left. Of these modern Greeks, see the respective articles in the Bibliotheca Graeca of Fabricius, a laborious work, yet susceptible of a better method and many improvements, of Eustathius, tom. I, pages 289, 292, 306, 329, of the Celi, a diatribe of Leo Alatius, ad Calcem, tom. V, of Constantine Porphyrogenitus, tom. 6, pages 486, 509, of John Stobaeus, tom. 8, 665, 728, of Suedas, tom. 9, pages 620, 827, John Tsetzes, tom. 12, pages 245, 273. Mr. Harris, in his philological arrangements, Opus Senile, has given a sketch of this Byzantine learning, pages 287, 300. Right arrow curving left. From obscure and hearsay evidence, Gerard Vossius, De Potis Graecis et Latinis, c. 6, and Leclerc, Bibliothèque Choisy, tom. 19, p. 285, mention a commentary of Michael Psellos on 24 plays of Menander, still extant in MS at Constantinople. Yet such classic studies seem incompatible with the gravity or dullness of a schoolman, who pored over the categories, de Psellos, p. 42, and Michael has probably been confounded with Homer Celius, who wrote arguments to the comedies of Menander. In the 10th century, Suedas quotes 50 plays, but he often transcribes the old Scholiast of Aristophanes. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena may boast of her Greek style, tau lambda lambda eta nu iota zeta epsilon iota nu kappa rho omicron nu sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha kappa upsilon iota, and Zonaras, her contemporary, but not her flatterer, may add with truth, gamma lambda tau tau alpha nu epsilon chi epsilon nu kappa rho iota beta tau tau iota kappa zeta omicron upsilon sigma alpha nu. The princess was conversant with the artful dialogues of Plato, and had studied the tau epsilon tau rho alpha kappa tau, quadrivium of astrology, geometry, arithmetic, and music. See the preface to the Alexias, with Du Cange's notes. Right arrow curving left. To censure the Byzantine taste, Du Cange, Prefatio Glossarium Grecitatis, page 17, strings the authorities of Aulus Gellius, Jerome, Petronius, George Hamartolus, Longinus, who give at once the precept and the example. Right arrow curving left. The versus politici, those common prostitutes, as, from their easiness, they are styled by Leo Alatius, usually consist of 15 syllables. They are used by Constantine Manises, John Tsetzes, etc., Du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis, tom. 3 pars I, pages 345, 346, edit. Basel, 1762. Right arrow curving left. As Saint Bernard of the Latin, so is T. John Damascenus in the 8th century is revered as the last father of the Greek Church. Right arrow curving left. Hume's Essays, Volume 1, page 125. Right arrow curving left. The errors and virtues of the Paulicians are weighed, with his usual judgment and candor, by the learned Mosheim, Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae Seculum 9, page 311, etc. He draws his original intelligence from Photius, Contra Manichaeos, L. 1, and Peter Siculus, Historia Manichaeorum. The first of these accounts has not fallen into my hands, the second, which Mosheim prefers, I have read in a Latin version inserted in the Maxima Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum, Tom. 16, pages 754, 764, from the edition of the Jesuit Radaris, Ingolstadii, 1604. In quarto, point 9252 right arrow curving left. In the time of Theodoret, the diocese of Cyrrhus, in Syria, contained 800 villages. Of these, 2 were inhabited by Arians and Eunomians, and 8 by Marcionites, whom the laborious bishop reconciled to the Catholic Church, de Pan, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. 4, pages 81, 82. Right arrow curving left. Nobis profanis ista, sacra evangelia, legere non licet sed sacerdotibus duntaxat, was the first scruple of a Catholic when he was advised to read the Bible, Petrus Siculus, page 761. Right arrow curving left. In rejecting the second epistle of St. Peter, the Paulicians are justified by some of the most respectable of the ancients and moderns, see Wettstein ad loc. Simon, Histoire critique du texte du Nouveau Testament, c. 17. They likewise overlooked the Apocalypse, Petrus Siculus, page 756. But as such neglect is not imputed as a crime, the Greeks of the 9th century must have been careless of the credit and honor of the revelations. Right arrow curving left. This contention, which has not escaped the malice of Porphyry, supposes some error and passion in one or both of the apostles. By Chrysostom, Jerome, and Erasmus, it is represented as a sham quarrel, a pious fraud, for the benefit of the Gentiles and the correction of the Jews, Middleton's Works, Volume 2, pages 1, 20. Right arrow curving left. Those who are curious of this heterodox library may consult the researches of Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, Tom. I, pages 305, 437. Even in Africa, St. Austin could describe the Manichaean books, tam multi, tam grandes, tam preciosi codices, contra Faustum 1314. But he adds, without pity, incendite omnes illas membranas, and his advice had been rigorously followed. Right arrow curving left. The 6 capital errors of the Paulicians are defined by Peter Siculus, p. 756, with much prejudice and passion. Right arrow curving left. Prima malorum axioma est, duo rerum esse principia. Deum malum eti deum bonum, alium cujus mundi conditorem eti principem, eti alium futuri evi, Petrus Siculus, page 765. Right arrow curving left. 2 learned critics, Bozaber, Histoire critique de Manichae et du Manichaisme, L. I, 4, v. 6, and Mosheim, Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae in de Rebus Christianorum ante Constantinum, Seculum 1, 2, 3. Have labored to explore and discriminate the various systems of the Gnostics on the subject of the 2 principles. Right arrow curving left. The countries between the Euphrates and the Halys were possessed above 350 years by the Medes, Herodotus, L. IC 103, and Persians. And the kings of Pontus were of the royal race of the Achaemenides, Sallustii fragment, L. 3 with the French supplement and notes of the President de Brosses. Right arrow curving left. Most probably founded by Pompey after the conquest of Pontus. This colonia, on the Lycus, above Neocaesarea, is named by the Turks Kulihisar, or Konak, a populous town in a strong country, D'Anville, Géographie ancienne, Tom. 2, page 34. Tournefort, Voyage du Levant, tom. 3 lettre XXI, page 293. Right arrow curving left. The Temple of Bologna, at Comana in Pontus, was a powerful and wealthy foundation, and the high priest was respected as the second person in the kingdom. As the sacerdotal office had been occupied by his mother's family, Strabo, L. 12, pp. 809, 835, 837, dwells with peculiar complacency on the temple, the worship, and festival, which was twice celebrated every year. But the Bologna of Pontus had the features and character of the goddess, not of war, but of love. Right arrow curving left. Gregory, Bishop of Neo-Caesarea, AD 240, 265, surnamed Thaumaturgus or the Wonder-worker. 100 years afterwards, the history or romance of his life was composed by Gregory of Nyssa, his namesake and countryman, the brother of the great Saint Basil. Right arrow curving left. Hoc citarum ad sua egregia facinora, divini ac orthodoxi imperators addiderant, ut Manichaeos Montanosque capitali puniri sententia juberant, ierumque libros. Quocunc in loco inventi essent, flammis tradi. Quat sicis uspium eos dem occultus deprehenderator, hunc dem mortis poeni adici, ejusque bona in fiscum inferi, Petru Siculus, page 759. What more could bigotry and persecution desire? Right arrow curving left. It should seem that the Paulicians allowed themselves some latitude of equivocation and mental reservation. Till the Catholics discovered the pressing questions, which reduced them to the alternative of apostasy or martyrdom, Petru Siculus, page 760. Right arrow curving left. The persecution is told by Petru Siculus, pp. 579, 763, with satisfaction and pleasantry. Justus justa persolvit. Simeon was not tau tau omicron, but kappa tau omicron. The pronunciation of the two vowels must have been nearly the same, a great whale that drowned the mariners who mistook him for an island. See likewise Cedrinus, pp. 432, 435. Right arrow curving left. Petru Siculus, pages 763, 764, the continuator of Theophanes, L. 4c. 4, pages 103, 104, Cedrinus, pages 541, 542, 545, and Zonaras, tom. 2l. 16, p. 156, describe the revolt and exploits of Carbias and his Paulicians. Right arrow curving left. Otter, Voyage and Turkey etn Perse, tom. 2, is probably the only Frank who has visited the independent barbarians of Tefris, now Devrigny, from whom he fortunately escaped in the train of a Turkish officer. Right arrow curving left. In the history of Chrysochir, Genesius, Chronicle, pages 67, 70, edit. Venetius has exposed the nakedness of the empire. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, in Vita Basilii, c. 37, 43, pp. 166, 171, has displayed the glory of his grandfather. Cedrinus, pages 570, 573, is without their passions or their knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Sigma upsilon nu alpha pi epsilon mu alpha rho nu theta eta pi sigma alpha nu theta omicron sigma alpha tau tau epsilon phi rho iota kappa epsilon alpha nu delta rho alpha. How elegant is the Greek tongue, even in the mouth of Cedrinus. Right arrow curving left. Copronymus transported his sigma upsilon gamma gamma epsilon nu epsilon, heretics, and thus pi lambda alpha tau nu theta eta alpha rho epsilon sigma iota pi alpha upsilon lambda iota kappa iota alpha nu nu, says Cedrinus, p. 463, who has copied the annals of Theophanes. Right arrow curving left. Petru Siculus, who resided 9 months at Tefris, AD 870, for the ransom of captives, p. 764, was informed of their intended mission, and addressed his preservative, the Historia Manichaeorum, to the new Archbishop of the Bulgarians, page 754. Right arrow curving left. The colony of Paulicians and Jacobites, transplanted by John Zymis's, A.D. 970, from Armenia to Thrace, is mentioned by Zonaras, Tom. 2l. 17, page 209, and Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. 14, p. 450, etc. Right arrow curving left. The Alexias of Anna Komnena, L. v., page 131, L. 6, pages 154, 155, L. 14, pp. 450, 457, with the annotations of Du Cange, records the transactions of her apostolic father with the Manichaeans, whose abominable heresy she was desirous of refuting. Right arrow curving left. Basil, a monk, and the author of the Bogomiles, a sect of Gnostics, who soon vanished, Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. 15, pages 486, 494, Mosheim, Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae, page 420. Right arrow curving left. Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora, page 267. This passage of our English historian is alleged by Du Cange in an excellent note on Villehardouin, No. 208, who found the Paulicians at Philippopolis the friends of the Bulgarians. Right arrow curving left. C. Marsigli, Stato Militare del Imperio Ottomano, page 24. Right arrow curving left. The introduction of the Paulicians into Italy and France is amply discussed by Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evae, Tom. V. Dissertatio LX, pages 81, 152, and Mosheim, pp. 379, 382, 419, 422. Yet both have overlooked a curious passage of William the Apulian, who clearly describes them in a battle between the Greeks and Normans, AD 1040, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V. p. 256. Cum Grisus ad erant quidem, quos pessimus error. Fecerat aments, etiab ipso nomen habebant. But he is so ignorant of their doctrine as to make them a kind of Sabellians or Patripassions. Right arrow curving left. Bulgari, Bulgars, Boogers, a national appellation, has been applied by the French as a term of reproach to usurers and unnatural sinners. The Patarini, or Patellini, has been made to signify a smooth and flattering hypocrite, such as l'avocat Patelin of that original and pleasant farce, Du Cange. Glossarium Medii et infami Latinitatis. The Manichaeans were likewise named Kathari or the Pure, by corruption, Gazari, etc. Right arrow curving left. Of the laws, crusade, and persecution against the Albigiois, a just, though general, idea is expressed by Mosheim, pages 477, 481. The detail may be found in the ecclesiastical historians, ancient and modern, Catholics and Protestants, and amongst these Fleury is the most impartial and moderate. Right arrow curving left. The Acts, Liber Sententiarum, of the Inquisition of Toulouse, AD 1307, 1323, have been published by Limborch, Amsterdami, 1692, with a previous history of the Inquisition in general. They deserved a more learned and critical editor. As we must not calumniate even Satan, or the Holy Office, I will observe that, of a list of criminals which fills 19 folio pages, only 15 men and 4 women were delivered to the secular arm. 9,253 right arrow curving left. The popularity of Milner's History of the Church of Christ with some readers may make it proper to observe that his attempt to exculpate the Paulicians from the charge of Gnosticism or Manichaeism is in direct defiance, if not in ignorance, of all the original authorities. Gibbon himself, it appears, was not acquainted with the work of Photius, Contra Manichaeos, the first book of which was edited by Montfaucon, Bibliotheca Coisliniana, Pars 2, pp. 349, 375, the whole by Wolff, in his Anecdota Graeca, Hamburg, 1722. Compare a very sensible tract, Letter to Reverend S. R. Maitland, by John G. Dowling, M.A., London, 1835, M. Right arrow curving left. The opinions and proceedings of the reformers are exposed in the second part of the general history of Mosheim. But the balance, which he has held with so clear an eye, and so steady a hand, begins to incline in favor of his Lutheran brethren. Right arrow curving left. Under Edward VI our Reformation was more bold and perfect, but in the fundamental articles of the Church of England a strong and explicit declaration against the real presence was obliterated in the original copy. To please the people, or the Lutherans, or Queen Elizabeth, Gilbert Burnet's History of the Reformation of the Church of England, Volume 2, pages 82, 128, 302, right arrow curving left. Had it not been for such men as Luther and myself, said the fanatic Whiston to Halley the philosopher, you would now be kneeling before an image of Saint Winifred. Right arrow curving left. The article of Servet in the Nouveau Dictionnaire Critique of Chauffopai is the best account which I have seen of this shameful transaction. See likewise the Abbé d'Artigny, Nouveau Memoirs d'Histoire, de Critique et de Littérature, tom. 2, pages 55, 154. Right arrow curving left. I am more deeply scandalized at the single execution of Servetus, than at the hecatombs which have blazed in the auto-da-fés of Spain and Portugal. The zeal of Calvin seems to have been envenomed by personal malice, and perhaps envy. He accused his adversary before their common enemies, the judges of Vienna, and betrayed, for his destruction, the sacred trust of a private correspondence. The deed of cruelty was not varnished by the pretense of danger to the church or state. In his passage through Geneva, Servetus was a harmless stranger, who neither preached, nor printed, nor made proselytes. A Catholic Inquisition yields the same obedience which he requires. But Calvin violated the golden rule of doing as he would be done by, a rule which I read in a moral treatise of Isocrates, in Nicocle, tom. I, page 93, edit. Batty, 400 years before the publication of the Gospel. 9254 Pi sigma chi omicron nu tau epsilon phi, tau rho omega nu rho gamma zeta epsilon sigma theta epsilon, tau alpha tau omicron lambda omicron iota mu pi omicron iota epsilon tau epsilon. Right arrow curving left. C. Burnet, Volume 2, pages 84, 86. The sense and humanity of the young king were oppressed by the authority of the primate. Right arrow curving left. Erasmus may be considered as the father of rational theology. After a slumber of 100 years, it was revived by the Arminians of Holland, Grotius, Limborch, and Leclerc. In England by Chillingworth, the Latitudinarians of Cambridge, Burnet, History of His Own Time, Volume 1, pages 261, 268, octavo edition, Tillotson, Clark, Hoadley, etc. Right arrow curving left. I am sorry to observe that the three writers of the last age, by whom the rights of toleration have been so nobly defended, Bell, Leibniz, and Locke, are all laymen and philosophers. Right arrow curving left. See the excellent chapter of Sir William Temple on the Religion of the United Provinces. I am not satisfied with Grotius, Annals et Historiae de Rebus Belgicis, L. I, pages 13, 14, edit. In Duodecimo, who approves the imperial laws of persecution, and only condemns the bloody tribunal of the Inquisition. Right arrow curving left. Sir William Blackstone, Commentaries, Volume 4, pp. 53, 54, explains the law of England as it was fixed at the Revolution. The exceptions of papists, and of those who deny the Trinity, would still have a tolerable scope for persecution, if the national spirit were not more effectual than 100 statutes. Right arrow curving left. I shall recommend to public animadversion 2 passages in Dr. Priestley, which betray the ultimate tendency of his opinions. At the first of these, History of the Corruptions of Christianity, Volume 1, pages 275, 276, the priest; at the second, Volume 2, page 484, the magistrate, may tremble. Right arrow curving left. There is something ludicrous, if it were not offensive, in Gibbon holding up to public animadversion the opinions of any believer in Christianity, however imperfect his creed. The observations which the whole of this passage on the effects of the Reformation, in which much truth and justice is mingled with much prejudice, would suggest, could not possibly be compressed into a note, and would indeed embrace the whole religious and irreligious history of the time which has elapsed since Gibbon wrote. Right arrow curving left. All the passages of the Byzantine history which relate to the barbarians are compiled, methodized, and transcribed, in a Latin version, by the laborious John Gotthelf Stritter. In his Memoriae Populorum, Olim ad Danubium, Pontum Euxinum, Pollutum Meotidum, Caucasum, Mare Caspium, et ind Magus ad Septentriones Incolentium. Petropoli, 1771, 1779, in 4 tomes, or 6 volumes, in quarto. But the fashion has not enhanced the price of these raw materials. Right arrow curving left. See here in chapter 39. Right arrow curving left. Theophanes, pp. 296, 299. Anastasius, page 113. Nicephorus, Constantinopolitani Breviarium Historicum, pages 22, 23. Theophanes places the old Bulgaria on the banks of the Atel or Volga. But he deprives himself of all geographical credit by discharging that river into the Euxine Sea. Right arrow curving left. Paulus Diaconus, De Gestis Langobardorum, L.V.C. 29, pages 881, 882. The apparent difference between the Lombard historian and the above-mentioned Greeks is easily reconciled by Camillo Pellegrino, De Ducata Beneventano. Dissertatio 7 in the Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, Tom. V. pages 186, 187, and Beretti, De Italia Medii Evae Dissertatio Chorographica, page 273, etc. This Bulgarian colony was planted in a vacant district of Samnium, and learned the Latin without forgetting their native language. Right arrow curving left. These provinces of the Greek idiom and empire are assigned to the Bulgarian kingdom in the dispute of ecclesiastical jurisdiction between the patriarchs of Rome and Constantinople, Baronius. Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 869, No. 75, right arrow curving left. The situation and royalty of Lychnidus, or Acrita, are clearly expressed in Cedrinus, page 713. The removal of an archbishop or patriarch from Justiniania Prima to Lychnidus, and at length to Turnovo, has produced some perplexity in the ideas or language of the Greeks. Nicephorus Gregoras, L. 2c. 2, pages 14, 15. Thomas Sin, Discipline de l'Église, Tom. I.L. IC, 19, 23. And a Frenchman, D'Anville, is more accurately skilled in the geography of their own country. Histoire de l'Académie de Inscriptions, Tom. 31. Right arrow curving left. Chalcocondyles, a competent judge, affirms the identity of the language of the Dalmatians, Bosnians, Serbians, Bulgarians, Poles, de rebus Turcicis, L.X. p. 283, and elsewhere of the Bohemians, L.2, page 38. The same author has marked the separate idiom of the Hungarians. 9255 right arrow curving left. This is a mistake. Gibbon has been misled by the present language of the Bulgarians, which is Slavonic, but was not so originally. The authority of Chalcocondyles, whom Gibbon quotes in his note, is of no value for an earlier period, as he lived in the 15th century, after the capture of Constantinople by the Turks. In a previous chapter, see here in chapter 42, Gibbon had correctly identified the Bulgarians and the Huns, and had observed, in a note, I adopt the appellation of Bulgarians from Ennodius, Jornans, Theophanes, and the chronicles of Cassiodorus and Marcellinus. The name of Huns is too vague, the tribes of Kuturgurians and Uturgurians are too minute and too harsh. That the Bulgarians were Huns has been clearly proved by Zeus, and they consequently belonged to the Turkish, and not the Slavonic race, for there can be no doubt that the Huns were Turks. See this note. It may be regarded as a historical fact that the Bulgarians were the remains of the Huns, who, after their defeat on the death of Attila, retreated eastward to the Euxine and the Lake Maeotis. The Bulgarians are first mentioned by name by Ennodius, in his panegyrical oration addressed to the Gothic king Theodoric, their conqueror. But he speaks of them as a well-known and terrible nation, not as one which now appeared for the first time. Haec est natio, cujus ante te fiut omni quod voluit, quae prolixis temporibus solo bella consumavit excursu. His ante mundus pervius esse credibator. Ennodius apud opera varia sermond, Tom. I, page 1598, 1599. In a letter of the Gothic king Athalaric, the Bulgarians are plainly identified with the Huns, Cassiodorus, Variarum 810. Procopius never mentions Bulgarians, only Huns, but certain deeds ascribed by Procopius to Huns are attributed by Jornans and others to Bulgarians. For the proofs, see Zus, page 711. Further, Bulgarian, like Hun, was a collective name, and thus we find the same tribes called Bulgarians in one author and Huns in another. In the 6th century several tribes of the Bulgarians were subject to the Avars, but, in 634, Kubrat, a friend of the Romans, threw off the yoke of the Avars. A few years afterwards, about 670, the Bulgarians appear as enemies of the Romans. And, to the great terror of Constantinople, they crossed the Danube, and, uniting themselves with the Slavonic inhabitants, founded the Bulgarian kingdom between this river and the Hemus. The name of the conquerors still continues, but their language has long given way to that of the Slavonians. A portion, however, of the Bulgarians remained in their earlier abodes, to the eastward. And Theophanes, in a passage quoted by Gibbon, above, this note, correctly places Old Bulgaria on the Etal, or Atal, or the Volga, the former being the name of this river in the Tatar languages, while the latter probably comes from the Bulgarians. The Bulgarian kingdom upon the Volga is called by the Russian historians Great Bulgaria, and the Danubian Bulgaria sometimes takes the name of Little Bulgaria. Great Bulgaria extended from the confluence of the Kama and the Volga to the shores of the Euxine and the Caspian. The ruins of its capital city, Bulgari, have been discovered on the banks of the Danube. In the Middle Ages this kingdom became one of considerable importance. And an active commerce was carried on between the east and the north of Europe through the country of the Bulgarians and the rivers which traversed it. In the 10th century the Bulgarians were Mohammedans, and, as we learn from Nestor, attempted to convert the Tsar Vladimir of Russia with his people to the religion of the Prophet. The Bulgarians are frequently mentioned by the Arabs, who visited their country for the purposes of commerce. And they continued a powerful people till they were overwhelmed by the invasion of the Mongols. See Zus, Die Deutschen und die Nachbarstam, page 710, Seek, Pritchard, Researches into the Physical History of Mankind, volume 4, page 325, Seek, Shafarik, Sloish Alterthumer, volume 2, page 152, Seek. S. Right arrow curving left. See the work of Johann Christoph Jordan, De Originibus Sclavicis, Vindabani, 1745, in 4 parts, or 2 volumes in folio. His collections and researches are useful to elucidate the antiquities of Bohemia and the adjacent countries. But his plan is narrow, his style barbarous, his criticism shallow, and the Aulic counselor is not free from the prejudices of a Bohemian. 9256 Right arrow curving left. This, again, is a mistake. The Wallachians are not akin to the Serbians, Bosnians, and other Slavonic nations. They are a Romance people, speaking a language derived from the Latin, like the French, Italian, and Spanish. They still call themselves Romanj, Romans. The name of Wallachians, i.e. Walshan or Welsh, was first given to them by the Germans. S. Right arrow curving left. Jordan subscribes to the well-known and probable derivation from Slava, Laus, Gloria, a word of familiar use in the different dialects and parts of speech, and which forms the termination of the most illustrious names, De Originibus Sclavicis, Pars I. p. 40, Pars 4, pp. 101-102, right arrow curving left. This conversion of a national into an appellative name appears to have arisen in the 8th century, in the Oriental France, where the princes and bishops were rich in Sclavonian captives, not of the Bohemian, exclaims Jordan, but of Sarabian race. From thence the word was extended to the general use, to the modern languages, and even to the style of the last Byzantines, see the Greek and Latin glossaries of Du Cange. The confusion of the sigma rho beta lambda omicron iota, or Serbians, with the Latin servi, was still more fortunate and familiar. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, c. 32, page 99. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitus, most accurate for his own times, most fabulous for preceding ages, describes the Sclavonians of Dalmatia, c. 29, 36. Right arrow curving left. See the anonymous chronicle of the 11th century, ascribed to John Saturninus, pp. 94, 102, and that composed in the 14th by the Doge Andrew Dandolo, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, tom. 12, pages 227, 230. The two oldest monuments of the history of Venice. Right arrow curving left. The first kingdom of the Bulgarians may be found, under the proper dates, in the annals of Cedrinus and Zonaras. The Byzantine materials are collected by Stritter, Memoriae Populorum, tom. 2 Pars 2, pages 441, 647, and the series of their kings is disposed and settled by Du Cange, Familiae Byzantini, pages 305, 318. Right arrow curving left. Simonem semi-Grecum esse ibant, eo quada puritia Byzantiae Demosthenes rhetoricam et Aristotela syllogismos didicerat, Liutprand, L. 3 c. 8. He says in another place, Simeon, Fortis Bellator, Bulgarii praerit, Christianus, sed Vicinis Grecis vald inimicus, L. IC. 2. Right arrow curving left. Rigidum fera dextera cornu. Dum tenet, in fregit, truncaca fronte revelit. Ovid, Metamorphoses 9:1, 100, has boldly painted the combat of the river god and the hero. The native and the stranger. Right arrow curving left. It was not on the banks of the Achilles, but at a place of that name in Bulgaria, near Anchialus, that the battle was fought. See Finlay, History of the Byzantine Empire, Volume 1, page 342, who remarks, the name Achilles seems to have misled Gibbon into a singular complication of errors. He transports the battle into Greece, calls the Asiatic troops of Phocas Greeks, and grows more poetical than Ovid, whom he quotes. S. Right arrow curving left. The ambassador of Otto was provoked by the Greek excuses, cum Christophori filium Petrus Bulgarorum Vasilius conjugem ducerit, symphona, id est consonantia scripto juramento firmata sunt. Ut omnium gentium apostolis, id est nuncies, penis nos Bulgarorum apostoli preponanter, honoranter, diliganter, Liutprand in legatio ad Nicephorum Phocam, p. 482, see de Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, tom. I, page 82, tom. 2, pages 429, 430, 434, 435, 443, 444, 446, 447, with the annotations of Reisk. Right arrow curving left. A bishop of Würzburg submitted this opinion to a reverend abbot, but he more gravely decided that Gog and Magog were the spiritual persecutors of the church. Since Gog signifies the root, the pride of the heresiarchs, and Magog what comes from the root, the propagation of their sects. Yet these men once commanded the respect of mankind. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, tom. 11, page 594, etc., point 9257. Right arrow curving left. The two national authors, from whom I have derived the most assistance, are George Pray, Dissertations Historico-Critici in Annals Vetters Honorum, Averum, Edi Hungarorum, Vindabani, 1775. In folio, and Istvan Katona, Historia Critica Regum Hungarii Stirpus Arpadiani, Pastini, 1778, 1781, 5 volumes. In octavo. The first embraces a large and often conjectural space, the latter, by his learning, judgment, and perspicuity, deserves the name of a critical historian. 9258 right arrow curving left. The author of this chronicle is styled the notary of King Bela. Katona has assigned him to the 12th century, and defends his character against the hypercriticism of Prey. This rude annalist must have transcribed some historical records, since he could affirm with dignity, rejectus falsus fabulus rusticorum, edi garrullo canta joculatorum. In the 15th century, these fables were collected by Thuraxius, and embellished by the Italian Bonfinius. See the preliminary discourse in the Historia Critica Primorum Hungarii Ducum, pp. 7, 33. Right arrow curving left. See Constantine, De Administrando Imperio, c. 3, 4, 13, 38, 42. Katona has nicely fixed the composition of this work to the years 949, 951, pages 4, 7. The Critical Historian, pp. 34, 107, endeavors to prove the existence, and to relate the actions, of a first Duke Almas, the father of Arpad, who is tacitly rejected by Constantine. Right arrow curving left. Prey, Dissertations edi Hungarorum, pages 37, 39, etc., produces and illustrates the original passages of the Hungarian missionaries, Bonfinius and Aeneas Sylvius. Right arrow curving left. In the deserts to the southeast of Astrakhan have been found the ruins of a city named Madchar, which proves the residence of the Hungarians or Magyar in those regions. Précis de la Géographie Universelle par Maltebrun, Volume 1, page 353, g. This is contested by Klaproth in his travels in the Caucasus and Georgia, c. XXI. Madchar, he states, in Old Tartar, means stone building. This was a Tartar city mentioned by the Mohammedan writers. M. Right arrow curving left. Johann Eberhard Fischer in the Questions Petropolitani, and Prey, Dissertations edi Hungarorum 1, 2, 3, etc. have drawn up several comparative tables of the Hungarian with the Fennic dialects. The affinity is indeed striking, but the lists are short, the words are purposely chosen. And I read in the learned Bayer, Commentarii Academiae Scientiarum Imperialis Petropolitani, Tom. X. p. 374, that although the Hungarian has adopted many Fennic words, innumerous voces, it essentially differs toto genio et natura. Right arrow curving left. The connection between the Magyar language and that of the Finns is now almost generally admitted. Klaproth, Asia Polyglotta, page 188, etc. Maltebran, Tom. 4, page 723, etc., m. Right arrow curving left. In the region of Turfan, which is clearly and minutely described by the Chinese geographers, Gobel, Histoire du Genchiskan, page 13, de Gines, Histoire de Huns, Tom. 2, page 31, etc., right arrow curving left. Histoire généalogique de Tatars, par Bulgazi Bahadur Khan, Party 2, pages 90, 98, right arrow curving left. In their journey to Peking, both Isbrand Ives, Harris's collection of voyages and travels, Volume 2, pages 920, 921, and Bell, Travels from St. Petersburg, Volume 1, page 174, found the Vogulets in the neighborhood of Tobolsky. By the tortures of the etymological art, Ur and Vogel are reduced to the same name, the circumjacent mountains really bear the appellation of Ugrian. And of all the Fennic dialects the Vogulian is the nearest to the Hungarian. Fischer, Questions Petropolitani I, pages 20, 30, Prey, Dissertations edi Hungarorum 2, pages 31, 34. Right arrow curving left. The 8 tribes of the Fennic race are described in the curious work of M. Pierre-Charles Levesque, Histoire de différents peuples soumis à la domination de Russes, Tom. 2, pp. 361, 561. Right arrow curving left. This picture of the Hungarians and Bulgarians is chiefly drawn from the Tactics of Leo, pp. 796, 801, and the Latin Annals, which are alleged by Baronius, Pagi, and Muratori, AD 889, etc. Right arrow curving left. Buffon, Histoire naturelle, tom. v. page 6, in 12mo. Gustavus Adolphus attempted, without success, to form a regiment of Laplanders. Grotius says of these Arctic tribes, Arma arcus eti feritra, sed adversus feras, Annals, L. 4, page 236. And attempts, after the manner of Tacitus, to varnish with philosophy their brutal ignorance. Right arrow curving left. Leo has observed that the government of the Turks was monarchical, and that their punishments were rigorous, Tactica, page 896, pi eta nu epsilon kappa alpha beta alpha rho epsilon alpha. Regino, in Chronicon, AD 889, mentions theft as a capital crime, and his jurisprudence is confirmed by the original Code of St. Stephen, AD 1016. If a slave were guilty, he was chastised, for the first time, with the loss of his nose, or a fine of 5 heifers, for the second, with the loss of his ears, or a similar fine. For the third, with death, which the freeman did not incur till the 4th offense, as his first penalty was the loss of liberty. Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, tom. I, pages 231, 232. Right arrow curving left. See Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, pages 321, 352, right arrow curving left. Hungarorum gens, cujus omnes fear nations experti civicium, etc., is the preface of Liutprand, L. I.C. 2, who frequently expatiated on the calamities of his own times. C.L. I.C. 5, L. 2c. 1, 2, 4, 7, L. 3c. 1, etc., L. v. c. 8, 15, in Legatio ad Nicephorum Phocam, page 485. His colors are glaring, but his chronology must be rectified by Pagi and Muratori. Right arrow curving left. The 3 bloody reigns of Arpad, Zoltan, and Taxis are critically illustrated by Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, etc., pages 107, 499. His diligence has searched both natives and foreigners, yet to the deeds of mischief, or glory, I have been able to add the destruction of Bremen, Adam Bremensis I-43. Right arrow curving left. Muratori has considered with patriotic care the danger and resources of Medina. The citizens besought Saint Geminianus, their patron, to avert, by his intercession, the rabies, flagellum, etc. Nunc te rogamus, licet servi pessimi. Abungerorum nos defendas jaculus. The bishop erected walls for the public defense, not contra dominos serenos, antiquitates italici medii evi, tom. I dissertatio I, pp. 21, 22, and the song of the nightly watch is not without elegance or use, tom. 3 dissertatio XL, page 709. The Italian annalist has accurately traced the series of their inroads, Annali d'Italia, tom. 7, pages 365, 367, 393, 401, 437, 440, tom. 8, pages 19, 41, 52, etc., right arrow curving left. Both the Hungarian and Russian annals suppose that they besieged, or attacked, or insulted Constantinople. Pray, Dissertations Edi Hungarorum X, page 239, Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, pp. 354, 360, and the fact is almost confessed by the Byzantine historians, Leo Grammaticus, page 506, Cedrinus, tom. 2, p. 629, yet, however glorious to the nation, it is denied or doubted by the critical historian, and even by the notary of Bela. Their skepticism is meritorious. They could not safely transcribe or believe the Rusticorum Fabulas. But Catona might have given due attention to the evidence of Liutprand, Bulgarorum gentem at Graecorum tributarium fecerunt, Historia, L. 2c. 4, page 435. Right arrow curving left. Lambda omicron nu theta, delta eta rho iota nu theta tau eta nu. Tau, rho epsilon omicron kappa omicron rho upsilon phi sigma iota pi epsilon rho kappa tau alpha mu nu eta lambda phi omicron iota omicron. Mu phi omega pi epsilon iota nu omicron nu tau epsilon mu gamma alpha phi rho omicron nu tau epsilon mu chi epsilon sigma theta omicron nu. Iliad 16:756. Right arrow curving left. They are amply and critically discussed by Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, pages 360, 368, 427, 470. Liutprand, L. 2c. 8, 9, is the best evidence for the former, and Widukind, Residential Gesti Saxonicae Civinalium Libri Trace, L. 3, of the latter. But the critical historian will not even overlook the horn of a warrior, which is said to be preserved at Jasbern. Right arrow curving left. Hunc vero triumphum, tam laudi quam memoria dignum, ad meris Bergam rex in superiori coinaculo domus per zeta omega gamma rho alpha phi alpha nu, id est, picturam, notari precepit. Adio ut rem verum podius quam verisimilum videas, a high encomium, Liutprand, L. 2c. 9. Another palace in Germany had been painted with holy subjects by the order of Charlemagne. And Muratori may justly affirm, nulla secula furor in cabus pictors desiderati furent, antiquitates Italici medii Evi, tom. 2 Dissertatio Ziv, pages 360, 361. Our domestic claims to antiquity of ignorance and original imperfection, Mr. Horace Walpole's lively words, are of a much more recent date. Anecdotes of Painting in England, Volume 1, page 2, etc., right arrow curving left. C. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 929, No. 2, 5. The Lance of Christ is taken from the best evidence, Liutprand, L. for c. 12, Sigebert, and the Acts of St. Gerard. But the other military relics depend on the faith of the Rerum Anglicarum Scriptores post Bidam Precipui, L. 2c. 8, right arrow curving left. Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, page 500, etc. Right arrow curving left. Among these colonies we may distinguish the Chazars, or Kabari, who joined the Hungarians on their march, Constantine, De Administrando Imperio, c. 39, 40, pages 108, 109. The Jazyges, Moravians, and Siculi, whom they found in the land, the last were perhaps a remnant of the Huns of Attila, and were entrusted with the guard of the borders. The Russians, who, like the Swiss in France, imparted a general name to the royal porters. The Bulgarians, whose chiefs, AD 956, were invited, cum magna multitudine Hismahelitarum. Had any of those Sclavonians embraced the Mohammedan religion? The Biceni and Cumans, a mixed multitude of Patsanasites, Uzi, Chazars, etc., who had spread to the lower Danube. The last colony of 40,000 Cumans, AD 1239, was received and converted by the kings of Hungary, who derived from that tribe a new regal appellation, Prae, Dissertations et Hungarorum 6, 7. pp. 109, 173. Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, pages 95, 99, 259, 264, 476, 479, 483, etc., right arrow curving left. Christiani autem, quorum pars major populi est, ca ex omni part mundi illic tracti sunt captivi, etc. Such was the language of Pellegrinus, the first missionary who entered Hungary, AD 973. Pars major is strong. Historia Regum Hungarii, page 517, right arrow curving left. The Fideles Teutonicai of Geisa are authenticated in old charters. And Catona, with his usual industry, has made a fair estimate of these colonies, which had been so loosely magnified by the Italian Ranzinus, Historia Regum Hungarii, p. 667, 681. Right arrow curving left. Among the Greeks, this national appellation has a singular form, as an undeclinable word, of which many fanciful etymologies have been suggested. I have perused, with pleasure and profit, a dissertation De Origine Russorum, Commentarii Academiae Scientiarum Imperialis Petropolitani, Tom. 8, pp. 388-436, by Theophilus Siegfried Bayer, a learned German, who spent his life and labors in the service of Russia. A geographical tract of D'Anville, L'Empire de Russie, Son Origin, Eds Acroismans, Paris, 1772, in duodecimo, has likewise been of use. 9259 right arrow curving left. See the entire passage, dignum, says Bayer, ut aureus in tabulus figator, in the Annals Bertiniani Francorum, in rerum italicarum scriptors, Muratori, Tom. 2 pars I, p. 525, AD 839, 22 years before the era of Rurik. In the 10th century, Liutprand, Historia Atonis, L.V.C. 6, speaks of the Russians and Normans as the same aquilinaires homines of a red complexion. Right arrow curving left. My knowledge of these annals is drawn from M. Levesque, Histoire de Russie. Nestor, the first and best of these ancient annalists, was a monk of Kiev, who died in the beginning of the 12th century. But his chronicle was obscure till it was published at Petersburg, 1767, in quarto. Levesque, Histoire de Russie, Tom. I, page 16. William Cox's Travels into Poland, Russia, Sweden, and Denmark, Volume 2, p. 184.9260 right arrow curving left. Theophilus Siegfried Bayer de Viragis, for the name is differently spelt, in Commentarii Academiae Scientiarum Imperialis Petropolitani, Tom. 4, pages 275, 311. Right arrow curving left. Yet, as late as the year 1018, Kiev and Russia were still guarded ex fugitivorum servorum robor, confluentium et maxime denorum. Bayer, who quotes, p. 292, the Chronicle of Dithmar of Merseburg, observes that it was unusual for the Germans to enlist in a foreign service. Right arrow curving left. Ducange has collected from the original authors the state and history of the Varangi at Constantinople, Glossarium Medii et infami Grecitatis, sub voce beta rho alpha gamma gamma omicron iota. Glossarium Medii et infami Latinitatis, sub voce vagri. Notice ad Alexias, Anni Comneni, pages 256, 258, Notes Sir Villaharduin, pages 296, 299. See likewise the annotations of Reisk to the De Ceremoniis Oli Byzantini of Constantine, Tom. 2, pages 149, 150. Saxo Grammaticus affirms that they spoke Danish. But Codinus maintains them till the 15th century in the use of their native English, pi omicron lambda upsilon Cairo omicron nu zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota omicron beta rho alpha gamma gamma omicron iota kappa alpha tau tau nu pi tau rho iota omicron nu gamma lambda sigma sigma alpha nu tau omicron iota gamma kappa lambda eta nu iota sigma tau. Right arrow curving left. The original record of the geography and trade of Russia is produced by the Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, c. 2, pages 55, 56, c. 9, pages 59, 61, c. 13, pp. 63, 67, c. 37, page 106, c. 42, pp. 112, 113, and illustrated by the diligence of Bayer, De Geographia Russiae Vicinarum Regionum Circiter AUC 948, in Commentarii Academiae Scientiarum Imperialis Petropolitani, Tom. 9, pp. 367, 422, Tom. X, pages 371, 421, with the aid of the chronicles and traditions of Russia, Scandinavia, etc. Right arrow curving left. The haughty proverb, "Who can resist God and the great Novgorod?" is applied by M. Levesque, Histoire de Russie, tom. I, page 60, even to the times that preceded the reign of Rurik. In the course of his history he frequently celebrates this republic, which was suppressed AD 1475, tom. 2, pages 252-266. That accurate traveler, Adam Olearius, describes, in 1635, the remains of Novgorod, and the route by sea and land of the Holstein ambassadors, tom. I, pages 123-129. Right arrow curving left. In hac magna civitate, quae est caput regni, plus trecenti ecclesiae habenter et nundini octo, populi etiam ignota manus, Egahardus ad AD 1018, apud Bayer, tom. 9, page 412. He likewise quotes, tom. X, page 397, the words of the Saxon annalist, Cujus, Rushii, metropolis est chive, emula septri Constantinopolitani, quae est clarissimum decus Greciae. The fame of Kiev, especially in the 11th century, had reached the German and the Arabian geographers. Right arrow curving left. In odori osteo qua Scythicas aluit paluds, nobilissima civitas Julinum, celeberimam, barbaris eti Grecis sunt in circitu, Preston stationum. Est sane maxima omnium quas Europa claudit civitatem, Adam Bremensis, Historia Ecclesiastica, p. 19, a strange exaggeration even in the 11th century. The trade of the Baltic, and the Hanseatic League, are carefully treated in Anderson's Historical Deduction of Commerce. At least in our language, I am not acquainted with any book so satisfactory. 9261 Right arrow curving left. According to Adam of Bremen, De Situ Danii, p. 58, the Old Kurland extended 8 days' journey along the coast, and by Peter Tudobergicus, page 68, AD 1326, Memel is defined as the common frontier of Russia, Kurland, and Prussia. Aurum ibi plurimum, says Adam, divinis auguribus at necromanticis omnes domus sunt pleni, a toto orb ibia responsa patunter, maxime of Hispanis, forsan Zupanis. Id est regulis Latovii, edi Grecis. The name of Greeks was applied to the Russians even before their conversion, an imperfect conversion, if they still consulted the wizards of Kurland, Bayer, tom. X, pages 378, 402, etc. Grotius, Prolegomena ad Historia Gotharum, page 99. Right arrow curving left. Constantine only reckons 7 cataracts, of which he gives the Russian and Sclavonic names. But 13 are enumerated by the Sieur de Beauplan, a French engineer, who had surveyed the course and navigation of the Dnieper or Borysthenes, Description de l'Ukraine, Rouen, 1660. A thin quarto, but the map is unluckily wanting in my copy. Right arrow curving left. Nestor, apud Levesque, Histoire de Russie, tom. I, pages 78, 80. From the Dnieper, or Borysthenes, the Russians went to Black Bulgaria, Caesarea, and Syria. To Syria, how? Where? When? May we not, instead of sigma upsilon rho alpha, read sigma upsilon alpha nu alpha? The alteration is slight. The position of Swania, between Caesarea and Lazica, is perfectly suitable. And the name was still used in the 11th century, Cedrinus, tom. 2, page 770. Right arrow curving left. The wars of the Russians and Greeks in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries are related in the Byzantine annals, especially those of Zonaras and Cedrinus. And all their testimonies are collected in the Memoriae Populorum, Russica of Stritter, tom. 2 pars 2, pages 939, 1044. Right arrow curving left. Pyro Omicron Sigma Epsilon Tau Alpha Iota Rho Iota Sigma Mu Epsilon Nu Omicron Delta Kappa Alpha Sigma Upsilon Mu Mu Alpha Chi Iota Kappa Nu Omicron Kappa Lambda Gamma Omicron Nu Pi Tau Nu Kappa Alpha Tau Omicron Iota Kappa Omicron Nu Tau Omega Nu Tau Omicron Pyro Omicron Sigma Alpha Rho Kappa Tau Omicron Iota Tau Omicron Kappa Epsilon Alpha Nu Omicron Nu Sigma Omicron Iota Theta Nu. Cedrenus in Historiarum Compendium, page 758. Right arrow curving left. See Beauplan, Description de l'Ukraine, pages 54, 61. His descriptions are lively, his plans accurate, and except the circumstances of firearms, we may read Old Russians for modern Cossacks. Right arrow curving left. It is to be lamented that Bayer has only given a Dissertation de Russorum Prima Expedition Constantinopolitana, Commentarii Academiae Scientiarum Imperialis Petropolitani, Tom. 6, pp. 265, 391. After disentangling some chronological intricacies, he fixes it in the years 864 or 865, a date which might have smoothed some doubts and difficulties in the beginning of M. Levesque's history. Right arrow curving left. When Photius wrote his encyclic epistle on the conversion of the Russians, the miracle was not yet sufficiently ripe. He reproaches the nation as epsilon mu tau eta tau alpha kappa alpha mu iota phi omicron nu pi nu tau alpha delta epsilon upsilon tau rho omicron upsilon tau alpha tau tau mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Right arrow curving left. Leo Grammaticus, pages 463, 464. Constantini Continuator in Historiae Byzantini Scriptores Post Theophanem, pages 121, 122. Simeon Logothetes, pages 445, 446. Georgius Monicus, pages 535, 536. Cedrenus, Tom. 2, page 551. Zonaras, Tom. 2, page 162. Right arrow curving left. See Nestor and Nikon, in Levesque's Histoire de Russie, Tom. I, pages 74, 80. Katona, Historia Regum Hungarii, pp. 75, 79, uses his advantage to disprove this Russian victory, which would cloud the siege of Kiev by the Hungarians. Right arrow curving left. Leo Grammaticus, pages 506, 507, insert. Continuator, pages 263, 264. Simeon Logothetes, pages 490, 491, Georgius Monicus, pages 588, 589, Cedrenus, Tom. 2, page 629, Zonaras, Tom. 2, pages 190, 191, and Liutprand, L.V.C. 6, who writes from the narratives of his father-in-law, then ambassador at Constantinople, and corrects the vain exaggeration of the Greeks. Right arrow curving left. I can only appeal to Cedrenus, Tom. 2, pp. 758, 759, and Zonaras, Tom. 2, pages 253, 254, but they grow more weighty and credible as they draw near to their own times. Right arrow curving left. Nestor, Apud Levesque, Histoire de Russie, Tom. I, page 87. Right arrow curving left. This brazen statue, which had been brought from Antioch, and was melted down by the Latins, was supposed to represent either Joshua or Bellerophon, an odd dilemma. See Nicetas Coniates, pp. 413, 414, Codinus, Scriptores Originum Constantinopolitanorum, page 24, and the anonymous writer De Antiquitates Constantinopolitani, Banduri, Imperium Oriental, Tom. I, pp. 17, 18, who lived about the year 1100. They witnessed the belief of the prophecy, the rest is immaterial. Right arrow curving left. The life of Swiatoslaus, or Sviatoslav, or Svendoslavus is extracted from the Russian chronicles by M. Levesque, Histoire de Russie, Tom. I. Pages 94, 107. Right arrow curving left. This resemblance may be clearly seen in the 9th book of the Iliad, 205, 221, in the minute detail of the cookery of Achilles. By such a picture a modern epic poet would disgrace his work and disgust his reader, but the Greek verses are harmonious, a dead language can seldom appear low or familiar. And at the distance of 2,700 years we are amused with the primitive manners of antiquity. Right arrow curving left. This singular epithet is derived from the Armenian language, and tau zeta iota mu iota sigma kappa is interpreted in Greek by mu omicron upsilon zeta alpha kappa tau zeta eta, or mu omicron iota rho alpha kappa tau zeta eta. As I profess myself equally ignorant of these words, I may be indulged in the question in the play, pray, which of you is the interpreter? From the context they seem to signify adolescentialis, Leo Diaconus, L. for ms apud du cange, Glossarium Grecitatis, page 1570. 9262 right arrow curving left. In the Sclavonic tongue, the name of Peristlaba implied the great or illustrious city, mu epsilon gamma lambda eta kappa alpha omicron sigma alpha kappa alpha lambda epsilon gamma omicron mu nu eta, says Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. 7, page 194. From its position between Mount Haemus and the lower Danube, it appears to fill the ground, or at least the station, of Marcianopolis. The situation of Durostalis, or Dristra, is well known and conspicuous, Commentarii Academiae Scientiarum Imperialis Petropolitani, Tom. 9, pages 415, 416, D. Anvil, Geographie Ancienne, Tom. I. pp. 307, 311. Right arrow curving left. The political management of the Greeks, more especially with the Patzinasites, is explained in the 7 first chapters, De Administrando Imperio. Right arrow curving left. In the narrative of this war, Leo the Deacon, apud pagi, Critica Baronii, Tom. 4, AD 968, 973, is more authentic and circumstantial than Cedrenus, Tom. 2, pp. 660, 683, and Zonaras, Tom. 2, pages 205, 214. These declaimers have multiplied to 308,000 and 330,000 men those Russian forces of which the contemporary had given a moderate and consistent account. Right arrow curving left. Photius, Epistolae 2 No. 35, p. 58, edit. Montecutium. It was unworthy of the learning of the editor to mistake the Russian nation, Tau, for a war cry of the Bulgarians. Nor did it become the enlightened patriarch to accuse the Sclavonian idolaters Tau lambda lambda eta nu iota kappa kappa alpha theta omicron upsilon delta xi eta. They were neither Greeks nor atheists. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 7001, 7, 500. M. Levesque has extracted, from old chronicles and modern researches, the most satisfactory account of the religion of the Slavi, and the conversion of Russia, Histoire de Russie, Tom. I. pp. 35, 54, 59, 92, 93, 113, 121, 124, 129, 148, 149, etc. Right arrow curving left. See the De Ceremoniis Ali Byzantini, Tom. 2 c. 15, pages 343, 345, the style of Olga, or Elga, is Rhokainu tau ota sigma sigma alpha omega sigma alpha. For the chief of barbarians the Greeks whimsically borrowed the title of an Athenian magistrate, with a female termination which would have astonished the ear of Demosthenes. Right arrow curving left. See an anonymous fragment published by Banduri, Imperium Oriental, Tom. 2, pages 112, 113, De Conversion Russorum. Right arrow curving left. Cherson, or Corson, is mentioned by Herberstein, apud pagi, Tom. 4, page 56, as the place of Wolodymir's baptism and marriage, and both the tradition and the gates are still preserved at Novgorod. Yet an observing traveler transports the brazen gates from Magdeburg in Germany, Cox's Travels into Poland, Russia, Sweden, and Denmark, Volume 1, page 452. And quotes an inscription, which seems to justify his opinion. The modern reader must not confound this old Cher-son of the Tauric or Crimean Peninsula with a new city of the same name, which has arisen near the mouth of the Borysthenes, and was lately honored by the memorable interview of the Empress of Russia with the Emperor of the West. Right arrow curving left. Consult the Latin text, or English version, of Mosheim's excellent general history of the Church, under the first head or section of each of these centuries. Right arrow curving left. In the year 1000, the ambassadors of Saint Stephen received from Pope Sylvester the title of King of Hungary, with a diadem of Greek workmanship. It had been designed for the Duke of Poland. But the Poles, by their own confession, were yet too barbarous to deserve an angelical and apostolical crown. Catona, Historia Critica Regum Hungarii Stirpus Arpadiani, Tom. I, pages 1, 20. Right arrow curving left. Listen to the exultations of Adam of Bremen, AD 1080, of which the substance is agreeable to truth, ecce illa ferocissima denorum, etc. Natio, jam dudum novit in de laudibus alleluia resonare. Ecce populus al piraticus, sui nunc finibus contentus est. Ecce patria horribilis semper in excessa propter cultum idolorum, predicators veritatis ubique certatum admittit, etc., etc., de situ Danii, etc., pages 40, 41, edit. Elsevier, A Curious and Original Prospect of the North of Europe, and the Introduction of Christianity. Right arrow curving left. The great princes removed in 1156 from Kiev, which was ruined by the Tartars in 1240. Moscow became the seat of empire in the 14th century. See the first and second volumes of Levesque's History, and Mr. Cox's Travels into Poland, Russia, Sweden, and Denmark, Tom. I. p. 241, etc. Right arrow curving left. The ambassadors of Saint Stephen had used the reverential expressions of regnum oblatum, debitam obedient I am, etc., which were most rigorously interpreted by Gregory VII. And the Hungarian Catholics are distressed between the sanctity of the Pope and the independence of the Crown. Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, Tom. I, pages 20, 25, Tom. 2, pages 304, 346, 360, etc. Right arrow curving left. For the general history of Italy in the 9th and 10th centuries, I may properly refer to the 5th, 6th, and 7th books of Sigonius de Regno Italii, in the second volume of his works. Milan, 1732. The Annals of Baronius, with the criticism of Pagi, the 7th and 8th books of the Historia Civil del Regno di Napoli of Giannoni. The 7th and 8th volumes, the octavo edition, of the Annali d'Italia of Muratori, and the second volume of the Abrege chronologique of M. de Saint Mark, a work which, under a superficial title, contains much genuine learning and industry. But my long-accustomed reader will give me credit for saying that I myself have ascended to the fountain-head, as often as such ascent could be either profitable or possible. And that I have diligently turned over the originals in the first volumes of Muratori's great collection of the Rerum Italicarum Scriptores. Right arrow curving left. Camillo Pellegrino, a learned Capuan of the last century, has illustrated the history of the Duchy of Beneventum, in his 2 books Historia Principum Langobardorum. In the Rerum Italicarum Scriptores of Muratori, Tom. 2 pars I, pages 221, 345, and Tom. V, pages 159, 245. Right arrow curving left. See Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Thematibus, L. 2c. 11 in Vita Basilii, c. 55, page 181. Right arrow curving left. The original epistle of the Emperor Louis II to the Emperor Basil, a curious record of the age, was first published by Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 871, No. 51, 71, from the Vatican MS of Rechempert, or rather of the anonymous historian of Salerno. Right arrow curving left. See an excellent dissertation, De Republica Amalfitana, in the appendix, pp. 142, of Henry Brenkman's Historia Pandectorum Florentinorum, Trajecti ad Renum, 1722, in quarto. Right arrow curving left. Your master, says Nicephorus, has given aid and protection Principibus Capuano et Beneventano, Servis Mice. Quos appugner dispono. Nova, podius nota, residential est quat earum pat res et avi nostro imperio tributa diderant, Liutprand, in legatio ad Nicephorum focam, p. 484, Salerno is not mentioned, yet the prince changed his party about the same time, and Camillo Pellegrino, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 2 pars I, p. 285, has nicely discerned this change in the style of the anonymous chronicle. On the rational ground of history and language, Liutprand, page 480, had asserted the Latin claim to Apulia and Calabria. Right arrow curving left. See the Greek and Latin glossaries of Du Cange, Kappa Alpha Tau Epsilon Pi Nu Omega, Catapanus, and his notes on the Alexias, page 275. Against the contemporary notion, which derives it from Kappa Alpha Tau Pi Nu, juxta omni, he treats it as a corruption of the Latin Capitanius. Yet M. de Saint Mark has accurately observed, Abrège chronologique, tom. 2, page 924, that in this age the Capitanii were not captains, but only nobles of the first rank, the great Valvassors of Italy. Right arrow curving left. Omicron mu nu omicron nu delta iota pi omicron lambda mu omega nu kappa rho iota beta kappa tau epsilon tau alpha gamma mu nu omega nu tau tau omicron tau omicron nu pi gamma epsilon tau theta nu omicron, the Lombards. Lambda kappa alpha gamma chi iota nu omicron chi rho eta sigma mu epsilon nu omicron kappa alpha delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma nu kappa alpha chi rho eta sigma tau tau eta tau iota. Pi iota iota kappa tau epsilon tau omicron pi rho omicron sigma epsilon rho chi omicron mu nu omicron iota pi rho omicron sigma phi epsilon pi mu epsilon nu omicron. Kappa alpha tau nu lambda epsilon upsilon theta epsilon rho alpha nu alpha tau omicron pi sigma eta tau epsilon delta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon alpha kappa alpha tau nu lambda omega nu phi omicron rho omicron lambda omicron gamma iota nu chi alpha rho iota zeta mu epsilon nu omicron. Leo, Tactica, c. 15, page 741. The Little Chronicle of Beneventum, Tom. 2 pars I, page 280, gives a far different character of the Greeks during the 5 years, AD 891, 896, that Leo was master of the city. Right arrow curving left. Calabria medunt, imc inter se divisum reperientis fundatus depopulati sunt, or depopulurant, ita ut deserta sit velu in diluvio. Such is the text of Hirempert, or Rechempert, according to the 2 editions of Caraccioli, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V, page 23, and of Camillo Pellegrino, Tom. 2 pars I, page 246. Both were extremely scarce when they were reprinted by Muratori. Right arrow curving left. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 874, number 2, has drawn this story from a MS. Of Rechempert, who died at Capua only 15 years after the event. But the cardinal was deceived by a false title, and we can only quote the anonymous chronicle of Salerno, Paralipomena, c. 110, composed towards the end of the 10th century, and published in the 2nd volume of Muratori's collection. See the dissertations of Camillo Pellegrino, Tom. 2 pars I, pages 231, 281, etc. Right arrow curving left. Constantine Porphyrogenitus, in Vita Basilii, c. 58, page 183, is the original author of this story. He places it under the reigns of Basil and Louis II. Yet the reduction of Beneventum by the Greeks is dated AD 891, after the decease of both of those princes. Right arrow curving left. In the year 663, the same tragedy is described by Paul the Deacon, De Gestis Langobardorum, L.V. c. 7, 8, pages 870, 871, edit. Grotius, under the walls of the same city of Beneventum. But the actors are different, and the guilt is imputed to the Greeks themselves, which in the Byzantine edition is applied to the Saracens. In the late war in Germany, M. D'Assas, a French officer of the regiment of Auvergne, is said to have devoted himself in a similar manner. His behavior is the more heroic, as mere silence was required by the enemy who had made him prisoner. Voltaire, Siècle de Louis XV, c. 33, tom. 9, page 172. Right arrow curving left. Theobald, who is styled Heroes by Liutprand, was properly Duke of Spoleto and Marquis of Camerino, from the year 926 to 935. The title and office of Marquis, Commander of the March or Frontier, was introduced into Italy by the French emperors, Abrège chronologique, tom. 2, pages 645, 732, etc. Right arrow curving left. Liutprand, Historia Atonis, L. 4c. 4 in the Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, tom. I pars I, pages 453, 454. Should the licentiousness of the tale be questioned, I may exclaim, with poor Sterne, that it is hard if I may not transcribe with caution what a bishop could write without scruple. What if I had translated, ut viri certitis testiculos amputare, incubus nostrae corporis refocilatio, etc. Right arrow curving left. The original monuments of the Normans in Italy are collected in the 5th volume of Muratori, and among these we may distinguish the poem of William Apulus, pp. 245, 278, and the history of Galfridus, Geoffrey, Malaterra, pages 537, 607. Both were natives of France, but they wrote on the spot, in the age of the first conquerors, before AD 1100, and with the spirit of freemen. It is needless to recapitulate the compilers and critics of Italian history, Sigonius, Baronius, Pagi, Giannoni, Muratori, St. Mark, etc., whom I have always consulted and never copied. 9263 right arrow curving left. Some of the first converts were baptized 10 or 12 times, for the sake of the white garment usually given at this ceremony. At the funeral of Rollo, the gifts to monasteries for the repose of his soul were accompanied by a sacrifice of 100 captives. But in a generation or two the national change was pure and general. Right arrow curving left. The Danish language was still spoken by the Normans of Bayeux on the seacoast, at a time, AD 940, when it was already forgotten at Rouen, in the court and capital. Quem, Richard I, confestim pater Baiocas mittens batoni militiae sui principi nutriendum tradidit, ut, ibi a lingua eruditus Danica. Sui exteris hominibus siret aprut der responsa, Wilhelm Gemeticensis, de Dusibus Normannis, L. 3c. 8, page 623, edit. Camden. Of the vernacular and favorite idiom of William the Conqueror, AD 1035, Selden, Opera Omnia, tom. 2, pp. 1640, 1656, has given a specimen, obsolete and obscure even to antiquarians and lawyers. Right arrow curving left. A band of Normans returning from the Holy Land had rescued the city of Salerno from the attack of a numerous fleet of Saracens. Gaimar, the Lombard prince of Salerno, wished to retain them in his service, and take them into his pay. They answered, "We fight for our religion, and not for money." Gaimar entreated them to send some Norman knights to his court. This seems to have been the origin of the connection of the Normans with Italy. See Histoire de conquêtes de Normands par Gautier d'Arc, L. I.C. I. Paris, 1830. M. Right arrow curving left. See Leandro Alberti, Descrizione d'Italia, page 250, and Baronius, AD 493, number 43. If the archangel inherited the temple and oracle, perhaps the cavern, of old Calchas the soothsayer, Straboni's Geographica, L. 6, pp. 435, 436, the Catholics, on this occasion, have surpassed the Greeks in the elegance of their superstition. Right arrow curving left. 9 out of 10 perished in the field. Chronique d'Am, Tom. I. p. 21, quoted by M. Gautier d'Arc, page 42. M. Right arrow curving left. See the first book of William Apulus. His words are applicable to every swarm of barbarians and freebooters. Si vis honorum cas perniciosis ad illos confugibat eum gradenter suscipibant. Moribus eti lingua quascumque venire videbant. Informant propria, gens officiator ut una. And elsewhere, of the native adventurers of Normandy. Pars paret, exigui vel ops ad erant quia nulli. Pars, quia de magnis majora subire volbant. Right arrow curving left. This account is not accurate. After the retreat of the Emperor Henry II, the Normans, united under the command of Rainulf, had taken possession of Aversa, then a small castle in the Duchy of Naples. They had been masters of it a few years when Pandulf IV, Prince of Capua, found means to take Naples by surprise. Sergius, master of the soldiers, and head of the Republic, with the principal citizens, abandoned a city in which he could not behold, without horror, the establishment of a foreign dominion. He retired to Aversa. And when, with the assistance of the Greeks and that of the citizens faithful to their country, he had collected money enough to satisfy the rapacity of the Norman adventurers, he advanced at their head to attack the garrison of the Prince of Capua, defeated it, and re-entered Naples. It was then that he confirmed the Normans in the possession of Aversa and its territory, which he raised into a count's fief, and granted the investiture to Rainulf. Histoire de Républiques Italiennes, Tom. I. page 267. G. Right arrow curving left. Liutprand, in Legatio ad Nicephorum Phocam, page 485. Page I has illustrated this event from the MS History of the Deacon Leo, Tom. 4, AD 965, number 17, 19. Right arrow curving left. See the Arabian Chronicle of Sicily, apud Muratori, rerum Italicarum scriptors, Tom. I. page 253. Right arrow curving left. Geoffrey Malaterra, who relates the Sicilian War and the conquest of Apulia, L. IC. 7, 9, 19. The same events are described by Cedrenus, Tom. 2, pages 741, 743, 755, 756, and Zonaras, Tom. 2, pages 237, 238, and the Greeks are so hardened to disgrace that their narratives are impartial enough. Right arrow curving left. Cedrenus specifies the tau gamma mu alpha of the Obsequium, Phrygia, and the Muro Omicron of the Thracians, Lydia. Consult Constantine, De Thematibus I3, 4, with Delisle's map. And afterwards names the Pisidians and Lycaonians with the Federati. Right arrow curving left. Omnes convenient, edi bis sex nobiliores. Quos genus edi gravitas morum decrebat et itis. Elegir duces. Provectus ad comitatum. His alii parent. Comitatus nomen honoris. Quo donanter erat. Hi totas undique terras. Divisora sibi, ni sors inimica repugnat. Singula proponent loca quae contingera sort. Quic duci debent, ed quic tributa locorum. And after speaking of Melphi, William Apulus adds. Pro numero commodum bist sex statuaire platias. Atque domus commodum tautidem fabricanter in herb. Leo Ostiensis, L. 2c. 67, enumerates the divisions of the Apulian cities, which it is needless to repeat. Right arrow curving left. Gulielmus Apulus, L. 2c. 12, according to the reference of Giannone, Storia Civil del Regno di Napoli, Tom. 2, page 31, which I cannot verify in the original. The Apulian praises indeed his validas vires, probitas animi, and vivida virtus, and declares that, had he lived, no poet could have equalled his merits, L. I, page 258, L. 2, page 259. He was bewailed by the Normans, quipque tanti concilii virum, says Malaterra, L. IC, 12, page 552, tam armis strenuum, tam sibi munificum, affabilem, morigeratum, ulterius se habira defiedbent. Right arrow curving left. The gens astatissima, injuriarum ultrix, agilari sciences, eloquentius inserviens, of Malaterra, L. IC, 3, page 550, are expressive of the popular and proverbial character of the Normans. Right arrow curving left. The hunting and hawking more properly belong to the descendants of the Norwegian sailors, though they might import from Norway and Iceland the finest casts of falcons. Right arrow curving left. We may compare this portrait with that of William of Malmesbury, De Gestis Regum Anglorum, L. 3, pp. 101-102, who appreciates, like a philosophic historian, the vices and virtues of the Saxons and Normans. England was assuredly a gainer by the conquest. Right arrow curving left. The biographer of St. Leo IX pours his holy venom on the Normans. Videns indisciplinatam et alienam gentem Normanorum, crudeli et inaudit Arabi, et plusquam pagana impietate, adversus ecclesias de insurgere, passum Christianos trucidere, etc., Wybert, c. 6. The honest Apulian, L. 2, page 259, says calmly of their accuser, veris commissans fallacia. Right arrow curving left. The policy of the Greeks, revolt of Maniuses, etc., must be collected from Cedrenus, Tom. 2, pp. 757, 758, William Apulus, L. I, pages 257, 258, L. 2, page 259, and the two Chronicles of Bari, by Lupus Protospita, Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V, pp. 42, 44, and an anonymous writer, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evae, Tom. I, pages 31, 35. This last is a fragment of some value. Right arrow curving left. Argyrus received, says the anonymous Chronicle of Bari, imperial letters, foederatus et patriciatus, et catapani et vestatus. In his Annals, Muratori, Tom. 8, p. 426, very properly reads, or interprets, seve status, the title of Sebastos or Augustus. But in his Antiquities, he was taught by Du Cange to make it a palatine office, Master of the Wardrobe. Right arrow curving left. A Life of St. Leo IX, deeply tinged with the passions and prejudices of the age, has been composed by Wybert, printed at Paris, 1615, in octavo, and since inserted in the collections of the Bollandists. Of Mabillon, and of Muratori. The public and private history of that pope is diligently treated by M. de Saint Mark, Abrège chronologique, Tom. 2, pages 140, 210, and pages 25, 95, second column. Right arrow curving left. See the expedition of Leo IX against the Normans. See William Apulus, L. 2, pages 259, 261, and Geoffrey Malaterra, L. IC, 13, 15, page 253. They are impartial, as the national is counterbalanced by the clerical prejudice. Right arrow curving left. Teutonosi, quia Caesaris et forma decoros. Fesserat egregi proceri corporis illos. Corpora derident Normannica quae bravura. Esse vita banter. The verses of the Apulian are commonly in this strain, though he heats himself a little in the battle. Two of his similes from hawking and sorcery are descriptive of manners. Right arrow curving left. Several respectable censures or complaints are produced by M. de Saint Mark, Tom. 2, pages 200, 204. As Peter Damianus, the oracle of the times, has denied the popes the right of making war, the hermit, Lugens Eremi Incola, is arraigned by the cardinal, and Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 1053. No. 10, 17, most strenuously asserts the two swords of St. Peter. Right arrow curving left. The origin and nature of the papal investitures are ably discussed by Giannone, Historia Civil del Regno di Napoli, Tom. 2, pp. 37, 49, 57, 66, as a lawyer and antiquarian. Yet he vainly strives to reconcile the duties of patriot and Catholic, adopts an empty distinction of Ecclesia Romana non dedit, sed accipit, and shrinks from an honest but dangerous confession of the truth. Right arrow curving left. The birth, character, and first actions of Robert Guiscard may be found in Geoffrey Malaterra, L. IC. 3, 4, 11, 16, 18, 38, 40, William Apulus, L. 2, pp. 260, 262, William Gemeticensis, or of Jumiages, L. 11c. 30, pages 663, 664, edit. Camden, and Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. I, pages 23, 27, L. 6, pp. 165, 166, with the annotations of Du Cange, note in Alexias, pages 230, 232, 320, who has swept all the French and Latin chronicles for supplemental intelligence. Right arrow curving left. Delta Omicron mu Pyro Tau Omicron, a Greek corruption, Omicron Tau Omicron Nu Omicron Rho mu Nu Omicron Tau Gamma Nu Omicron, Tau Nu Tau Chi Eta Nu Sigma Eta mu Omicron. Again, Xi Phi Alpha Nu Omicron Upsilon Pi Nu Upsilon Tau Chi Eta Pi Epsilon Rho Iota Phi Alpha Nu. Alpha ND elsewhere, L. 4, p. 84, Pi Sigma Chi Tau Eta Pi Epsilon Nu Alpha Kappa Alpha Tau Chi Eta Phi Alpha Nu Omicron. Anna Komnena was born in the purple, yet her father was no more than a private though illustrious subject, who raised himself to the empire. Right arrow curving left. Giannone, Tom. 2, page 2, forgets all his original authors, and rests this princely descent on the credit of Inveges, an Augustine monk of Palermo in the last century. They continue the succession of dukes from Rollo to William II the Bastard or Conqueror, whom they hold, communement Sitn, to be the father of Tancred of Hauteville. A most strange and stupendous blunder. The sons of Tancred fought in Apulia, before William II was 3 years old, AD 1037. Right arrow curving left. The judgment of Du Cange is just and moderate, cert humilis fuit ac tenuis Roberti familia, si duculum et regium spectimus apicem, ad quem postea pervenit. Quae honesta tamen et praetor nobilium vulgarium statum et conditionum illustris habita est, quae nec humi repert nec altum quid tumerit, William of Malmesbury, de gestis regum Anglorum, L. 3, page 107, note ad Alexias, page 230. Right arrow curving left. I shall quote with pleasure some of the best lines of the Apulian, L. 2, page 270. Pugnat utraque manu, nec lancea cassa, nec ensis. Cassas erat, quocunc manu deducere velit. Ter dejectus equo, ter viribus ipsi resumptus. Major in arma redit. Stimulos furor ipsi ministrat. Ut leo cum friendens, etc. Vertical ellipsis. Nullus in hoc bello secuti post bella probatum est. Victor vel victus, tam magnos edited ictus. Right arrow curving left. The Norman writers and editors most conversant with their own idiom interpret Guiscard or Wiscard, by Calidus, a cunning man. The root, wise, is familiar to our ear. And in the old word wiseacre, I can discern something of a similar sense and termination. Tau nu psi upsilon chi nu pi alpha nu omicron upsilon rho gamma tau alpha tau omicron is no bad translation of the surname and character of Robert. Right arrow curving left. The acquisition of the ducal title by Robert Guiscard is a nice and obscure business. With the good advice of Giannone, Muratori, and St. Mark, I have endeavored to form a consistent and probable narrative. Right arrow curving left. Baronius, Annals Ecclesiastici, AD 1059, No. 69, has published the original act. He professes to have copied it from the Liber Sensuum, a Vatican MS. Yet a Liber Sensuum of the 12th century has been printed by Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evi, Tom. V, pages 851, 908. And the names of Vatican and Cardinal awaken the suspicions of a Protestant, and even of a philosopher. Right arrow curving left. Read the life of Guiscard in the second and third books of the Apuleian, the first and second books of Malaterra. Right arrow curving left. The conquests of Robert Guiscard and Roger I, the exemption of Benevento and the 12 provinces of the kingdom, are fairly exposed by Giannone in the second volume of his Historia Civil del Regno di Napoli, L. 9, X, 11 and L. 17, pages 460, 470. This modern division was not established before the time of Frederick II. Right arrow curving left. Giannone, Tom. 2, pp. 119, 127, Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evi, Tom. 3 Dissertatio XLIV, pp. 935, 936, and Tiraboschi, Storia della Letteratura Italiana, have given an historical account of these physicians. Their medical knowledge and practice must be left to our physicians. Right arrow curving left. At the end of the Historia Pandectorum Florentinorum of Henrik Brenkman, Trajecti ad Renum, 1722, in quarto, the indefatigable author has inserted 2 dissertations. De Republica Amalfitana, and De Amalfi Episanis Direpta, which are built on the testimonies of 140 writers. Yet he has forgotten 2 most important passages of the Embassy of Liutprand, AD 939, which compare the trade and navigation of Amalfi with that of Venice. Right arrow curving left. Herbs latiae non est hac deliciosier herb. Frugibus, arboribus, vinoque redundit. Et unde. Non tibi poma, nuces, non pulchra palatia desunt. Non species muliebris abest probitasque varorum. Gulielmus apulus, L. 3, page 267. Right arrow curving left. Muratori carries their antiquity above the year, 1066, of the death of Edward the Confessor, the Rex Anglorum to whom they are addressed. Nor is this date affected by the opinion, or rather mistake, of Etienne Pusquier, Les Recherches de la France, L. 7c. 2, and Du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis. The practice of rhyming, as early as the 7th century, was borrowed from the languages of the North and East. Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evi, Tom. 3 Dissertatio XL, pages 686, 708. Right arrow curving left. The description of Amalfi, by William the Apuleian, L. 3, page 267, contains much truth and some poetry. And the third line may be applied to the sailor's compass. Nulla magis locuples argento, vestibus. Oro. Partibus enumerus, hac plurimus herb murator. Nota maris calic vias aperier peritus. Huc et Alexandri diversa feruntur ab herb. Regis, et Antiochi. Gens haec frida plurima transit. His Arabes, Indi, siculi nascuntur et Afri. Haec gens est totem prop nobilitata per orbum. Eti mercando ferens, eti amons mercata refer. Right arrow curving left. Amalfi had only 1,000 inhabitants at the commencement of the 18th century, when it was visited by Brenkman, De Republica Amalfitana, Dissertatio I. c. 23. At present it has 6 or 8,000, Histoire de Républiques Italiennes, tom. I, page 304. G. Right arrow curving left. Latrocinio armigerorum suorum in multi sustentabator, quod cadem ad aegis ignominium non dissimus. Sed ipso ita praecipient ad hoc viliora et reprehensibiliora dicturi summus ut pluribus potescat. Quam laborios et cum quanta angustia a profunda paupertate ad summum culmen divitiarum vel honoris attigerit. Such is the preface of Malaterra, L. IC. 25, to the horse stealing. From the moment, L. IC. 19, that he has mentioned his patron Roger, the elder brother sinks into the second character. Something similar in Velius Paterculus may be observed of Augustus and Tiberius. Right arrow curving left. Duo sibi proficua deputans anime silicet edi corporis si turam idolis deditam ad cultum divinum revocaret, Galford Malaterra, L. 2c. 1. The conquest of Sicily is related in the 3 last books, and he himself has given an accurate summary of the chapters, pages 544, 546. Right arrow curving left. See the word Miletus in the Latin glossary of Du Cange. Right arrow curving left. Of odd particulars, I learn from Malaterra that the Arabs had introduced into Sicily the use of camels, L. IC. 33, and of carrier pigeons, c. 42. And that the bite of the tarantula provokes a windy disposition, quae per annum inhonest crepitando emergit, a symptom most ridiculously felt by the whole Norman army in their camp near Palermo, c. 36. I shall add an etymology not unworthy of the 11th century. Messana is divided from Messes, the place from whence the harvests of the isle were sent in tribute to Rome, L. 2c. 1. Right arrow curving left. See the capitulation of Palermo in Malaterra, L. 2c. 45, and Giannone, who remarks the general toleration of the Saracens, tom. 2, page 72. Right arrow curving left. John Leo Afer, De Medicis et Philosophus Arabibus, c. 14, apud Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, tom. 13, pages 278, 279. This philosopher is named Esarif Esikali, and he died in Africa, AH 516, AD 1122. Yet this story bears a strange resemblance to the Sharif al-Idrisi, who presented his book, Geographia Nubiensis, see preface, pp. 88, 90, 170, to Roger King of Sicily, AH 548, AD 1153, D. Herbalat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 786, Prideaux's Life of Muhammad, page 188, Petits de la Croix, Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan, pages 535, 536. Casirai, Bibliotheca Arabico-Hispana Escuriolensis, tom. 2, pages 9, 13, and I am afraid of some mistake. Right arrow curving left. Malaterra remarks the foundation of the bishoprics, L. 4c. 7, and produces the original of the bull, L. 4c. 29. Giannone gives a rational idea of this privilege, and the tribunal of the monarchy of Sicily, tom. 2, pages 95, 102. And Saint Mark, Abrège chronologique, tom. 3, pages 217, 301, first column, labors the case with the diligence of a Sicilian lawyer. Right arrow curving left. In the first expedition of Robert against the Greeks, I follow Anna Comnena, the first, third, fourth, and fifth books of the Alexias, William Apulus, L. 4 and v. pp. 270, 275, and Geoffrey Malaterra, L. 3 c. 13, 14, 24, 29, 39. Their information is contemporary and authentic, but none of them were eyewitnesses of the war. Right arrow curving left. One of them was married to Hugh, the son of Azzo, or Axo, a marquis of Lombardy, rich, powerful, and noble, Gulielmus Apulus, L. 3 p. 267, in the 11th century, and whose ancestors in the 10th and 9th are explored by the critical industry of Leibniz and Muratori. From the two elder sons of the Marquis Azzo are derived the illustrious lines of Brunswick and Este. See Muratori, Antiquita Estensi ed Italiane. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena, somewhat too wantonly, praises and bewails that handsome boy, who, after the rupture of his barbaric nuptials, page 23, was betrothed as her husband. He was gamma alpha lambda mu alpha sigma epsilon omega. Theta epsilon omicron chi epsilon iota rho nu iota lambda omicron tau mu eta mu alpha, chi rho upsilon sigma omicron gamma nu omicron upsilon pi omicron rho rho omicron, etc., page 27. Elsewhere she describes the red and white of his skin, his hawk's eyes, etc., L3, page 71. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena, L. Pages 28, 29, Gulielmus Apulus, L4, page 271, Galfred Malaterra, L3 c. 13, pages 579, 580. Malaterra is more cautious in his style, but the Apulian is bold and positive. Mentitus se Michaelum. Venerat ad danes quidem seductor ad illum. As Gregory VII had believed, Baronius, almost alone, recognizes the Emperor Michael, AD 1060, number 44. Right arrow curving left. Ipsi armati militiae non plusquam mccc militas secum habuis, ab eis ca idem negotio interferent attestator, Malaterra, L3 c. 24, page 583. These are the same whom the Apulian, L4, page 273, styles the equestris gens ducis, equites dehente ducis. Right arrow curving left. Epsilon iota tau rho iota kappa omicron nu tau alpha chi iota lambda iota delta alpha, says Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. p. 37, and her account tallies with the number and lading of the ships. Ivat in Dyrrachium cum 15 millibus hominum, says the Breve Chronicon Normannicum, Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V. page 278. I have endeavored to reconcile these reckonings. Right arrow curving left. The Itinerary of Jerusalem, page 609, edit. Wesseling, gives a true and reasonable space of 1,000 stadia, or 100 miles, which is strangely doubled by Strabo, L6, page 433, and Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 316. Right arrow curving left. Pliny the Elder, Naturalis Historiae 3:16, allows quinquaginta millia for this brevissimus cursus, and agrees with the real distance from Otranto to La Vallona, or Aulon, d'Anville. Analyse de la carte intitulée Les Côtes de la Grèce et de l'Archipel, pp. 3:6. Hermolaus Barbarus, who substitutes centum, Harduin, note LXVA in Pliny the Elder, L3, might have been corrected by every Venetian pilot who had sailed out of the Gulf. Right arrow curving left. Infame Scopulos across Urania, Horatius, Carmina I3. The Praecipitum Africum decertentum Aquilanibus, Edirabium noti in the Monstra Natantia of the Adriatic, are somewhat enlarged. But Horace trembling for the life of Virgil is an interesting moment in the history of poetry and friendship. Right arrow curving left. Tau nu delta epsilon tau nu pi gamma omega nu alpha alpha tau omicron phi upsilon beta rho iota sigma nu tau omega nu, Alexias, L4, page 106. Yet the Normans shaved, and the Venetians wore their beards. They must have derided the no beard of Bohemond, a harsh interpretation. Du Cange, note ad Alexias, page 283. Right arrow curving left. Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 9, pages 136, 137, observes that some authors, Petrus Diaconus, Chronicon Monasterii Cassinensis, L3 c. 49, compose the Greek army of 170,000 men, but that the 100 may be struck off, and that Malaterra reckons only 70,000, a slight inattention. The passage to which he alludes is in the Chronicle of Lupus Protospita, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V, page 45. Malaterra, L. 4c. 27, speaks in high, but indefinite, terms of the emperor, cum copius innumerabilibus, like the Apulian poet, L. 4, page 272. More locust eram montes eti plana to Gunter. Right arrow curving left. See William of Malmesbury, De Gestis Regum Anglorum, L. 2, page 92. Alexius Fidem Anglorum suspicions praecipuus familiaritatibus sui eos applicabat, amorem earum filio transcribens. Odericus Vitalis, Historia Ecclesiastica, L. 4, page 508, L. 7, page 641, relates their emigration from England, and their service in Greece, right arrow curving left. See the Apulian, L. I, page 256. The character and the story of these Manichaeans has been the subject of the 54th chapter. Right arrow curving left. See the simple and masterly narrative of Caesar himself, Commentarii de Bello Civili 341, 75. It is a pity that Quintus Icilius, M. Guichard, did not live to analyze these operations, as he has done the campaigns of Africa and Spain. Right arrow curving left. Pi lambda lambda alpha lambda eta kappa nu mu theta nu eta, which is very properly translated by the President Cousin, Histoire de Constantinople, Tom. 4, p. 131, in duodecimo, que combat toit cum un palace, quoic lnee fut pa ossi savant que cel Diathenes. The Grecian goddess was composed of two discordant characters, of Neith, the workwoman of Sais in Egypt, and of a virgin Amazon of the Tritonian lake in Libya, Antoine Bainier. Mythologie et la fable expliques par l'histoire, Tom. 4, pages 1, 31, in duodecimo, right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena, L. 4, page 116, admires, with some degree of terror, her masculine virtues. They were more familiar to the Latins, and though the Apulian, L. 4, page 273, mentions her presence and her wound, he represents her as far less intrepid. Uxor in hoc bello Roberti forte sagitta. Quadam lisa fut, quo vulnere terita nullum. Dum sperabat opum, esse poen subegerat hosti. The last is an unlucky word for a female prisoner. Right arrow curving left. Pi tau tau omicron mu pi rho tau omicron upsilon pi rho omicron eta gamma eta sigma alpha mu nu eta mu chi eta, gamma iota nu sigma kappa omega nu tau nu pi rho tau eta nu kappa alpha tau nu alpha nu tau omega nu pi alpha sigma alpha nu tau nu kappa epsilon lambda tau nu pi omicron iota sigma tau omicron nu, Anna, L.V., page 133. And elsewhere kappa alpha gamma rho kappa lambda tau omicron nu rho pi omicron chi omicron mu epsilon nu omicron mu nu pi omicron iota sigma tau omicron tau nu rho mu nu kappa alpha tau nu theta alpha nu sigma tau nu, page 140. The pedantry of the princess in the choice of classic appellations encouraged Du Cange to apply to his countrymen the characters of the ancient Gauls. Right arrow curving left. Lupus Protospita, Tom. 3, p. 45, says 6,000, William the Apulian more than 5,000, L. 4, page 273. Their modesty is singular and laudable, they might with so little trouble have slain 2 or 3 myriads of schismatics and infidels. Right arrow curving left. The Romans had changed the inauspicious name of Epidamnus to Dyrrachium, Pliny the Elder 326, and the vulgar corruption of Duratium, see Malaterra, bore some affinity to hardness. One of Robert's names was Durand, a Durando, poor wit. Albericus Monicus in Chronicon, apud Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 9, page 137. Right arrow curving left. Beta rho omicron chi omicron upsilon kappa rho delta alpha epsilon pi nu tau iota alpha tau omicron pi alpha tau rho alpha kappa upsilon nu, Anna, L. I, page 35. By these similes, so different from those of Homer, she wishes to inspire contempt as well as horror for the little noxious animal, a conqueror. Most unfortunately, the common sense, or common nonsense, of mankind resists her laudable design. Right arrow curving left. Proteat hac octor Trojani Cladus Achilles. The supposition of the Apulian, L. V. page 275, may be excused by the more classic poetry of Virgil, Aeneid 2:197, Lariceus Achilles, but it is not justified by the geography of Homer. Right arrow curving left. The tau nu pi epsilon delta lambda omega nu pi rho omicron lambda mu alpha tau alpha, which encumbered the knights on foot, have been ignorantly translated spurs, Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. V. page 140. Ducange has explained the true sense by a ridiculous and inconvenient fashion, which lasted from the 11th to the 15th century. These peaks, in the form of a scorpion, were sometimes 2 feet, and fastened to the knee with a silver chain. Right arrow curving left. The epistle itself, Alexias, L. 3, pages 93, 95, well deserves to be read. There is one expression, sigma tau rho omicron pi lambda epsilon kappa upsilon nu delta epsilon mu nu omicron nu mu epsilon tau chi rho upsilon sigma alpha phi omicron upsilon, which Ducange does not understand. I have endeavored to grope out a tolerable meaning. Chi rho upsilon sigma phi iota omicron nu is a golden crown. Sigma tau rho omicron pi lambda epsilon kappa upsilon is explained by Simon Porcius, in Dictionarium Latino-Greco-Barbarum, by kappa epsilon rho alpha upsilon nu, pi rho eta sigma tau rho, a flash of lightning. Right arrow curving left. For these general events I must refer to the general historians Sigonius, Baronius, Muratori, Mosheim, St. Mark, etc. Right arrow curving left. The lives of Gregory VII are either legends or invectives, St. Mark, Abrège chronologique, tom. 3, page 235, etc. And his miraculous or magical performances are alike incredible to a modern reader. He will, as usual, find some instruction in Leclerc, Vie de Hildebrand, Bibliothèque ancienne et moderne. Tom. 8, and much amusement in Bell, Dictionnaire historique et critique, Grégoire 7. That pope was undoubtedly a great man, a second Athanasius. In a more fortunate age of the Church. May I presume to add that the portrait of Athanasius is one of the passages of my history, see here and following in chapter 21, with which I am the least dissatisfied, 9264 right arrow curving left. Anna, with the rancor of a Greek schismatic, calls him kappa alpha tau pi tau upsilon sigma tau omicron tau omicron pi alpha, L. I, page 32, a pope, or priest, worthy to be spit upon. And accuses him of scourging, shaving, and perhaps of castrating the ambassadors of Henry, pages 31, 33. But this outrage is improbable and doubtful, see the sensible preface of Cousin. Right arrow curving left. Sic uno tempori victi. Sunt terrae domini duo, rex Alemannicus ist. Imperii rector Romani maximus il. Alter ad arma ruins armis superator. Eti alter. Nominis auditae sola formidine cessit. It is singular enough that the Apulian, a Latin, should distinguish the Greek as the ruler of the Roman Empire, L. 4, page 274. Right arrow curving left. The narrative of Malaterra, L. 3 c. 37, pages 587, 588, is authentic, circumstantial, and fair. Dux ignum exclamans urb incensa, etc. The Apulian softens the mischief, in Quibustum Oedibus exustus, which is again exaggerated in some partial chronicles, Muratori, Annali d'Italia, tom. 9, page 147. Right arrow curving left. After mentioning this devastation, the Jesuit Donatus, Roma Vitus AC Recens, L. 4c. 8, p. 489, prettily adds, Duraret hodic in coelio monti, in Turcae ipsum eti Capitolium, miserabilis facies prostrati urbis, nisi in hortorum vinito rumca menitatum Roma resurrexissit. Ut perpetua viriditate contegerit vulnera et ruinas suas. Right arrow curving left. The royalty of Robert, either promised or bestowed by the Pope, Anna, L. I, page 32, is sufficiently confirmed by the Apulian, L. 4, page 270. Romani regni sibi promissis coronam. Papa ferbitur. Nor can I understand why Gretzer, and the other papal advocates, should be displeased with this new instance of apostolic jurisdiction. Right arrow curving left. See Homer, Iliad 287, etc. His bees are the image of a disorderly crowd, their discipline and public works seem to be the ideas of a later age. Virgil, Aeneid, L. 1, right arrow curving left. Gulielmus Apulus, L.V., page 276. The admirable port of Brundusium was double. The outward harbor was a gulf covered by an island, and narrowing by degrees, till it communicated by a small gullet with the inner harbor, which embraced the city on both sides. Caesar and nature have labored for its ruin, and against such agents, what are the feeble efforts of the Neapolitan government? Swinburne's Travels in the Two Sicilies, Volume 1, pages 384-390. Right arrow curving left. William of Apulia, L.V., page 276, describes the victory of the Normans, and forgets the two previous defeats, which are diligently recorded by Anna Comnena, L. 6, pages 159-161. In her turn, she invents or magnifies a fourth action, to give the Venetians revenge and rewards. Their own feelings were far different, since they deposed their doge, propter excidium stoli, D'Angelis in Chronicon in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 12, page 249. Right arrow curving left. The most authentic writers, William of Apulia, L.V. 277, Geoffrey Malaterra, L. 3 c. 41, page 589, and Romuald of Salerno, Chronicon in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 7, are ignorant of this crime so apparent to our countryman William of Malmesbury, L. 3, page 107, and Roger de Hoveden, p. 710, in Rerum Anglicarum Scriptors post bidam praecipui, and the latter can tell how the just Alexius married, crowned, and burnt alive his female accomplice. The English historian is indeed so blind that he ranks Robert Guiscard, or Wiscard, among the knights of Henry I, who ascended the throne 15 years after the Duke of Apulia's death. Right arrow curving left. The joyful Anna Comnena scatters some flowers over the grave of an enemy, Alexius, L.V., pages 162-166. And his best praise is the esteem and envy of William the Conqueror, the sovereign of his family. Graecia, says Malaterra, hostibus residentibus libera lata quivit, Apulia tota civ Calabria turbiter. Right arrow curving left. Urbs Venusina nitet tantis decorata sepulchris. Is one of the last lines of the Apulian's poem, L.V., page 278. William of Malmesbury, L. 3, p. 107, inserts an epitaph on Guiscard, which is not worth transcribing. Right arrow curving left. Yet Horace had few obligations to Venusia, he was carried to Rome in his childhood, Sermons I-6. And his repeated allusions to the doubtful limit of Apulia and Lucania, Carmina 3-4, Sermons 2-1, are unworthy of his age and genius. Right arrow curving left. See Giannone, Tom. 2, pp. 88, 93, and the Historians of the First Crusade. Right arrow curving left. The Reign of Roger, and the Norman Kings of Sicily, fills books of the Historia Civil of Giannone, Tom. 2l, 11-14, pp. 136, 340, and is spread over the 9th and 10th volumes of the Italian Annals of Muratori. In the Bibliothèque Italique, Tom. I, pp. 175, 222, I find a useful abstract of Capasilatro, a modern Neapolitan, who has composed, in 2 volumes, the history of his country from Roger I to Frederick II inclusive. Right arrow curving left. According to the testimony of Philistus and Diodorus, the tyrant Dionysius of Syracuse could maintain a standing force of 10,000 horse, 100,000 foot, and 400 galleys. Compare Hume, Essays, Volume 1, pages 268, 435, and his adversary Wallace, A Dissertation on the Numbers of Mankind, pages 306, 307. The ruins of Agrigentum are the theme of every traveler, D'Orville, Riedisel, Swinburne, etc. Right arrow curving left. A contemporary historian of the Acts of Roger, from the year 1127 to 1135, founds his title on merit and power, the consent of the barons, and the ancient royalty of Sicily and Palermo. Without introducing Pope Anacletus, Alexandri Telesini Coenobii, Abbatis, de Rebus Gestis Rogerii Siciliae Regis, Libri 4 in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V, pages 607, 645. Right arrow curving left. The kings of France, England, Scotland, Castile, Aragon, Navarre, Sweden, Denmark, and Hungary. The 3 first were more ancient than Charlemagne. The 3 next were created by their sword, the 3 last by their baptism, and of these the king of Hungary alone was honored or debased by a papal crown. Right arrow curving left. Phasaelus, and a crowd of Sicilians, had imagined a more early and independent coronation, AD 1130, May 1, which Giannone unwillingly rejects, Tom. 2, pages 137, 144. This fiction is disproved by the silence of contemporaries, nor can it be restored by a spurious character of Messina, Muratori, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 9, page 340, page I, Critica Baronii, Tom. 4, pp. 467, 468. Right arrow curving left. Roger corrupted the second person of Lothhair's army, who sounded, or rather cried, a retreat, for the Germans, says Cinemus, L. 3c. I. p. 51, are ignorant of the use of trumpets. Most ignorant himself, 9265 right arrow curving left. C. de Guynes, Histoire Générale de Huns, Tom. I. pp. 369, 373, and Cardon, Histoire de l'Afrique et de l'Espagne sous la domination de Arabes, Tom. 2, pages 70, 144. Their common original appears to be al-Nuwairi. Right arrow curving left. Tripoli, says the Nubian geographer, or more properly the Sharif al-Edrisi, Urbs Fortis, Saxio Muro Velata, Cita Prop Litis Maris. Hanc expugnavit Rogerius, Comulieribus captivis ductis, viros perimit. Right arrow curving left. See the geography of Leo Africanus, in Remusio, Tom. I folio 74 verso, folio 75 recto, and Shaw's Travels, p. 110, the 7th book of Thuanus, and the 11th of the Abbé de Vertot. The possession and defense of the place was offered by Charles V and wisely declined by the Knights of Malta. Right arrow curving left. Page I has accurately marked the African conquests of Roger, and his criticism was supplied by his friend the Abbé de Longueron with some Arabic memorials, AD 1147, number 26, 27, AD 1148, no. 16, AD 1153, number 16. Right arrow curving left. Apulus eti Calaber, Siculus mihi servit eti Afer. A proud inscription, which denotes that the Norman conquerors were still discriminated from their Christian and Muslim subjects. Right arrow curving left. Hugo Falcandus, Historia Sicula, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 7, pages 270, 271, ascribes these losses to the neglect or treachery of the Admiral Majo. Right arrow curving left. The silence of the Sicilian historians, who end too soon or begin too late, must be supplied by Otto of Freising, a German, Gesta Frederici Imperatoris, L. IC. 33, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 6, page 668, the Venetian Andrew d'Angelis, Edom, Tom. 12, pages 282, 283, and the Greek writers Cinemas, L. 3 c. 2, 5, and Nicetas, in Imperii Graeci Historia, Manuel Comnus, L. 3 c. 1, 6. Right arrow curving left. To this imperfect capture and speedy rescue I apply the pi alpha rho, lambda gamma omicron nu lambda theta epsilon tau omicron lambda nu alpha iota of Cinemas, L. 2 c. 19, page 49. Muratori, on tolerable evidence, Annali d'Italia, Tom. 9, pp. 420, 421, laughs at the delicacy of the French, who maintain, meris que nullo impedient periculo ad regnum proprium reversum esse, yet I observe that their advocate, Du Cange, is less positive as the commentator on Cinemas than as the editor of Joinville. Right arrow curving left. In Palladium Regium Sagittas Igneas ingessit, says d'Angelis, but Nicetas, L. 2 c. 8, p. 66, transforms them into beta lambda eta rho gamma epsilon nu tau omicron upsilon chi omicron nu tau alpha tau rho alpha kappa tau omicron, and adds that Manuel styled this insult pi alpha gamma nu iota omicron nu and gamma lambda omega tau alpha, lambda sigma tau epsilon omicron nu tau alpha. These arrows, by the compiler, Vincent de Beauvais, are again transmuted into gold. Right arrow curving left. For the invasion of Italy, which is almost overlooked by Nicetas, see the more polite history of Cinemas, L. 4 c. 1, 15, pp. 78, 101, who introduces a diffuse narrative by a lofty profession, pi epsilon rho tau epsilon sigma iota kappa epsilon lambda alpha tau tau alpha lambda nu sigma kappa pi tau epsilon tau omicron gamma, kappa alpha tau alpha omega mu alpha omicron iota nu alpha sigma alpha iota tau omicron, 3-5. Right arrow curving left. The Latin, auto, Gesta Frederici Imperatoris, L. 2 c. 30, page 734, attests the forgery. The Greek, Cinemas, L. 4 c. 1, page 78, claims a promise of restitution from Conrad and Frederick. An act of fraud is always credible when it is told of the Greeks. Right arrow curving left. Quod inconsciani Graecum imperium animes deligerant. Veneti speciali odio ancanam oderunt. The cause of love, perhaps of envy, were the beneficia, flumen aureum of the emperor, and the Latin narrative is confirmed by Cinemas, L. 4 c. 14, page 98. Right arrow curving left. Muratori mentions the two sieges of Ancona, the first, in 1167, against Frederick I in person, Annali d'Italia, Tom. X, page 39, etc. The second, in 1173, against his lieutenant Christian, Archbishop of Mentz, a man unworthy of his name and office, page 76, etc. It is of the second siege that we possess an original narrative, which he has published in his great collection, Tom. 6, pages 921, 946. Right arrow curving left. We derive this anecdote from an anonymous chronicle of Fossa Nova, published by Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 7, page 874. Right arrow curving left. The beta alpha sigma lambda epsilon iota omicron nu sigma eta mu epsilon omicron nu of Cinemas, L. 4 c. 14, page 99, is susceptible of this double sense. A standard is more Latin, an image more Greek. Right arrow curving left. Nihil quoque petbat, ut quia occasio justa et tempos opportunum et acceptable se obtolerant, Romani corona imperii a sancto apostolo sibi rederiter. Quoniam non ad Frederici Alemanni, sed ad sum jus asseruit pertinere, vita Alexandri III, a Cardinal Aragonii, in Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 3 pars I, page 458. His second embassy was accompanied cum immensa multitudine pecuniarum. Right arrow curving left. Nemes alta et perplexa sunt, Vita Alexandri 3, pages 460, 461, says the cautious Pope. Right arrow curving left. Mu eta delta nu mu sigma omicron nu epsilon nu alpha iota mu gamma omega nu mu tau nu epsilon omega tau rho nu pi rho epsilon sigma beta upsilon tau rho alpha nu pi lambda alpha iota pi omicron alpha gamma epsilon iota sigma nu, Cinemas, L. for c. 14, page 99. Right arrow curving left. In his sixth book, Cinemas describes the Venetian War, which Nicetas has not thought worthy of his attention. The Italian accounts, which do not satisfy our curiosity, are reported by the annalist Muratori, under the years 1171, etc. Right arrow curving left. This victory is mentioned by Romuald of Salerno, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptores, Tom. 7, page 198. It is whimsical enough that in the praise of the King of Sicily, Cinemas, L. for c. 13, pages 97, 98, is much warmer and copious than Falcandus, pages 268, 270. But the Greek is fond of description, and the Latin historian is not fond of William the Bad. Right arrow curving left. For the Epistle of William I see Cinemas, L. for c. 15, pages 101, 102, and Nicetas, L. 2c. 8. It is difficult to affirm whether these Greeks deceived themselves or the public in these flattering portraits of the grandeur of the empire. Right arrow curving left. I can only quote of original evidence, the poor chronicles of Sicard of Cremona, page 603, and of Fossa Nova, page 875, as they are published in the seventh tome of Muratori's Historians. The King of Sicily sent his troops contra Nequitium Andronici, ad acquirendum imperium Constantinopolium. They were, decepti captique, by Isaac. Right arrow curving left. By the failure of Cinemas, we are now reduced to Nicetas, in Imperii Greci Historia, Andronico, L. IC, 7, 9, L. 2c. 1, in Isaac Angelo, L. IC. 1, 4, who now becomes a respectable contemporary. As he survived the emperor and the empire, he is above flattery, but the fall of Constantinople exasperated his prejudices against the Latins. For the honor of learning I shall observe that Homer's great commentator, Eustathius, Archbishop of Thessalonica, refused to desert his flock. Right arrow curving left. The Historia Sicula of Hugo Falcandus, which properly extends from 1154 to 1169, is inserted in the 8th volume of Muratori's collection, Tom. 7, pp. 259, 344, and preceded by an eloquent preface or epistle, pages 251, 258, De Calamitatibus Siciliae. Falcandus has been styled the Tacitus of Sicily. And, after a just but immense abatement, from the 1st to the 12th century, from a senator to a monk, I would not strip him of his title. His narrative is rapid and perspicuous. His style bold and elegant, his observation keen. He had studied mankind, and feels like a man. I can only regret the narrow and barren field on which his labors have been cast. Right arrow curving left. The laborious Benedictines, l'art de verifier les dates, p. 896, are of opinion that the true name of Falcandus is Fulcandus, or Foucault. According to them, Hugues Foucault, a Frenchman by birth, and at length abbot of Asti. Denis, had followed into Sicily his patron Stephen de la Perche, uncle to the mother of William II Archbishop of Palermo, and great chancellor of the kingdom. Yet Falcandus has all the feelings of a Sicilian, and the title of alumnus, which he bestows on himself, appears to indicate that he was born, or at least educated, in the island. Right arrow curving left. Falcandus, page 303. Richard de Saint Germano begins his history from the death and praises of William II. After some unmeaning epithets, he thus continues, legis et justicii cultus tempori sua vigbat in regno, sua erat quilibet sort contentus, were they mortals? Abique pax, ubique securitas, nec latronum matubat viator insidias, nec meris nata offendicula piritarum, rerum italicarum scriptors, tom. 7, page 969. Right arrow curving left. Constantia, premis acunabulus in deliciarum tuarum affluentia diusius educata, tuisque institutus, doctrinus et moribus informata. Tandem opibus tues barbaros delatura decessit, ite nunc cum gentibus copius revertitur. Ut pulcherrima nutricis ornamenta barbarica foeditate contaminat. Intuari mihi jam viter turbulentas barbarorum aces, civitates opulentas et loca diuturna pace florentia, metoconcutera. Quid vastar, rapinus aderir, foder luxuria, hinc civs aut gladius intercepti, aut servitut depressi, virgins constiprati, matroni, etc. Right arrow curving left. Cert si regem non dubii virtutis allegerant, nec a Saracines Christiani dissentient, poterit rex creatus rebus licet quasi desperatus et perditus subvenire, et incursus hostium. Si prudenter egerit, propulsare. Right arrow curving left. In Apulus, ca, semper novitate gaudens, novarum rerum studius agunter, nihil arbiter spe aut fiducii reponendum. Right arrow curving left. Si civium turum virtutum et audacium attendas, muriorum etium ambitum densis turibus circumceptum. Right arrow curving left. Cum erudelitate piratica thetonum confligat atrocitas, et inter ambustos lapides, et ethni flagrantis incendia, etc. Right arrow curving left. Eam partem, quam nobilissimum civitatem fulgur illustrat, quae et toti regno singulari marut privilegio premunire, nefarium esset, vel barbarorum ingressu polui. I wish to transcribe his florid, but curious, description, of the palace, city, and luxuriant plain of Palermo. Right arrow curving left. Vires non suppitunt, edi conatus tuas tam inopia civium, quam paucitas bellatorum elident. Right arrow curving left. Ad vero, quia difficile est Christianos in tanto rerum turbine, sub lato regis timor Saracinos non opprimir, si Saracini injurious fatigati ab eis coeperant disidir. Eti castella forte maritima vel montanus munitions occupaverant. Ut hinc cum thetonesis summa virtut pugnandum illinc Saracinis cribris insultibus accorrendum, quid putas acturi sunt siculi inter has depressi angustias. Eti volu inter malium et incudum multo cum discrimin constituti? Hoc utique agent quat poterunt, ut se barbaris miscrabili condition dedens, in earum se conferant potestatum. O utinum plebis et praesirum, Christianorum et Saracenorum vota convenient. Ut regem sibi concorditur elegentes, barbaros totis viribus, toto con anime, totisque desiderius perturber contendant. The Normans and Sicilians appear to be confounded. Right arrow curving left. The testimony of an Englishman, of Roger de Hoveden, page 689, will lightly weigh against the silence of German and Italian history, Muratori, Annali d'Italia, tom. X, page 156. The priests and pilgrims, who returned from Rome, exalted, by every tale, the omnipotence of the Holy Father. Right arrow curving left. Ego enim in eo cum titanicis manir non debio, Cafari, Annals Genuinenses, in Muratori, rerum italicarum scriptors, tom. 6, pages 367, 368. Right arrow curving left. For the Saracens of Sicily and Nocera, see the Annals of Muratori, tom. X, page 149, and AD 1223, 1247, Giannoni, tom. 2, p. 385, and of the originals, in Muratori's collection, Richard de Saint Germano, tom. 7, page 996, Matteo Spinelli de Giovinazzo, tom. 7, page 1064, Nicholas de Jamsilla, Tom. X. p. 494, and Matteo Villani, Tom. 14L. 7, page 103. The last of these insinuates that, in reducing the Saracens of Nocera, Charles II of Anjou employed rather artifice than violence. Right arrow curving left. It is remarkable that at the same time the tombs of the Roman emperors, even of Constantine himself, were violated and ransacked by their degenerate successor Alexius Comnenus. In order to enable him to pay the German tribute exacted by the menaces of the Emperor Henry. See the end of the first book of the Life of Alexius, in Nicetas, page 632, edit. Bonney. M. Right arrow curving left. Muratori quotes a passage from Arnold of Lübeck, L. 4c. 20 Reperit thesauros absconditos, et omnem lapidum preciousorum et gemarum gloriam, ita ut honoratus 160 Somarius, glorios ad turam suam redierit. Roger de Hoveden, who mentions the violation of the royal tombs and corpses, computes the spoil of Salerno at 200,000 ounces of gold, page 746. On these occasions, I am almost tempted to exclaim with the listening maid in La Fontaine, Je voudrais bien avoir ce que manque. Right arrow curving left. I am indebted for his character and history to D. Herbelot, Bibliothèque Orientale, Mahmoud, pages 533, 537, M. de Guines, Histoire de Huns, Tom. 3, pp. 155, 173, and our countryman Colonel Alexander Dow, Volume 1, pages 23, 83. In the two first volumes of his History of Hindostan, he styles himself the translator of the Persian Farishta. But in his florid text it is not easy to distinguish the version and the original. 9266 Right arrow curving left. The dynasty of the Samanides continued 125 years, AD 847, 999, under 10 princes. See their succession and ruin, in the tables of M. de Guines, Histoire de Huns, Tom. I, pages 404, 406. They were followed by the Ghaznavides, AD 999, 1183, see Tom. I, pages 239, 240. His divisions of nations often disturbs the series of time and place. Right arrow curving left. Ghazna hordos non habet, est emporium et domicilium mercaturi indici. Abulfadi, Geographia, Reisk, Tab. Xci, p. 349, D. Herbelot, page 364. It has not been visited by any modern traveler. Right arrow curving left. By the ambassador of the Caliph of Baghdad, who employed an Arabian or Chaldaic word that signifies lord and master, D. Herbelot, page 825. It is interpreted alpha tau omicron kappa rho tau omega rho, beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon omega nu, by the Byzantine writers of the 11th century. And the name, sigma omicron upsilon lambda tau alpha nu, Soldanus, is familiarly employed in the Greek and Latin languages, after it had passed from the Ghaznavides to the Seljukides, and other emirs of Asia and Egypt. Ducange, Dissertation 16, Dissertation sur Joinville, pages 238, 240, Glossarium Grecitatis et Latin, labors to find the title of Sultan in the ancient kingdom of Persia. But his proofs are mere shadows, a proper name in the themes of Constantine, 211, an anticipation of Zonaras, etc. And a medal of Kai Khosrow, not, as he believes, the Sassanide of the 6th, but the Seljukide of Iconium of the 13th century, de Guines, Histoire de Huns, Tom. I, page 246. Right arrow curving left. It is uncertain when the title of Sultan was first used, but it seems at all events to have been older than the time of Mahmud. It is mentioned by Halabi under the reign of Mutawakkil. But according to Ibn Khaldun it was first assumed by the Boides. While, Geschichte der Chalifan, Volume 2, page 345, note, S. Right arrow curving left. Farishta, Apud Dao, History of Hindostan, Volume 1, p. 49, mentions the report of a gun in the Indian army. But, as I am slow in believing this premature, AD 1008, use of artillery, I must desire to scrutinize first the text and then the authority of Farishta, who lived in the Mughal court in the last century. 9267 right arrow curving left. Kinuj, or Kanuj, the old Palambothra 9268, is marked in latitude 27 degrees 3 minutes, longitude 80 degrees 13 minutes. C. D'Anville, Antiquite géographique de l'Inde, pp. 60, 62, corrected by the local knowledge of Major Renal, in his excellent memoir of a map of Hindustan, pp. 37, 43, 300 jewelers, 30,000 shops for the areca nut, 60,000 bands of musicians, etc., Abulfeda, Geographia, tab. 15, page 274, Dow, Volume 1, page 16, will allow an ample deduction. Right arrow curving left. The idolaters of Europe, says Farishta, Dow, Volume 1, page 66. Consult Abulfeda, page 272, and Reynolds' memoir of a map of Hindustan right arrow curving left. Farishta says, some crores of gold. Dow says, in a note at the bottom of the page, 10 millions, which is the explanation of the word crore. Mr. Gibbon says rashly that the sum offered by the Brahmins was 10 million sterling. Note to James Mill's History of British India, Volume 2, page 222. Colonel Briggs's translation is, the quantity of gold. The treasure found in the temple, perhaps in the image, according to Major Price's authorities, was 20 millions of dinars of gold, above 9 million sterling. But this was 100-fold the ransom offered by the Brahmins. Price, Volume 2, page 290, M. Right arrow curving left. Rather than the idol broker, he chose to be called Mahmud the idol breaker. Price, Volume 2, page 289. M. Right arrow curving left. Derbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, page 527. Yet these letters, apothegms, etc., are rarely the language of the heart, or the motives of public action, right arrow curving left. Compare Price, Volume 2, p. 295, M. Right arrow curving left. For instance, a ruby of 450 miskals, Dow, Volume 1, p. 53, or 6 pounds 3 ounces, the largest in the treasury of Delhi weighed 17 miskals, less 6 voyages de Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, Party 2, page 280. It is true that in the East all colored stones are called rubies, p. 355, and that Tavernier saw 3 larger and more precious among the jewels de Notre Grand Roi, le plus puissant et plus magnifique de tous les rois de la terre, page 376. Right arrow curving left. Dow, Volume 1, page 65. The sovereign of Kinogi is said to have possessed 2,500 elephants, Abulfeda, Geographia, tab. 15, page 274. From these Indian stories the reader may correct a note in my first volume. Or from that note he may correct these stories. Right arrow curving left. See a just and natural picture of these pastoral manners, in the History of William, Archbishop of Tyre, L. I.C. 7 in the Gesta de per Francos, pages 633, 634, and a valuable note by the editor of the Histoire généalogique de Tatars, pages 535, 538. Right arrow curving left. The first emigration of the Turkmens, and doubtful origin of the Seljukians, may be traced in the laborious history of the Huns, by M. de Gines, Tom. I party I tables chronologiques L.V. Tom. 2L, 7, 9, X, and the Bibliothèque Orientale of D. Herbelat, pages 799, 802, 897, 901, Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pages 321, 333, and Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, pp. 221, 222. Right arrow curving left. Dow, History of Hindostan, Volume 1, pages 89, 95, 98. I have copied this passage as a specimen of the Persian manner. But I suspect that by some odd fatality the style of Farishta has been improved by that of Ocean. 9269 right arrow curving left. The Zendekan of D. Herbalat, page 1028, the Dindika of Tao, volume 1, p. 97, is probably the Dandanakan of Abulfida, Geographia, p. 345, Raisk, a small town of Khorasan, 2 days' journey from Maru, and renowned through the east for the production and manufacture of cotton. Right arrow curving left. The Byzantine Historians, Cedrenus, Tom. 2, pages 766, 766, Zonaras, Tom. 2, page 255, Nicephorus Bryennius, page 21, have confounded, in this revolution, the truth of time and place, of names and persons, of causes and events. The ignorance and errors of these Greeks, which I shall not stop to unravel, may inspire some distrust of the story of Cyaxares and Cyrus, as it is told by their most eloquent predecessors. Right arrow curving left. Wilhelmus Tyrensis, L. IC, 7, page 633. The divination by arrows is ancient and famous in the East. Right arrow curving left. Derbalat, page 801. Yet after the fortune of his posterity, Seljuk became the 34th in lineal descent from the great Afrasiab, emperor of Turan, page 800. The Tartar pedigree of the house of Zingis gave a different cast to flattery and fable, and the historian Merkond derives the Seljukides from Alenkava, the Virgin Mother, page 801, Colonel 2. If they be the same as the Zalzats of Abulghazi Bahadur Khan, Histoire généalogique de Tatars, p. 148, we quote in their favor the most weighty evidence of a Tartar prince himself, the descendant of Zingis, Alenkava, or Alanku, and Oghuz Khan. Right arrow curving left. Seljuk had 4 sons, Mikhail, Junas, Arslan or Israel, and Musa. The last 2 outlived him, but are not distinguished in history. His grandsons, Togrul and Jafar, mentioned by Gibbon, were the sons of Mikhail. While, Gestich der Chalifan, volume 3, page 82. S. Right arrow curving left. By a slight corruption, Togrul Beg is the Tangrolipix of the Greeks. His reign and character are faithfully exhibited by D. Herbalat, Bibliothèque Orientale, pp. 1027, 1028, and de Gines, Histoire de Huns, tom. 3, pages 189, 201. Right arrow curving left. Cedrenus, Tom. 2, pages 774, 775. Zonaras, Tom. 2, page 257. With their usual knowledge of Oriental affairs, they describe the ambassador as a sharif, who, like the Syncellus of the Patriarch, was the vicar and successor of the Caliph. Right arrow curving left. From William of Tyre I have borrowed this distinction of Turks and Turkmens, which at least is popular and convenient. The names are the same, and the addition of man is of the same import in the Persic and Teutonic idioms. Few critics will adopt the etymology of James de Vitry, Historia Hierosolymitana, L. IC. 11, page 1061, of Turkomani, quasi-Tursi et Kamani, a mixed people. Right arrow curving left. Histoire générale de Huns, tom. 3, pages 165, 167. M. de Gines quotes Abulmahassan, an historian of Egypt. Right arrow curving left. Consult the Bibliothèque Orientale, in the articles of the Abbasides, Kar, and Km, and the annals of Elmason and Abulpharagius. Right arrow curving left. For this curious ceremony, I am indebted to M. de Gines, tom. 3, pages 197, 198, and that learned author is obliged to Bondari, who composed in Arabic the history of the Seljukides, tom. V, page 365. I am ignorant of his age, country, and character. Right arrow curving left. According to von Hammer, crowns are incorrect. They are unknown as a symbol of royalty in the East. Von Hammer, Geschichte des Osmanischen Reichs, Volume 1, page 567. M. Right arrow curving left. Eadam anno, AH 455, obiit princeps de Grolbicus, Rex fut clemens, prudens, id paradis regnandi, cujus terror corda mortalium invaserat, ita ut obederant ei regis ad ipsum scriberant. Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 342, ver. Erpenii. Right arrow curving left. Togrul was affianced to the caliph's daughter, but he died before the marriage was consummated, at the age of 60. While, Volume 3, p. 103, SQQ. S. Right arrow curving left. For these wars of the Turks and Romans, see in general the Byzantine histories of Zonaras and Cedrinus, Silex is the continuator of Cedrinus, and Nicephorus Bryennius Caesar. The two first of these were monks, the two latter statesmen, yet such were the Greeks that the difference of style and character is scarcely discernible. For the Orientals, I draw as usual on the wealth of D. Herbalat, see titles of the first Seljukides, and the accuracy of de Guynes, Histoire de Huns, Tom. 3 X. Right arrow curving left. Phi rho epsilon tau omicron gamma rho nu tau omicron rho kappa omicron iota lambda gamma omicron, epsilon eta pi rho omega mu nu omicron nu kappa alpha sigma tau rho alpha phi nu alpha iota tau omicron rho kappa omega nu gamma nu omicron pi tau omicron iota alpha tau eta delta upsilon nu mu epsilon omega. Pi omicron alpha nu mu alpha kappa epsilon delta nu lambda xi alpha nu delta rho omicron chi omega nu kappa alpha tau epsilon sigma tau rho psi alpha tau omicron pi rho sigma alpha, Cedrinus, Tom. 2, page 791. The credulity of the vulgar is always probable, and the Turks had learned from the Arabs the history or legend of Iskander Dulkarnian, D. Herbalat, page 317, etc. Right arrow curving left. Omicron tau nu beta eta rho alpha nu kappa alpha mu epsilon sigma omicron pi omicron tau alpha mu alpha nu kappa alpha tau nu pi alpha rho alpha kappa epsilon iota mu nu eta nu omicron kappa omicron sigma iota nu rho mu epsilon nu alpha nu kappa alpha omicron tau nu omicron upsilon delta alpha kappa eta nu tau omicron nu epsilon sigma tau omicron rho eta omicron kappa alpha tau nu kappa epsilon phi lambda omega nu theta rho sigma kappa epsilon upsilon omicron upsilon sigma iota nu alpha rho epsilon sigma iota nu. Siletzes, ad calcem Cedrini, Tom. 2, p. 834, whose ambiguous construction shall not tempt me to suspect that he confounded the Nestorian and Monophysite heresies. He familiarly talks of the mu nu iota, chi lambda omicron, rho gamma, theta epsilon omicron, qualities, as I should apprehend, very foreign to the perfect being. But his bigotry is forced to confess that they were soon afterwards discharged on the Orthodox Romans. Right arrow curving left. Had the name of Georgians been known to the Greeks, Stritter, Memoriae Populorum, Tom. 4, Iberica, I should derive it from their agriculture, as the sigma kappa theta alpha iota gamma epsilon omega rho gamma omicron of Herodotus, L. 4c. 18, page 289, edit. Wesseling. But it appears only since the Crusades, among the Latins, Jacques A. Vitriaco, Historia Hierosolymitana, c. 79, page 1095, and Orientals, D. Herbalat, page 407, and was devoutly borrowed from St. George of Cappadocia. Right arrow curving left. Mosheim, Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae, page 632. C. In Chardin's Travels, Tom. I. pp. 171, 174, The Manners and Religion of this Handsome but Worthless Nation. See the pedigree of their princes from Adam to the present century, in the tables of M. de Guynes, Tom. I. pages 433, 438. Right arrow curving left. This city is mentioned by Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, L. 2c. 44, p. 119, and the Byzantines of the 11th century, under the name of Mansikiert, and by some is confounded with Theodosiopolis. But Delisle, in his notes and maps, has very properly fixed the situation. Abulfeda, Geographia, tab. 18, p. 310, describes Malisgird as a small town, built with black stone, supplied with water, without trees, etc. Right arrow curving left. The Uzi of the Greeks, Stritter, Memoriae Populorum, tom. 3, pp. 923, 948, are the Gauls of the Orientals, Histoire de Huns, tom. 2, page 522, tom. 3, page 133, etc. They appear on the Danube and the Volga, and Armenia, Syria, and Khorasan, and the name seems to have been extended to the whole Turkmen race. Right arrow curving left. Urselius, the Ruselius of Zonaras, is distinguished by Geoffrey Malaterra, L. IC. 33, among the Norman conquerors of Sicily, and with the surname of Balliol, and our own historians will tell how the Balliols came from Normandy to Durham, built Bernard's Castle on the Tees, married an heiress of Scotland, etc. Ducange, note ad Nicephorus Bryennius, L. 2 No. 4, has labored the subject in honor of the President de Balliol, whose father had exchanged the sword for the gown. Right arrow curving left. Elmason, pp. 343, 344, assigns this probable number, which is reduced by Abulpharagius to 15,000, page 227, and by D. Herbalot, page 102, to 12,000 horse. But the same Elmason gives 300,000 men to the emperor, of whom Abulpharagius says, Cum centum hominum millibus, multisque equus et magna pompa instructus. The Greeks abstain from any definition of numbers. Right arrow curving left. The Byzantine writers do not speak so distinctly of the presence of the Sultan. He committed his forces to a eunuch, had retired to a distance, etc. Is it ignorance, or jealousy, or truth? Right arrow curving left. He was the son of Caesar John Ducas, brother of the Emperor Constantine, Ducange, Familiae Byzantini, page 165. Nicephorus Bryennius applauds his virtues and extenuates his faults, L. I, pp. 30, 38, L. 2, page 53. Yet he owns his enmity to Romanus, Omicron pi nu upsilon delta phi iota lambda omega chi omega nu pi rho beta alpha sigma iota lambda alpha. Siletzes speaks more explicitly of his treason. Right arrow curving left. This circumstance, which we read and doubt in Siletzes and Constantine Manasses, is more prudently omitted by Nicephorus and Zonaras. Right arrow curving left. Elmason gives 1,500,000. Wilken, Geschichte der Kreuzzug Volume 1, page 10. M. Right arrow curving left. The ransom and tribute are attested by reason and the Orientals. The other Greeks are modestly silent. But Nicephorus Bryennius dares to affirm that the terms were Omicron Kappa Nu Alpha Xi Alpha Omega Mu Alpha Omega Nu Rho Chi, and that the emperor would have preferred death to a shameful treaty. Right arrow curving left. The defeat and captivity of Romanus Diogenes may be found in John Siletz's Ad Calcem Cedrini, tom. 2, pages 835, 843. Zonaras, tom. 2, pages 281, 284. Nicephorus Bryennius, L. I, pp. 25, 32. Glycas, pages 325, 327. Constantine Manasses, page 134. Elmason, Historia Saracenica, page 343, 344. Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 227. Derbalot, pages 102, 103. De Gines, tom. 3, pages 207, 211. Besides my old acquaintance, Elmason and Abulpharagius, the historian of the Huns has consulted Abulfeda, and his epitomizer, Benskuna, a chronicle of the caliphs, by Soyothi, Abulmahasan of Egypt, and Al-Nawari of Africa. Right arrow curving left. This interesting death is told by D. Herbelot, pages 103, 104, and M. de Guines, tom. 3, pages 212, 213, from their Oriental writers. But neither of them have transfused the spirit of Elmason, Historia Saracenica, pages 344, 345. Right arrow curving left. A critic of high renown, the late Dr. Johnson, who has severely scrutinized the epitaphs of Pope, might cavil in this sublime inscription at the words, "Repair to Maru," since the reader must already be at Maru before he could peruse the inscription. Right arrow curving left. The Bibliothèque Orientale has given the text of the reign of Malek, pages 542, 544, 654, 655, and the Histoire Générale de Huns, tom. 3, pp. 214, 224, has added the usual measure of repetition, emendation, and supplement. Without those two learned Frenchmen, should be blind indeed in the Eastern world. Right arrow curving left. See an excellent discourse at the end of Sir William Jones's History of the Life of Nadir Shah, and the articles of the poets, Amak, Anvari, Raskati, etc., in the Bibliothèque Orientale. Right arrow curving left. His name was Keter Khan. For bags were placed round his sofa, and, as he listened to the song, he cast handfuls of gold and silver to the poets, D. Herbelot, page 107. All this may be true. But I do not understand how he could reign in Transoxiana in the time of Malek Shah, and much less how Keter could surpass him in power and pomp. I suspect that the beginning, not the end, of the 11th century is the true era of his reign. Right arrow curving left. See Chardin, Voyages en Perse, tom. 2, page 235. Right arrow curving left. The Gelalean era, Gelaleddin, glory of the faith, was one of the names or titles of Malek Shah, is fixed to the 15th of March, AH 471, AD 1079. Dr. Hyde has produced the original testimonies of the Persians and Arabians, Historia Religionis Veterum Persarum, c. 16, pages 200, 211. Right arrow curving left. He was the first great victim of his enemy, Hassan Sabek, founder of the Assassins. Von Hammer, Die Geschichte der Assassinen, page 95. M. Right arrow curving left. She speaks of this Persian royalty as pi sigma eta kappa alpha kappa omicron delta alpha iota mu omicron nu sigma tau epsilon rho omicron nu pi epsilon nu alpha. Anna Komnena was only 9 years old at the end of the reign of Malek Shah, AD 1092, and when she speaks of his assassination she confounds the Sultan with the Vizier, Alexias, L. 6, pages 177, 178. Right arrow curving left. See von Hammer, Geschichte des Osmanischen Reichs, Volume 1, page 16. The Seljukian dominions were for a time reunited in the person of Sanjar, one of the sons of Malek Shah, who ruled from Kashgar to Antioch, from the Caspian to the Straits of Babelmandeb. M. Right arrow curving left. So obscure that the industry of M. de Guines could only copy, tom. I, page 244, tom. 3 part 1, page 269, etc. The history, or rather list, of the Seljukides of Kerman, in Bibliothèque Orientale. They were extinguished before the end of the 12th century. Right arrow curving left. Tavernier, perhaps the only traveler who has visited Kerman, describes the capital as a great ruinous village, 25 days' journey from Ispahan, and 27 from Ormus. In the midst of a fertile country, Voyage en Turkey et en Perse, pp. 107, 110. Right arrow curving left. It appears from Anna Komnena that the Turks of Asia Minor obeyed the signet and chouse of the great Sultan, Alexias, L. 6, page 170. And that the 2 sons of Solomon were detained in his court, page 180. Right arrow curving left. This expression is quoted by Pétis de la Croix, Histoire du Grand Genghis Khan, p. 160, from some poet, most probably a Persian. Right arrow curving left. Wilken considers Kutlemish not a Turkish name. Geschichte Kreuzzug, Volume 1, page 9. M. Right arrow curving left. On the Conquest of Asia Minor, M. De Gines has derived no assistance from the Turkish or Arabian writers, who produce a naked list of the Seljukides of Rum. The Greeks are unwilling to expose their shame, and we must extort some hints from Siletzes, pages 860, 863, Nicephorus Bryennius, pages 88, 91, 92, etc., 103, 104, and Anna Komnena, Alexias, pp. 91, 92, etc., 168, etc. Right arrow curving left. Such is the description of Rum by Hayton the Armenian, whose Tartar history may be found in the collections of Ramuzio and Bergeron, see Abulfeda, Geographia, Klimat. 17, pages 301, 305. Right arrow curving left. Dicit eos quendam abusion sodomitica intervertis episcopum, Giber Abbas, gesta de per Francos, sine orientalium expeditionum, edi regna Francarum hieris limitani historia, L. I, page 468. It is odd enough that we should find a parallel passage of the same people in the present age. Il ne point d'horreur que ces Turcs n'ayant commis, et semblables aux soldats effrans, que dans le sac d'une ville. Non contents de disposer de tout à leur gre pretendant encore aux succès les moins désirables. Quelques sipahis ont portent leurs attentats sur la personne du vieux rabbi de la synagogue, et celle de l'archevêque grec, Memoirs du Baron de Tot, tom. 2, page 193. Right arrow curving left. The emperor, or abbot, describes the scenes of a Turkish camp as if they had been present. Matris corrupti in conspective filiarum multipliciter repetitus diversorum coitibus vexabanter, is that the true reading, cum filii assistans carmina presinir saltando cogerenter. Mox idem patio ad filias, etc. Right arrow curving left. See Antioch, and the Death of Solomon, in Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. 6, pages 168, 169, with the notes of Du Cange. Right arrow curving left. William of Tyre, L. IC, 9, 10, p. 635, gives the most authentic and deplorable account of these Turkish conquests. Right arrow curving left. In his epistle to the Count of Flanders, Alexius seems to fall too low beneath his character and dignity. Yet it is approved by Du Cange, note ad Alexias, page 335, etc., and paraphrased by the abbot Guibert, a contemporary historian. The Greek text no longer exists. And each translator and scribe might say with Guibert, page 475, verbis vestita mais, a privilege of most indefinite latitude. Right arrow curving left. Our best fund for the history of Jerusalem from Heraclius to the Crusades is contained in two large and original passages of William, Archbishop of Tyre, L. IC, 1, 10, L. 18c. 5, 6, the principal author of the Gesta de per Francos. M. de Gines has composed a very learned Memoir sur le commerce de François dans le Levant avant les Croisades, etc. Memoirs de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. XVI, pages 467, 500. Right arrow curving left. Secundum dominorum dispositionum plurumque lucida plurumque nubila respit intervalla, edi egrotantium more temporum presentium gravabator aut respirabat qualitate, L. IC, 3, page 630. The Latinity of William of Tyre is by no means contemptible, but in his account of 490 years, from the loss to the recovery of Jerusalem, he exceeds the true account by 30 years. Right arrow curving left. For the transactions of Charlemagne with the Holy Land, see Eginhard, Vita Caroli Magni, c. 16, pages 79, 82, Constantine Porphyrogenitus, De Administrando Imperio, L. 2c. 26, p. 80, and Pagi, Critica Baroniae, Tom. 3 AD 800, number 13, 15. Right arrow curving left. The Caliph granted his privileges, Amalfitanes viris amicis et utilium introductoribus, Gesta de per Francos, page 934. The trade of Venice to Egypt and Palestine cannot produce so old a title. Unless we adopt the laughable translation of a Frenchman who mistook the two factions of the circus, Veneti et Persini, for the Venetians and Parisians. Right arrow curving left. An Arabic Chronicle of Jerusalem, Apud Asamani, Bibliotheca Orientalis, Tom. I, page 628, Tom. 4, page 368, attests the unbelief of the Caliph and the historian. Yet Cantacuzene presumes to appeal to the Mohammedans themselves for the truth of this perpetual miracle. Right arrow curving left. In his dissertations on ecclesiastical history, the learned Mosheim has separately discussed this pretended miracle, Tom. 2, pages 214, 306, De Lumen Sancti Sepulchri. Right arrow curving left. William of Malmesbury, L. 4c. 2, page 209, quotes the itinerary of the monk Bernard, an eyewitness, who visited Jerusalem AD 870. The miracle is confirmed by another pilgrim some years older. And Mosheim ascribes the invention to the Franks soon after the decease of Charlemagne. Right arrow curving left. Our Travelers, Sandys, page 134, Thevenot, pages 621, 627, Mondrel, pages 94, 95, etc. describe this extravagant farce. The Catholics are puzzled to decide, and the miracle ended and the trick began. Right arrow curving left. The Orientals themselves confess the fraud, and plead necessity in edification, Memoirs du Chevalier d'Arvieux, Tom. 2, page 140, Joseph Abudachny, Historia Jacobitorum seu Coptorum, c. 20. But I will not attempt, with Mosheim, to explain the mode. Our travelers have failed with the blood of Saint Januarius at Naples. Right arrow curving left. C. D. Herbelot, Bibliothèque Orientale, p. 411, Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pages 390, 397, 400, 401, Elmison, Historia Saracenica, pages 321, 323, and Murray, pp. 384, 386, an historian of Egypt, translated by Reisk from Arabic into German, and verbally interpreted to me by a friend. Right arrow curving left. The religion of the Druzes is concealed by their ignorance and hypocrisy. Their secret doctrines are confined to the elect who profess a contemplative life. And the vulgar Druzes, the most indifferent of men, occasionally conform to the worship of the Mohammedans and Christians of their neighborhood. The little that is, or deserves to be, known may be seen in the industrious Niebuhr, Voyage en Arabie, Tom. 2, pages 354, 357, and the second volume of the recent and instructive travels of M. de Volney. 9270 right arrow curving left. C. Glaber, L. 3 c. 7, and the Annals of Baronius and Pagi, AD 1009. Right arrow curving left. Per idem tempus ex universo orb tam innumerabilis multitudo copit conflura ad sepulchrum salvatoris hierosolimus, quantum nullus hominum prius spirare poterat. Ordo inferioris plebes, mediocres, regis et comites, presuls, muliers multi nobilis cum pauperioribus. Pluribus enim erat mentis desiderium mori priusquam ad propria reverterenter, Glaber. L. 4c. 6, Bouquet, Historians of France, Tom. X, page 50, point 9271 right arrow curving left. Glaber, L. 3 c. 1. Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, Tom. I, pages 304, 311, examines whether St. Stephen founded a monastery at Jerusalem. Right arrow curving left. Baronius, AD 1064, number 43, 56, has transcribed the greater part of the original narratives of Ingulphus, Marianus, and Lambertus. Right arrow curving left. C. Elmison, Historia Saracenica, pages 349, 350, and Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 237, ver. Pocock. M. de Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. 3 Part 1, pp. 215, 216, adds the testimonies, or rather the names, of Abulfeda and Al-Nuwairi. Right arrow curving left. From the expedition of Esar Otsize, AH 469, AD 1076, to the expulsion of the Ordokides, AD 1096. Yet William of Tyre, L. IC. 6, page 633, asserts that Jerusalem was 38 years in the hands of the Turks, and an Arabic chronicle, quoted by Pagi, tom. 4, p. 202, supposes that the city was reduced by a Kharizmian general to the obedience of the Caliph of Baghdad, AH 463, AD 1070. These early dates are not very compatible with the general history of Asia. And I am sure that, as late as AD 1064, the Regnum Babylonicum, of Cairo, still prevailed in Palestine. Baronius, AD 1064, number 56. Right arrow curving left. De Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, pages 249, 252. Right arrow curving left. Wilhelmus Tyrensis, L. IC. 8, page 634, who strives hard to magnify the Christian grievances. The Turks exacted an aureus from each pilgrim. The kapar of the Franks now is $14, and Europe does not complain of this voluntary tax. Right arrow curving left. Whimsical enough is the origin of the name of Picards, and from thence of Picardy, which does not date later than AD 1200. It was an academical joke, an epithet first applied to the quarrelsome humor of those students, in the University of Paris, who came from the frontier of France and Flanders, Valesius. Notitia Galliarum, p. 447, Longueru, Description de la France, page 54. Right arrow curving left. William of Tyre, L. IC. 11, pp. 637, 638, thus describes the hermit, Pusillus, persona contemptibilis, vivacis ingenii, eti oculum habeas perspicacum gratumque, et spont fluens ei non dirat eloquium. See Albert Aquensis, page 185. Guibert, page 482. Anna Komnena in Alexias, L. X, page 284, etc., with Du Cange's notes, page 349. Right arrow curving left. There are differences on this point, and some authors say that his origin was obscure. Joseph François Michaud, Histoire des Croisades, Volume 1, page 89, 4th edition. S. Right arrow curving left. Wilkin considers this as doubtful, Volume 1, page 47. M. Right arrow curving left. He had seen the Savior in a vision, a letter had fallen from heaven. Wilkin, Volume 1, page 49. M. Right arrow curving left. Ultra quinquaginta millia, si me passant in expedition pro duce et pontifex Habira. Armata manu volant in inimicos de insurgere et ad sepulchrum domini ipso descent pervenire, Gregorius 7, Epistola 2, 31, in tom. 12, page 322, Concil. Right arrow curving left. See the original Lives of Urban II by Pandulphus Pisanus and Bernardus Guido, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, tom. 3 pars I, pages 352, 353. Right arrow curving left. She is known by the different names of Praxis, Eupretia, Euphrasia, and Adelace, and was the daughter of a Russian prince, and the widow of a Margrave of Brandenburg. Struvius, Corpus Historiae Germanicae, page 340. Right arrow curving left. Henricus Odio em copit Habira, ideo incarceravit e concessit ut pluric vim ei inferent. Immo filium hortens ut subagitarit, dodechin, continuation Mariana Scotus, i.e. the Annals s. Disabodi falsely ascribed to a certain abbot Dodechin and erroneously supposed to be a continuation of the Chronicle of Mariana Scotus. B. Apud Baronius, AD 1093, No. 4. In the Synod of Constance, she is described by Bertholdus, rerum inspector, quae se tantas et tam inauditas fornicationum spercitias, idia tantis passam fuis conquesta est, etc. And again at Placentia, satis misericorditor suspit, eo quat ipsum tantas spercitias non tam commissis quam invitam pertullus pro certo cognavrit papa cum sancta synodo. Apud Baronius, AD 1093, No. 4, 1094, No. 3. A rare subject for the infallible decision of a pope and council. These abominations are repugnant to every principle of human nature, which is not altered by a dispute about rings and croziers. Yet it should seem that the wretched woman was tempted by the priests to relate or subscribe some infamous stories of herself and her husband. Right arrow curving left. See the narrative and acts of the Synod of Placentia, Sacrosancta Concilia, Tom. 12, page 821, etc. Right arrow curving left. Guibert, himself a Frenchman, praises the piety and valor of the French nation, the author and example of the Crusades, gens nobilis, prudens, bellicosa, dapsilis eti nitida. Quos enim Britons, Anglos, Ligures, si bonus eos moribus videmus, non illico Francos homines appellimus? Page 478. He owns, however, that the vivacity of the French degenerates into petulance among foreigners, page 488, and vain loquaciousness, page 502. Right arrow curving left. Per viam quam jam dudum Carolus magnus mirificus rex Francorum aptari facit usque Constantinopolim, gesta Francorum, page 1, Robertus Monicus, Historia Hierosolymitana, L. I, page 33, etc. Right arrow curving left. John Tulpinus, or Turpinus, was Archbishop of Reims, AD 773. After the year 1000, this romance was composed in his name, by a monk of the borders of France and Spain. And such was the idea of ecclesiastical merit that he describes himself as a fighting and drinking priest. Yet the Book of Lies was pronounced authentic by Pope Calixtus II, AD 1122, and is respectfully quoted by the abbot Suger, in the great chronicles of St. Denis, Fabricius, Bibliotheca Latina Medii et Infamii Tatus, edit. Monsi, Tom. 4, page 161. Right arrow curving left. See État de la France, by the Count de Boulainvilliers, Tom. I, pp. 180, 182, and the second volume of the Observations sur l'Histoire de France, by the Abbé de Mably. Right arrow curving left. In the provinces to the south of the Loire, the first Capetians were scarcely allowed a feudal supremacy. On all sides, Normandy, Bretagne, Aquitaine, Burgundy, Lorraine, and Flanders contracted the name and limits of the proper France. See Valesius, Notitia Galliarum. Right arrow curving left. These counts, a younger branch of the Dukes of Aquitaine, were at length despoiled of the greatest part of their country by Philip Augustus. The bishops of Clermont gradually became princes of the city. Mélanges Tires d'une grande bibliothèque, Tom. XXXVA, page 288, etc. Right arrow curving left. See the Acts of the Council of Clermont, Sacrosancta Concilia, Tom. 12, page 829, etc. Right arrow curving left. Confluxerant ad concilium e multis regionibus, viri potentis edi honorati, in numeri quamvi singulo lecalis militiae superbi, Baldric, an eyewitness, pages 86, 88, Robertus Monicus, pp. 31, 32, Wilhelmus Tyrensis I 14, 15, pages 639, 641, Guibert, pages 478, 480, Fulchirius Carnotensis, page 382. Right arrow curving left. The truce of God, Treva, or Truga Dei, was first invented in Aquitaine, AD 1032. Blamed by some bishops as an occasion of perjury, and rejected by the Normans as contrary to their privileges, Du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis, tom. 6, pages 682, 685, right arrow curving left. Deus vult, was the pure acclamation of the clergy who understood Latin, Robertus Monachus, L. I, page 32. By the illiterate laity, who spoke the provincial or Limousin idiom, it was corrupted to Deus lo volt, or Die XL volt. See Chronicon Monasterii Cassinensis, L. 4c. 11, p. 497, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, tom. 4, and Du Cange, Dissertatio 11, page 207, Dissertations sur Joinville, and Glossarium Latinitatis, tom. 2, p. 690, who, in his preface, produces a very difficult specimen of the dialect of Rouvergue, AD 1100, very near, both in time and place, to the Council of Clermont, pages 15, 16. Right arrow curving left. Most commonly on their shoulders, in gold, or silk, or cloth sewed on their garments. In the First Crusade, all were red; in the Third, the French alone preserved that color, while green crosses were adopted by the Flemings, and white by the English. Du Cange, tom. 2, page 651. Yet in England, the red ever appears the favorite, and as it were, the national, color of our military ensigns and uniforms. Right arrow curving left. Bongarcius, who has published the original writers of the Crusades, adopts, with much complacency, the fanatic title of Gibbertus, Gesta Dei per Francos. Though some critics propose to read Gesta Diaboli per Francos, Hanovii, 1611, 2 volumes in folio. I shall briefly enumerate, as they stand in this collection, the authors whom I have used for the First Crusade. I. Gesta Francorum. 2. Robertus Monachus. 3. Baldricus. 4. Raymundus de Agiles. V. Albertus Aquensis. 6. Fulchirius Carnotensis. 7. Gibbertus. 8. Wilhelmus Tyriensis. Muratori has given us 9. Rodolphus Cadamensis, Gesta Tancredi in Expedition Hierosolymitana, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, tom. V, pages 285, 333, and X. Bernardus Thesaurarius, De Acquisition Terrae Sancti, tom. 7, pages 664, 848.9272. The last of these was unknown to a late French historian, who has given a large and critical list of the writers of the Crusades, L'Esprit de Croisades, tom. I, pp. 13, 141, and most of whose judgments my own experience will allow me to ratify. It was late before I could obtain a sight of the French historians collected by Duchesne. I. Petri Tudabodi Sacerdotis Civrecensis, Historia de Hierosolymitano Itinerare, tom. 4, pages 773, 815, has been transfused into the first anonymous writer of Bongarcius. 2. The Metrical History of the First Crusade, in 7 books, tom. 4, pages 890, 912, is of small value or account. Right arrow curving left. If the reader will turn to the first scene of the first part of Henry IV, he will see in the text of Shakespeare the natural feelings of enthusiasm, and in the notes of Dr. Johnson the workings of a bigoted, though vigorous mind, greedy of every pretense to hate and persecute those who dissent from his creed. Right arrow curving left. The manner in which the war was conducted surely has little relation to the abstract question of the justice or injustice of the war. The most just and necessary war may be conducted with the most prodigal waste of human life, and the wildest fanaticism, the most unjust with the coolest moderation and consummate generalship. The question is, whether the liberties and religion of Europe were in danger from the aggressions of Mohammedanism? If so, it is difficult to limit the right, though it may be proper to question the wisdom, of overwhelming the enemy with the armed population of a whole continent, and repelling, if possible, the invading conqueror into his native deserts. The Crusades are monuments of human folly. But to which of the more regular wars of civilized Europe, waged for personal ambition or national jealousy, will our calmer reason appeal as monuments either of human justice or human wisdom? Right arrow curving left. God, says the abbot Guibert, invented the Crusades as a new way for the laity to atone for their sins and to merit salvation. This extraordinary and characteristic passage must be given entire. Deus nostro tempori prelia sancta instituit, ut ordo equestris et vulgus oberans cavitusti paganitatis exemplo in mutuas versabator cedes, novum repererent salutis promorendi genus. Ut nec fundatus electa, ut fieri assilit, monastica conversation, seu religiosa qualibet profession seculum relinquer conjurenter. Sed sub consueta licentia et habitu ex sua ipsorum officio de aliquantinus gratium consequentur. Guibert Abbas, page 371. C. Wilkin, Volume 1, page 63. Right arrow curving left. The Sixth Discourse of Fleury on Ecclesiastical History, pages 223, 261, contains an accurate and rational view of the causes and effects of the Crusades. Right arrow curving left. The penance, indulgences, etc., of the Middle Ages are amply discussed by Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evi, Tom. V. Dissertatio LXVII, pages 709, 768, and by M. Chase, Lettres sur les Jubles et les Indulgences, Tom. 2 Lettres 21 and 22, pp. 478, 556, with this difference, that the abuses of superstition are mildly, perhaps faintly, exposed by the learned Italian, and peevishly magnified by the Dutch minister. Right arrow curving left. Schmidt, Histoire de Allemands, Tom. 2, pages 211, 220, 452, 462, gives an abstract of the penitential of Reginault in the 9th, and of Burchard in the 10th, century. In 1 year, 35 murders were perpetrated at Worms. Right arrow curving left. Till the 12th century, we may support the clear account of 12 denarii, or pence, to the solidus, or shilling. And XX solidi to the pound weight of silver, about the pound sterling. Our money is diminished to 1/3, and the French to 1/50, of this primitive standard. Right arrow curving left. Each century of lashes was sanctified with a recital of a psalm, and the whole psalter, with the accompaniment of 15,000 stripes, was equivalent to 5 years. Right arrow curving left. The life and achievements of Saint Dominic Loricatus was composed by his friend and admirer, Peter Damianus. C. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, Tom. 13, pages 96, 104. Baronius, A.D. 1056, number 7, who observes, from Damianus, how fashionable, even among ladies of quality, sublimis generis, this expiation, purgatorii genus, was grown. Right arrow curving left. At a quarter, or even half a real a lash, Sancho Panza was a cheaper, and possibly not a more dishonest, workman. I remember in Père Labat, Voyages en Espagne et en Italy, Tom. 7, pp. 16, 29, a very lively picture of the dexterity of one of these artists. Right arrow curving left. Quicunque pro sola devotion, non pro honoris vel pecuniae adoption, ad liberandum ecclesiam de Jerusalem perfectus furit, iter illid pro omni poenitentia reputitur. Canons Concilii Claromontensis 2, page 829. Guibert styles it Novum Salutis Genus, page 471, and is almost philosophical on the subject. 9273 Right arrow curving left. Such at least was the belief of the Crusaders, and such is the uniform style of the historians. L'Esprit de Croisades, Tom. 3, page 477. But the prayer for the repose of their souls is inconsistent in Orthodox theology with the merits of martyrdom. Right arrow curving left. The same hopes were displayed in the letters of the adventurers, ad animandos que in Francia residerant. Hugh de Rietest could boast that his share amounted to 1 abbey and 10 castles, of the yearly value of 1,500 marks, and that he should acquire 100 castles by the conquest of Aleppo. Guibert. pp. 554, 555. Right arrow curving left. In his genuine or fictitious letter to the Count of Flanders, Alexius mingles with the danger of the Church, and the relics of saints, the ori et argenti amor. And pulcherimerum foeminarum voluptas, p. 476, as if, says the indignant Guibert, the Greek women were handsomer than those of France. Right arrow curving left. See the privileges of the Crucesignati, freedom from debt, usury, injury, secular justice, etc. The Pope was their perpetual guardian. Du Cange, Tom. 2, pages 651, 652. Right arrow curving left. Guibert, page 481, paints in lively colors this general emotion. He was one of the few contemporaries who had genius enough to feel the astonishing scenes that were passing before their eyes. Erat itac vidir miraculum, caro omnes emery, ac vili vendir, etc. Right arrow curving left. Some instances of these stigmata are given in the L'Esprit de Croisades, Tom. 3, page 169, etc., from authors whom I have not seen. Right arrow curving left. Fuit et aliad celis detestable in hac congregation pedestris populi stulti et visani levitatis, answerum quendam divino spiritu acerabant afflatum, et capillam non minus eadem repletum. Et has sibi dutse secundi vie fesserant, etc. Albertus Aquensis, L. IC, 31, page 196. Had these peasants founded an empire, they might have introduced, as in Egypt, the worship of animals, which their philosophic descendants would have glossed over with some specious and subtle allegory. 9274. Right arrow curving left. Benjamin of Tudela describes the state of his Jewish brethren from Cologne along the Rhine. They were rich, generous, learned, hospitable, and lived in the eager hope of the Messiah. Voyages de Rabbi Benjamin, Tom. I, pages 243, 245, par Baratier. In 70 years, he wrote about AD 1170, they had recovered from these massacres. Right arrow curving left. These massacres and depredations on the Jews, which were renewed at each crusade, are coolly related. It is true that Saint Bernard, Epistola 363, Tom. I, p. 329, admonishes the Oriental Franks, non sunt persequendi Judaei, non sunt trucidandi. The contrary doctrine had been preached by a rival monk. 9275. Right arrow curving left. The bishops of Worms, Treves, Mentz, and Spires opened their palaces as asylums for the Jews of their diocese. The term, their bishops, as applied to the Jews, might be misunderstood. Right arrow curving left. See the contemporary description of Hungary in Otto of Freising, L. 2c. 31, in Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 6, page 665, 666. Right arrow curving left. The narrative of the first march is very incorrect. The first party moved under Walter de Pexigo and Walter the Penniless. They passed safe through Hungary, the kingdom of Kalmany, and were attacked in Bulgaria. Peter followed with 40,000 men. Passed through Hungary, but seeing the clothes of 16 crusaders who had been impaled on the walls of Semlin, he attacked and stormed the city. He then marched to Nyssa, where, at first, he was hospitably received, but an accidental quarrel taking place, he suffered a great defeat. Wilken, Volume 1, pages 84, 86. M. Right arrow curving left. The old Hungarians, without excepting Turatius, are ill-informed of the First Crusade, which they involve in a single passage. Katona, like ourselves, can only quote the writers of France. But he compares with local science the ancient and modern geography. Ante portam Cyperon, is Chopron or Poussin, Malavilla, Zemlin, Fluvius Maro, Savus, Lintax, Leith. Mesbrock, or Merseburg, War, or Mosen, Tollenberg, Prague, Historia Regum Hungariae, Tom. 3, pages 19, 53. Right arrow curving left. Solomon had been killed in 1085, in a battle against Tutuch, brother of Malek Shah, between Apilo and Antioch. It was not Solomon, therefore, but his son David, surnamed Kilij Arslan, the Sword of the Lion, who reigned in Nice. Almost all the Occidental authors have fallen into this mistake, which was detected by M. Michaud, Histoire de Croisades 4th edit. And extraits de historiens arabes relatifs aux guerres de croisades, par M. Reinaud, Paris, 1829, page 3. His kingdom extended from the Orontes to the Euphrates, and as far as the Bosphorus. Kilij Arslan must uniformly be substituted for Solomon. Marie Félicite Brosset, Note on Le Beau, Tom. 15, page 311. M. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. X. p. 287, describes this sigma tau nu kappa omicron lambda omega nu as a mountain, psi eta lambda nu kappa alpha beta theta omicron kappa alpha pi lambda tau omicron xi iota omicron lambda omicron gamma tau alpha tau omicron nu. In the siege of Nice, such were used by the Franks themselves as the materials of a wall. Right arrow curving left. To save time and space, I shall represent, in a short table, the particular references to the great events of the First Crusade. Author. The crowd. The chiefs. The road to Constantinople. Alexius. Nice and Asia Minor. Edessa. Antioch. The battle. The Holy Lance. Conquest of Jerusalem. I. Gesta Francorum. p. 1, 2. Page 2. Page 2, 3. Page 4, 5. p. 5, 7. p. 9, 15. p. 15, 22. p. 18, 20. p. 26, 29. 2. Robertus Monicus. Page 33, 34. Page 35, 36. Page 36, 37. Page 37, 38. p. 39, 45. p. 45, 55. p. 56, 66. Page 61, 62. p. 74, 81. 3. Baldricus. Page 89. p. 91, 93. p. 91, 94. p. 94, 101. Page 101, 111. p. 111, 122. p. 116, 119. p. 130, 138. 4. Raymundus de Agiles. p. 139, 140. Page 140, 141. Page 142. p. 142, 149. p. 149, 155. Page 150, 152, 156. p. 173, 183. V. Albertus Aquensis. L.I.C. 7, 31. L.2c. 1, 8. L.2c. 9, 19. L.2c. 20, 43. L.3c. 1, 4. L.3c. 5, 32. L.49, 12. LV 15, 22. L3C 33, 66. L41, 26. L4C 7, 56. L4C 43. LVC 45, 46. L6C 1, 50. 6. Fulchirius Carnotensis. Page 384. p. 385, 386. Page 386. Page 387, 389. Page 389, 390. p. 390, 392. p. 392, 395. Page 392. p. 396, 400. 7. Ghibertus. Page 482, 485. Page 485, 489. p. 485, 490. p. 491, 493, 498. Page 496, 497. p. 498, 506, 512. p. 512, 523. Page 520, 530, 533. p. 523, 537. 8. Wilhelmus Tarensis. LIC 18, 30. LIC 17. L2C 1, 4. 13, 17, 22. L2C 5, 23. L3C 1, 12. L4C 13, 25. L4C 1, 6. L49, 24. LV1, 23. L6C 1, 23. L6C 14. L7C 1, 25. L8C 1, 24. 9. Rodolphus Cadamensis. C 1, 3, 10. C 4, 7, 17. C 8, 13, 18, 19. C 14, 16, 21, 47. C 48, 71. C 72, 91. C 100, 109. C 111, 138. X. Bernardus Thesaurarius. C 7, 11. C 11, 20. C 11, 20. C 21, 25. C 26. C 27, 38. C 39, 52. C 45. C 54, 77. Right arrow curving left. The author of the L'Esprit de Croisades has doubted, and might have disbelieved, the crusade and tragic death of Prince Sweno, with 1,500 or 15,000 Danes. Who was cut off by Sultan Solomon in Cappadocia, but who still lives in the poem of Tasso, Tom. 4, pages 111, 115. Right arrow curving left. The fragments of the kingdoms of Lotharingia, or Lorraine, were broken into the two duchies of the Moselle and of the Meuse. The first has preserved its name, which in the latter has been changed into that of Brabant, Valesius, Notitia Galliarum, pp. 283, 288. Right arrow curving left. C. In the Description de la France, by the Abbé de Longueroux, the Articles of Boulogne, Part 1, page 54, Brabant, Part 2, pages 47, 48, Bouillon, page 134. On his departure, Godfrey sold or pawned Bouillon to the church for 1,300 marks. 9276. Right arrow curving left. See the family character of Godfrey in William of Tyre, L. 9c. 5, 8, his previous design in Guibert, p. 485, his sickness and vow in Bernardus Thesaurarius, c. 78. Right arrow curving left. Anna Comnena supposes that Hugh was proud of his nobility, riches, and power, L.X., page 288. The two last articles appear more equivocal, but an epsilon gamma nu epsilon iota alpha, which 700 years ago was famous in the palace of Constantinople, attests the ancient dignity of the Capetian family of France. Right arrow curving left. Some authors say that he was called great on account of the height of his stature. Michaud, Volume 1, page 173, Finlay, History of the Byzantine Empire, Volume 2, page 122. S. Right arrow curving left. William Gemeticensis, L. 7c. 7, pages 672, 673, in Camden, Delaware Dusibus Normannis. He pawned the duchy for 1/100th part of the present yearly revenue. 10,000 marks may be equal to 500,000 livres, and Normandy annually yields 57 millions to the king. Necker, Administration de Finances, Tom. I, page 287. Right arrow curving left. His original letter to his wife is inserted in the Spicilegium of Dom, Luc Diacari, Tom. 4 and quoted in the L'Esprit de Croisades, Tom. I, page 63. Right arrow curving left. Unius enim duum, trium seu quatuor opidorum dominos cas numerit? Quorum tanta fiut copia, ut non vix tautidem Trojana obsidio coes putator. Ever the lively and interesting Guibert, p. 486, right arrow curving left. It is singular enough that Raymond of St. Giles, a second character in the genuine history of the Crusades, should shine as the first of heroes in the writings of the Greeks, Anna Comnena, Alexias, L.X. 11, and the Arabians, Longoruana, p. 129.9277 right arrow curving left. Omnes de Burgundia et Alvernia, et Visconia, et Gothi, of Languedoc, provincials appellebanter, quiteri vero francigeni et hoc in exercitu, inter hosts autumn Franci dicebanter. Raymond de Agils, page 144. Right arrow curving left. The town of his birth, or first uppunnage, was consecrated to Saint Egidius, whose name, as early as the First Crusade, was corrupted by the French into St. Gilles, or Street Giles. It is situate in the lower Languedoc, between Nimes and the Rhône, and still boasts a collegiate church of the foundation of Raymond, Mélanges Tires d'une grande bibliothèque, Tom. XVI, page 51. Right arrow curving left. The mother of Tancred was Emma, sister of the great Robert Guiscard, his father, the Marquis Odo the Good. It is singular enough that the family and country of so illustrious a person should be unknown. But Muratori reasonably conjectures that he was an Italian, and perhaps of the race of the Marquises of Montferrat in Piedmont, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. V. pages 281, 282. Right arrow curving left. To gratify the childish vanity of the House of Este, Tasso has inserted in his poem, and in the First Crusade, a fabulous hero, the brave and amorous Rinaldo, X75, 1766, 94. He might borrow his name from a Rinaldo, with the Aquila Bianca Estense, who vanquished, as the standard-bearer of the Roman Church, the Emperor Frederick I, Historia Imperiali di Ricobaldo Ferraris. In Muratori, Rerum Italicarum Scriptors, Tom. 9, page 360, Ariosto, Orlando Furioso 330. But, 1. The distance of 60 years between the youth of the two Rinaldos destroys their identity. 2. The Storia Imperiali is a forgery of the Conti Boiardo, at the end of the 15th century, Muratori, pages 281, 289. 3. This Rinaldo and his exploits are not less chimerical than the hero of Tasso, Muratori, Antiquita Estensi, Tom. I, page 350. Right arrow curving left. Of the words gentiles, gentilhomme, gentleman, two etymologies are produced, 1. From the barbarians of the 5th century, the soldiers, and at length the conquerors, of the Roman Empire, who were vain of their foreign nobility, and 2. From the sense of the civilians, who consider gentilice as synonymous with ingenuous. Selden inclines to the first, but the latter is more pure, as well as probable. Right arrow curving left. Fra mea scutope juvena mornant. Tacitus, Germania, c. 13. Right arrow curving left. The athletic exercises, particularly the Caestus and Pancratium, were condemned by Lycurgus, Philopoemen, and Galen, a lawgiver, a general, and a physician. Against their authority and reasons, the reader may weigh the Apology of Lucian, in the character of Solon. See West on the Olympic Games, in his Odes of Pindar, Volume 2, pages 86, 96, 243, 248. Right arrow curving left. On the curious subjects of knighthood, knight service, nobility, arms, cry of war, banners, and tournaments, an ample fund of information may be sought in Selden, Opera Omnia, Tom. 3 Part 1, Titles of Honor, Part 2 c. 1, 3, 5, 8, Du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis, Tom. 4, pages 398, 412, etc., Dissertation sur Joinville, I, pages 127, 142, 6, 12, pages 165, 222, and M. de Saint-Pelay, Memoirs sur l'Ancien Chevalerie. Right arrow curving left. Carloman, or Calmeny, demanded the brother of Godfrey as hostage, but Count Baldwin refused the humiliating submission. Godfrey shamed him into this sacrifice for the common good by offering to surrender himself. Wilkin, Volume 1, page 104. M. Right arrow curving left. The Familiae Dalmaticae of Du Cange are meager and imperfect. The national historians are recent and fabulous, the Greeks remote and careless. In the year 1104, Coloman reduced the maritime country as far as Trau and Salona, Catona, Historia Regum Hungarii, Tom. 3, pages 195, 207. Right arrow curving left. Scodras appears in Livy as the capital and fortress of Gentius, king of the Illyrians, Arx Munitissima, afterwards a Roman colony, Salarius, Tom. I, pages 393, 394. It is now called Iskadar, or Scutari, d'Anville, Géographie ancienne, Tom. I, page 164. The Sanjiak, now a pasha, of Scutari, or Skandar, was the 8th under the Beglerbeg of Romania, and furnished 600 soldiers on a revenue of 78,787 rixdollars, marsigli. Stato Militare del Imperio Ottomano, p. 128, right arrow curving left. In Pelagonia castrum hereticum, spoliatum cum sui habitatoribus igni combusser. Necideis injuria contigit, quia illorum detestabilis sermo et cancer serpabat, jamque circumjacens regions sua prevo dogmate fodaverat, Robertus Monicus, pages 36, 37. After coolly relating the fact, the Archbishop Baldric adds, as a praise, omne siquidem illi viators, Judeos, hereticos, Saracenos equaliter habent exosos, quos omnes appellant inimicos Dei, p. 92, right arrow curving left. Nu alpha lambda alpha beta mu epsilon nu omicron pi mu eta tau nu Cairo upsilon sigma nu tau omicron gamma omicron upsilon pi tau omicron upsilon sigma eta mu alpha alpha nu, Alexias, L. X, page 288. Right arrow curving left. Beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon tau nu beta alpha sigma iota lambda omega nu, kappa alpha rho chi eta gamma tau omicron phi rho alpha gamma gamma iota kappa omicron sigma tau rho alpha tau epsilon mu alpha tau omicron pi alpha nu tau omicron. 9278. This oriental pomp is extravagant in account of Vermandois, but the patriot Du Cange repeats with much complacency, note ad Alexias, pages 352, 353. Dissertatio XXVI Dissertations sur Joinville, page 315, the passages of Matthew Paris, A.D. 1254, and Froissart, Volume 4, p. 201, which style the King of France Rex Regum, and Chef de tous les rois chrétiens. Right arrow curving left. Hugh was taken at Durazzo, and sent by land to Constantinople. Wilkin. M. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena was born the 1st of December, A.D. 1083, in Dite Ion 7, Alexias, L. 6, pages 166, 167. At 13, the time of the First Crusade, she was nubile, and perhaps married to the younger Nicephorus Bryennius, whom she fondly styles Tau Nu Mu Nu Kappa Alpha Sigma Alpha Rho Alpha, L. X, pages 295, 296. Some moderns have imagined that her enmity to Bohemond was the fruit of disappointed love. In the Transactions of Constantinople and Nice, her partial accounts, Alexias, L. X, 11, pp. 283, 317, may be opposed to the partiality of the Latins, but in their subsequent exploits she is brief and ignorant. Right arrow curving left. In their views of the character and conduct of Alexius, Mainbourg has favored the Catholic Franks, and Voltaire has been partial to the schismatic Greeks. The prejudice of a philosopher is less excusable than that of a Jesuit. Right arrow curving left. Wilkin quotes a remarkable passage of William of Malmesbury as to the secret motives of Urban and of Bohemond in urging the crusade. Illud repositius propositum non ita vulgabator, quod Bomundi concilio, pene totum Europam in Asiaticum expeditionem movret, ut in tanto tumultu omnium provinciarum facile operatus auxiliaribus. Et urbanus Romam et Boemundus Illyricum et Macedonium pervaderant. Nam eas terras ed quidquid praeteria a Dyrrhachiae usque ad Thessalonicum protenditor, Giscardus pater, super Alexium acquisierat. Ideurco illas Boemundus sua iuri competir clamitabat, inops hereditatis Apulii, quam genitor Rogerio, minori filio delegavarat. Wilkin, Volume 2, page 313. M. Right arrow curving left. Between the Black Sea, the Bosphorus, and the river Barbaces, which is deep in summer, and runs 15 miles through a flat meadow. Its communication with Europe and Constantinople is by the stone bridge of the Blacherno, which in successive ages was restored by Justinian and Basil, Gilius, de Bosphoro Thratio, L. 2c. 3. Ducange, Constantinopolis Christiana, L. 4c. 2, p. 179. Right arrow curving left. There are two sorts of adoption, the one by arms, the other by introducing the son between the shirt and skin of his father. Ducange, Dissertation sur Joinville, Dissertatio XXII, page 270, supposes Godfrey's adoption to have been of the latter sort. Right arrow curving left. After his return, Robert of Flanders became the man of the King of England, for a pension of 400 marks. See the first act in Thomas Reimer's Foedera. Right arrow curving left. Sensit vitas regnandi, falsos in amore, adia non fingir. Tacitus 644. Right arrow curving left. The proud historians of the Crusades slide and stumble over this humiliating step. Yet, since the heroes knelt to salute the emperor as he sat motionless on his throne, it is clear that they must have kissed either his feet or knees. It is only singular that Anna should not have amply supplied the silence or ambiguity of the Latins. The abasement of their princes would have added a fine chapter to the De Ceremoniis Oli Byzantini. Right arrow curving left. He called himself Phi Gamma Gamma Omicron Kappa Alpha Theta Alpha Rho Tau Nu Epsilon Gamma Epsilon Nu Nu, see Alexias, L. X, page 301. What a title of noblesse of the 11th century, if anyone could now prove his inheritance. Anna relates, with visible pleasure, that the swelling barbarian, lambda alpha tau nu omicron tau epsilon tau upsilon phi omega mu nu omicron, was killed, or wounded, after fighting in the front in the Battle of Dorylaeum, L. 11, page 317. This circumstance may justify the suspicion of Ducange, note, p. 362, that he was no other than Robert of Paris, of the district most peculiarly styled the Duchy or Island of France, l'Isle de France. Right arrow curving left. With the same penetration, Du Cange discovers his church to be that of St. Drausus, or Draussen, of Soissons, quem duello dimicaturi solent invocare, pugiles ca ad memoriam aegis, his tomb, pernoctant invictos reddit. Ut et de Burgundia et Italia tali necessitate confugiator ad eum. Joannis Ceriberiensis, Epistola 139. Right arrow curving left. There is some diversity on the numbers of his army. But no authority can be compared with that of Ptolemy, who states it at 5,000 horse and 30,000 foot, see Usher's Annals Veteris Testamenti, page 152. Right arrow curving left. Fulchirius Carnotensis, page 387. He enumerates 19 nations of different names and languages, page 389. But I do not clearly apprehend his difference between the Franci and Galli, Itali and Apuli. Elsewhere, page 385, he contemptuously brands the deserters. Right arrow curving left. Guibert, page 556. Yet even his gentle opposition implies an immense multitude. By Urban II, in the fervor of his zeal, it is only rated at 300,000 pilgrims, Epistola 16, Sacrosancta Concilia, Tom. 12, page 731. Right arrow curving left. Alexias, L. X., pages 283, 305. Her fastidious delicacy complains of their strange and inarticulate names. And indeed there is scarcely one that she has not contrived to disfigure with the proud ignorance so dear and familiar to a polished people. I shall select only one example, St. Gilles, for the Count of St. Giles. 9279 right arrow curving left. William of Malmesbury, who wrote about the year 1130, has inserted in his history, L. 4, pp. 130, 154, a narrative of the First Crusade, but I wish that, instead of listening to the Tenya murmur which had passed the British Ocean, p. 143, he had confined himself to the numbers, families, and adventures of his countrymen. I find in William Dugdale that an English Norman, Stephen, Earl of Albemarle and Holderness, led the rear guard with Duke Robert, at the Battle of Antioch, the Baronage of England, Part 1, page 61. Right arrow curving left. Vidir scatorum apud se ferocium alias imbellium cunios, Guibert, page 471, the Crus Intectum and Hispida Clamus, may suit the Highlanders. But the Finibus Uliginosus may rather apply to the Irish bogs. William of Malmesbury expressly mentions the Welsh and Scots, etc., L. 4, p. 133, who quitted, the former venationum saltuum, the latter familiaritatem pulicum. Right arrow curving left. This cannibal hunger, sometimes real, more frequently an artifice or a lie, may be found in Anna Comnena, Alexias, L. X., page 288, Guibert, page 546, Rodolphus Cadamensis, c. 97. The stratagem is related by the author of the Gesta Francorum, the monk Robert Baldric, and Raymond de Agiles, in the Siege and Famine of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. His Mussulman appellation of Solomon is used by the Latins, and his character is highly embellished by Tasso. His Turkish name of Kilic AH 485, 500, AD 1192, 1206. See de Gains's Tables, Tom. I, page 245, is employed by the Orientals, and with some corruption by the Greeks. But little more than his name can be found in the Mohammedan writers, who are dry and sulky on the subject of the First Crusade, de Gaines, Tom. 3 Party 2, pages 10, 30. 9280 right arrow curving left. On the fortifications, engines, and sieges of the Middle Ages, see Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evi, Tom. 2 Dissertatio XXVI, pages 452, 524. The Belfridus, from whence our belfry, was the movable tower of the ancients, Du Cange, Tom. Page 608. Right arrow curving left. I cannot forbear remarking the resemblance between the siege and Lake of Nice, with the operations of Hernán Cortés before Mexico. See Dr. Robertson, History of America, L.V. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena calls it delta rho mu alpha tau pi alpha rho alpha delta omicron sigma iota. Right arrow curving left. Mécréant, a word invented by the French Crusaders, and confined in that language to its primitive sense. It should seem that the zeal of our ancestors boiled higher, and that they branded every unbeliever as a rascal. A similar prejudice still lurks in the minds of many who think themselves Christians. Right arrow curving left. Baronius has produced a very doubtful letter to his brother Roger, AD 1098, number 15. The enemies consisted of Medes, Persians, Chaldeans, be it so. The first attack was cum nostro incommodo, true and tender. But why Godfrey of Bouillon and Hugh brothers? Tancred is styled Filius, of whom? Certainly not of Roger, nor of Bohemond. Right arrow curving left. Verumtamen dicunt esse de Francorum generation, edi quia nullus homo naturaliter debet esse miles nisi franci et terci, gesta Francorum, page 7. The same community of blood and valor is attested by Archbishop Baldric, page 99. Right arrow curving left. Ballista, Balestra, Arbalester. See Muratori, Antiquitates Italici Medii Evae, tom. 2, pages 517, 524. Du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis, tom. I, pages 531, 532. In the time of Anna Komnena, this weapon, which she describes under the name of Zangra, was unknown in the East, L.X., page 291. By a humane inconsistency, the Pope strove to prohibit it in Christian wars. Right arrow curving left. The curious reader may compare the classic learning of Cellarius and the geographical science of D'Anville. William of Tyre is the only historian of the Crusades who has any knowledge of antiquity, and M. Otter trod almost in the footsteps of the Franks from Constantinople to Antioch, Voyage and Turkey etn Perse, tom. I, pages 35, 88. 9281 right arrow curving left. This detached conquest of Edessa is best represented by Fulchirius Carnotensis, or of Chartres, in the collections of Bongarcius, Duchesne, and Martin. The valiant chaplain of Count Baldwin, L'Esprit de Croisades, tom. I, pages 13, 14. In the disputes of that prince with Tancred, his partiality is encountered by the partiality of Rodolphus Cadamensis, the soldier and historian of the gallant Marquis. Right arrow curving left. The governor was a Greek prince named Thuras, or Theodore, appointed by the Greek emperor, and who maintained his position by paying a tribute to the Turks. Michaud, Volume 1, p. 254, from Matthew of Edessa, C.F. Weil, Geschichte der Chalafin, Volume 3, page 161, and note. Wilken observes that it is quite uncertain whether Baldwin has any share in the murder of the old prince, and that Gibbon has expressed himself too strongly on the subject. Wilken, Volume 1, p. 169, note. S. Right arrow curving left. C. de Guynes, Histoire de Huns, tom. I, page 456. Right arrow curving left. This bridge was over the Ifrin, not the Orontes, at a distance of 3 leagues from Antioch. See Wilken, Volume 1, p. 172, m. Right arrow curving left. For Antioch, see Pocock, Description of the East, Volume 2 Part 1, pages 188, 193, Otter, Voyage and Turkey etn Perse, tom. I, page 81, etc. The Turkish geographer, in Otter's notes, the Index Geographicus, of Schultens, ad calcem Bohadinos Jadati, Vita et Residential Gesti Saladini, and Abulfida, Tabula Syrii, pages 115, 116, ver. Reisk. Right arrow curving left. A friend, who has visited Antioch, informs me that the mountains and the river render a greater number of gates needless and impossible. Right arrow curving left. Ensum elevat, Iumque sinistra part scapularum, tanta virtud intorsit, ut quat pectus medium disjunxit spinum et vitalia interrupit. Eg sic lubricus ensis super cruce dextrum integer exivit, sic capit integrum cum dextra part corporis immersit gurgite, partemque quae equo presidebat remisit civitati, Robertus Monachus, page 50. Cujus ens trajectus, turcus duo factus est terci, ut inferior alter in urbum equideret, alter arsidinans in flumine nateret, Rodolphus Cadamensis, c. 53, page 304. Yet he justifies the deed by the stupendis viribus of Godfrey, and William of Tyre covers it by obstupiat populus facti novitate, mirabilis, L.V. c. 6, page 701. Yet it must not have appeared incredible to the knights of that age. Right arrow curving left. See the exploits of Robert, Raymond, and the modest Tancred, who imposed silence on his squire, Rodolphus Cadamensis, c. 53, right arrow curving left. See the interesting extract from Chemoledon's History of Aleppo in Wilken, preface to Volume 2, page 36. Phirouz, or Azarad, the breastplate maker, had been pillaged and put to the torture by Bagisegen, the prince of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. After mentioning the distress and humble petition of the Franks, Abulpharagius adds the haughty reply of Cadbuca, or Kerboga. Non evaguri estis nisi per gladium, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, p. 242, right arrow curving left. In describing the host of Kerboga, most of the Latin historians, the author of the Gesta, page 17, Robertus Monachus, page 56, Baldric, page 111, Fulchirius Carnotensis, p. 392, Guibert, page 512, William of Tyre, L. 6c. 3, page 714, Bernard Thesaurarius, c. 39, p. 695, are content with the vague expressions of infinita multitudo, immensum agmen, innumeri copii or gentes, which correspond with the mu epsilon tau nu alpha rho iota theta mu tau omega nu chi iota lambda iota delta omega nu of Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. 11, pages 318, 320. The numbers of the Turks are fixed by Albert Aquensis at 200,000, L. for c. 10, page 242, and by Rodolphus Cadamensis at 400,000 horse, c. 72, page 309. Right arrow curving left. See the tragic and scandalous fate of an archdeacon of royal birth, who was slain by the Turks as he reposed in an orchard, playing at dice with a Syrian concubine. Right arrow curving left. The value of an ox rose from 5 solidi, 15 shillings, at Christmas to 2 marks, 4 pounds, and afterwards much higher, a kid or lamb. From 1 shilling to 18 of our present money, in the second famine, a loaf of bread, or the head of an animal, sold for a piece of gold. More examples might be produced, but it is the ordinary, not the extraordinary, prices that deserve the notice of the philosopher. Right arrow curving left. Ali multi, quorum nomina non tenemus. Quia, deleta de libro vitae, presenti operi non sunt insurrenda, Wilhelmus Tyrensis, L. 6c. 5, page 715. Guibert, pages 518, 523, attempts to excuse Hugh the Great, and even Stephen of Chartres. Right arrow curving left. Peter fell during the siege, he went afterwards on an embassy to Kerboga. Wilken, Volume 1, page 217. Right arrow curving left. See the progress of the crusade, the retreat of Alexius, the victory of Antioch, and the conquest of Jerusalem, in the Alexias, L. 11, pages 317, 327. Anna was so prone to exaggeration that she magnifies the exploits of the Latins. Right arrow curving left. The Mohammedan Abulmahasan, Apud de Gines, Tom. 2 Party 2, p. 95, is more correct in his account of the Holy Lance than the Christians, Anna Komnena and Abulpharagius. The Greek princess confounds it with the nail of the cross, L. 11, page 326. The Jacobite primate, with St. Peter's staff, page 242. Right arrow curving left. The real cause of this victory appears to have been the feud in Kerboga's army. Wilkin, Volume 2, page 40. M. Right arrow curving left. The 12th day after. He was much injured, and his flesh torn off from the ardor of pious congratulation with which he was assailed by those who witnessed his escape, unhurt, as it was first supposed. Wilkin, Volume 1, p. 263, m. Right arrow curving left. The two antagonists who express the most intimate knowledge and the strongest conviction of the miracle, and of the fraud, are Raymond de Agiles, and Rodolphus Cadamensis. The one attached to the Count of Toulouse, the other to the Norman prince. Fulchirius Carnotensis presumes to say, audite fraudum et non fraudum. And afterwards, invenit lancem, philaciter occultatum forsitan. The rest of the herd are loud and strenuous. Right arrow curving left. C.M. De Guines, Tom. 2 Party 2, page 223, etc., and the articles of Barkadrach, Muhammad, Sangier, in D. Herbalot. Right arrow curving left. The Emir, or Sultan, Afdal recovered Jerusalem and Tyre, AH 489, Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, page 478, De Guines, Tom. I, page 249, from Abulfeda and Ben Scouna. Jerusalem ante adventum vestram recuperavimus, Turcos egesimus, say the Fatimite ambassadors. Right arrow curving left. See the transactions between the Caliph of Egypt and the Crusaders, in William of Tyre, L. 4c. 24, L. 6c. 19, and Albert Aquensis, L. 3c. 59, who are more sensible of their importance than the contemporary writers. Right arrow curving left. This is not quite correct. He took Mara on his road. His excursions were partly to obtain provisions for the army and fodder for the horses. Wilkin, Volume 1, page 226. M. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely of Bethlehem, to the south of Jerusalem. M. The statement about Bethlehem has been questioned, because this place lies south of Jerusalem, but at the prayer of the Christians of Bethlehem. Tancred took possession of that town with 100 soldiers, before the siege of Jerusalem. Wilkin, Volume 1, page 270, Michaud, Volume 1, page 402. S. Right arrow curving left. The greatest part of the march of the Franks is traced, and most accurately traced, in Mondrel's A Journey from Aleppo to Jerusalem, pp. 11, 67 und de Mylers Morceau, sans contradict quon 8 dans ce genre, d'Anville, Dissertation sur l'étendue de l'ancienne Jerusalem, page 27. Right arrow curving left. See the masterly description of Tacitus, Historiae v. 11, 13, who supposes that the Jewish lawgivers had provided for a perpetual state of hostility against the rest of mankind. 9282 Right arrow curving left. The lively skepticism of Voltaire is balanced with sense and erudition by the French author of the L'Esprit de Croisades, Tom. 4, pp. 386, 388, who observes that, according to the Arabians, the inhabitants of Jerusalem must have exceeded 200,000, that in the siege of Titus, Josephus collects 1,300,000 Jews. That they are stated by Tacitus himself at 600,000, and that the largest defalcation that his Exepimus can justify will still leave them more numerous than the Roman army. Right arrow curving left. Mondrel, who diligently perambulated the walls, found a circuit of 4,630 paces, or 4,167 English yards, pages 109, 110. From an authentic plan, d'Anville concludes a measure nearly similar, of 1,960 French toises, pages 23, 29, in his scarce and valuable tract. For the topography of Jerusalem, see Reland, Palestina, Tom. 2, pages 832, 860. Right arrow curving left. Jerusalem was possessed only of the torrent of Kedron, dry in summer, and of the little spring or brook of Silo, Reland, Tom. I, pages 294, 300. Both strangers and natives complained of the want of water, which, in time of war, was studiously aggravated. Within the city, Tacitus mentions a perennial fountain, an aqueduct, and cisterns for rain water. The aqueduct was conveyed from the rivulet Tico or Etham, which is likewise mentioned by Bohadin, in Vita Saliadini, page 238, right arrow curving left. La Jerusalem Liberata, Canto 13. It is pleasant enough to observe how Tasso has copied and embellished the minutest details of the siege. 9283 right arrow curving left. This does not appear by Wilkin's account, page 294. They fought in vain the whole of the Thursday. Right arrow curving left. The massacre lasted a week. It was not the result of the unbridled rage of a victorious soldiery, but the deliberate act of a council of the chiefs. Michaud, Volume 1, page 447, 449, s. Right arrow curving left. Besides the Latins, who are not ashamed of the massacre, see Elmison, Historia Saracenica, page 363, Abulpharagius, Historia Compendiosa Dynastiarum, page 243, and M. de Gines, Tom. 2 Party 2, page 99, from Abulmahason, right arrow curving left. The old tower Safina, in the Middle Ages Neblosa, was named Castellum Pisanum, from the patriarch Daimbert. It is still the citadel, the residence of the Turkish Aga, and commands a prospect of the Dead Sea, Judea, and Arabia, D. Anvil, pages 19, 23. It was likewise called the Tower of David, Pyro Gamma Omicron Pi Alpha Mu Mu Epsilon Gamma Epsilon Theta Sigma Tau Alpha Tau Omicron. Right arrow curving left. Hume, in his History of England, Volume 1, pages 311, 312, octavo edition. Right arrow curving left. Voltaire, in his essay Sur l'Histoire Générale, Tom. 2 c. 54, pages 345, 346. Right arrow curving left. The English ascribed to Robert of Normandy, and the provincials to Raymond of Toulouse, the glory of refusing the crown. But the honest voice of tradition has preserved the memory of the ambition and revenge, Villehardouin, number 136, of the Count of St. Giles. He died at the siege of Tripoli, which was possessed by his descendants. Right arrow curving left. Raymond appears to have declined all open pretensions to the crown, though he probably cherished a secret wish to obtain it. His renunciation rests on the authority of 4 writers, Albert Aquensis, Raymond de Agils, Guibert, and Anna Comnena, and therefore not solely on the assertion of the Provençals. Wilkin, Volume 1, p. 302, Michaud, Volume 1, page 456, s. Right arrow curving left. See the election, the Battle of Ascalon, etc., in William of Tyre, L. 9c. 1, 12, and in the conclusion of the Latin historians of the First Crusade. Right arrow curving left. 20,000 Franks, 300,000 Mussulman, according to Wilkin, Volume 2, page 9, m. Right arrow curving left. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, page 479. Right arrow curving left. Arnulf was first chosen, but illegitimately, and degraded. He was ever after the secret enemy of Daimbert or Dagobert. Wilkin, Volume 1, page 306, Volume 2, page 52, m. Right arrow curving left. See the claims of the Patriarch Daimbert, in William of Tyre, L. 9c. 15, 18, x4, 7, 9, who asserts with marvelous candor the independence of the conquerors and kings of Jerusalem. Right arrow curving left. Wilhelmus Tyrensis, L. x 19. The Historia Hierosolimitana of Jacobus a Vitriaco, L. IC. 21, 50, and the Liber Secretorum Fidelium Crucis of Marinus Sanutus, L. 3 Pars 1, describe the state and conquests of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. Right arrow curving left. An actual muster, not including the tribes of Levi and Benjamin, gave David an army of 1,300,000 or 1,574,000 fighting men. Which, with the addition of women, children, and slaves, may imply a population of 13 millions, in a country 60 leagues in length, and 30 broad. The honest and rational Leclerc, commentary on 2 Samuel 24 and 1 Chronicles 21, escheat angusto in limite, and mutters his suspicion of a false transcript, a dangerous suspicion. 9284 right arrow curving left. These sieges are related, each in its proper place, in the great history of William of Tyre, from the 9th to the 18th book. And more briefly told by Bernardus Thesaurarius, De Acquisitione Terrae Sancti, c. 89, 98, pages 732, 740. Some domestic facts are celebrated in the chronicles of Pisa, Genoa, and Venice, in the 6th, 9th, and 12th tomes of Muratori. Right arrow curving left. Quidem populus de insulis occidentis egressus, edi maxime de ea part quae Norvegia dissiter. William of Tyre, L. 11 c. 14, p. 804, marks their course per Britannicum mare et Calpen to the siege of Sidon. Right arrow curving left. Benelither, Apud de Gines, Histoire de Huns, Tom. 2 Part 2, pages 150, 151, AD 1127. He must speak of the inland country. Right arrow curving left. Sanet very sensibly descants on the mischiefs of female succession in a land, hostibus circumdata, ubi cuncta virilia et virtuosa esse deberant. Yet, at the summons and with the approbation of her feudal lord, a noble damsel was obliged to choose a husband and champion, Assisas et bones usages du royaume de Jerusalem, c. 242, etc. See in M. de Gines, Tom. I. Pages 441, 471, the accurate and useful tables of these dynasties, which are chiefly drawn from the lineage d'Outremer, right arrow curving left. They were called by derision Polanes, Paulani, and their name is never pronounced without contempt, Du Cange, Glossarium Latinitatis, Tom. V. page 535, and Observations sur Joinville, pp. 84, 85, Jacobus a Vitriaco, Historia Hierosolimitana, L. IC, 67, 72, and Sanet, L. 3 Pars 8 c. 2, page 182. Illustrium virorum, ca ad terrae sancti, liberationem in ipsa manserunt, de generis filii, in delicious and utritae, moles edfo emanati, etc. Right arrow curving left. This authentic detail is extracted from the Assisas de Jerusalem, c. 324, 326, 331. Sanet, L. 3 Pars 8 c. 1, page 174, reckons only 518 knights, and 5,775 followers. Right arrow curving left. The sum total, and the division, ascertain the service of the three great baronies at 100 knights each. And the text of the Assisas de Jerusalem, which extends the number to 500, can only be justified by this supposition. Right arrow curving left. Yet on great emergencies, says Sanet, the barons brought a voluntary aid. Descentum comitativum militum juxta statum sum. Right arrow curving left. William of Tyre, L. 18 c. 3, 5, relates the ignoble origin and early insolence of the Hospitallers, who soon deserted their humble patron, Saint John the Eleemosynary, for the more august character of St. John the Baptist. See the ineffectual struggles of Pagi, Critica Baroniae, AD 1099, number 14, 18. They assumed the profession of arms about the year 1120, the hospital was Mater, the temple Filia. The Teutonic Order was founded AD 1190, at the siege of Acre, Mosheim, Institutionum Historiae Ecclesiasticae, pages 389, 390, right arrow curving left. CST. Bernard de Laudy, Novi Militiae ad Milites Templi, composed AD 1132, 1136, in opera, Tom. I Pars 2, pages 547, 563, edit. Mabillon, Venedius, 1750. Such an encomium, which is thrown away on the dead Templars, would be highly valued by the historians of Malta. Right arrow curving left. Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora, page 544. He assigns to the Hospitallers 19,000, to the Templars 9,000 mineria, word of much higher import, as Du Cange has rightly observed, in the English than in the French idiom. Manor is a lordship, manor a dwelling. Right arrow curving left. In the 3 first books of the Histoire des Chevaliers Hospitaliers, par l'Abbé de Vertot, the reader may amuse himself with a fair, and sometimes flattering, picture of the order, while it was employed for the defense of Palestine. The subsequent books pursue their emigration to Rhodes and Malta. Right arrow curving left. The Assises de Jerusalem, in Old Law French, were printed with Beaumanoir's Coutumes de Beauvoisis, Bourges and Paris, 1690, in folio, and illustrated by Gaspard Thomas de la Thomasière, with a comment and glossary. An Italian version had been published in 1535, at Venice, for the use of the Kingdom of Cyprus. 9285 right arrow curving left. A la terre perdue, tout fut perdu, is the vigorous expression of the Assize, c. 281. Yet Jerusalem capitulated with Saladin, the Queen and the principal Christians departed in peace, and a code so precious and so portable could not provoke the avarice of the conquerors. I have sometimes suspected the existence of this original copy of the Holy Sepulchre, which might be invented to sanctify and authenticate the traditionary customs of the French in Palestine. Right arrow curving left. A noble lawyer, Raoul de Tabary, denied the prayer of King Amaury, AD 1195, 1205, that he would commit his knowledge to writing, and frankly declared, que de ce tu il savoit ni feroit il ja nul bourgeois son peril, any nul sage lettre, c. 281. Right arrow curving left. The compiler of this work, Jean d'Ibelin, was Count of Jaffa and Ascalon, Lord of Baruth, Berytus, and Reims, and died AD 1266, Sanat, L. 3 Pars 2c. 5, 8. The family of Ibelin, which descended from a younger brother of a Count of Chartres in France, long flourished in Palestine and Cyprus, see the Les Lignauges d'Outremer, c. 6. At the end of the Assises de Jerusalem, an original book, which records the pedigrees of the French adventurers. Right arrow curving left. By 16 commissioners chosen in the states of the island, the work was finished the 3rd of November 1369, sealed with 4 seals, and deposited in the Cathedral of Nicosia. See the preface to the Assises de Jerusalem. Right arrow curving left. The cautious John d'Ibelin argues, rather than affirms, that Tripoli is the 4th barony, and expresses some doubt concerning the right or pretension of the constable and marshal, c. 323. Right arrow curving left. Entre senior et nena que la foi, mais tant qu'elle home doit a son senior reverence en toutes choses, c. 206. Tous les hommes de royaume sont par la diocèse tenus les uns as autres, et celle manière que le seigneur meta main ou face metre au corps ou au fi diacondiaus sans esgarde et sans connaissance de court. Que tous les autres doivent venir devant le seigneur, etc. 212. The form of their remonstrances is conceived with the noble simplicity of freedom. Right arrow curving left. C. de l'Esprit de Loix, L. Atenii. In the 40 years since its publication, no work has been more read and criticized, and the spirit of inquiry which it has excited is not the least of our obligations to the author. Right arrow curving left. For the intelligence of this obscure and obsolete jurisprudence, c. 80, 111, I am deeply indebted to the friendship of a learned lord, Lord Loughborough, S., who, with an accurate and discerning eye, has surveyed the philosophic history of law. By his studies, posterity might be enriched. The merit of the orator and the judge can be felt only by his contemporaries. Right arrow curving left. Louis Le Gros, who is considered as the father of this institution in France, did not begin his reign till 9 years, AD 1108, after Godfrey of Bouillon, Assizes de Jerusalem, c. 2, 324. For its origin and effects, see the judicious remarks of Dr. Robertson, History of Charles V, Volume 1, pages 30, 36, 251, 265, quarto edition. Right arrow curving left. Every reader conversant with the historians of the Crusades will understand, by the Peuple de Surians, the Oriental Christians, Melchites, Jacobites, or Nestorians, who had all adopted the use of the Arabic language, Volume 4, page 593, right arrow curving left. See the Assizes de Jerusalem, 310, 312. These laws were enacted as late as the year 1350, in the Kingdom of Cyprus. In the same century, in the reign of Edward I, I understand, from a late publication, of his Book of Account, that the price of a warhorse was not less exorbitant in England. Right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena relates her father's conquests in Asia Minor, Alexias, L. 11, pages 321, 325, L. 14, page 419, his Cilician War against Tancred and Bohemond, pages 328, 324. The War of Epirus, with tedious prolixity, L. 12, 13, pages 345, 406, the Death of Bohemond, L. 14, page 419. Right arrow curving left. The kings of Jerusalem submitted, however, to a nominal dependence, and in the dates of their inscriptions, one is still legible in the Church of Bethlehem. They respectfully placed before their own the name of the reigning emperor, Du Cange, Dissertation sur Joinville XXVA p. 319, right arrow curving left. Anna Komnena adds that, to complete the imitation, he was shut up with a dead cock, and condescends to wonder how the barbarian could endure the confinement and putrefaction. This absurd tale is unknown to the Latins. 9286 right arrow curving left. Pi theta omicron lambda eta, in the Byzantine geography, must mean England. Yet we are more credibly informed that our Henry I would not suffer him to levy any troops in his kingdom. Du Cange, note ad Alexias, page 41, right arrow curving left. The copy of the treaty, Alexias, L. 13, pp. 406, 416, is an original and curious piece, which would require, and might afford, a good map of the Principality of Antioch. Right arrow curving left. See in the learned work of M. de Guines, Tom. 2 Part 2, The History of the Seljukians of Iconium, Aleppo, and Damascus, as far as it may be collected from the Greeks, Latins, and Arabians. The last are ignorant or regardless of the affairs of Rome. Right arrow curving left. Iconium is mentioned as a station by Xenophon, and by Strabo with the ambiguous title of Kappa Omega Mu Pi Omicron Lambda Iota 9287, Cellarius, Tom. 2, p. 121, yet st. Paul found in that place a multitude, pi lambda theta omicron, of Jews and Gentiles. Under the corrupt name of Canija, it is described as a great city, with a river and garden, 3 leagues from the mountains, and decorated, I know not why, with Plato's tomb, Abulfeda. Tabula Syrii 17, p. 303, ver. Reisk, and the Index Geographicus of Schultens from Ibn Said. Right arrow curving left. For this supplement to the First Crusade, see Anna Komnena, Alexias, L. 11, page 331, etc. And the 8th book of Albert Aquensis. Right arrow curving left. For the Second Crusade of Conrad III and Louis VII, see William of Tyre, L. 16 c. 18, 19, Otto of Freising, L. IC. 34, 45-59, 60, Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora, page 68, Struvius, Corpus Historiae Germanicae, pages 372, 373, Historiae Francorum Scriptores a Duchesne, tom. 4. Nicetas, in Imperii Graeci Historia, Manuel Comnus, L. IC. 4, 6, pages 41, 48, Cinemus, L. 2, pages 41, 49. Right arrow curving left. For the Third Crusade, of Frederick Barbarossa, see Nicetas in Imperii Graeci Historia, Isaac Angelus, L. 2c. 3, 8, pages 257, 266. Struvius, Corpus Historiae Germanicae, p. 414, and two historians, who probably were spectators, Tagino, in Rerum Germanicorum Scriptores, Freer, tom. I, pages 406, 416, edit. Struvius, and the Anonymous de Expedition Asiatica. Frederick I, in Canisiae, Lections Antiqui, tom. 3 pars 2, pages 498, 526, edit. Basnage. Right arrow curving left. And, who states these later swarms at 40,000 horse and 100,000 foot, calls them Normans, and places at their head two brothers of Flanders. The Greeks were strangely ignorant of the names, families, and possessions of the Latin princes. Right arrow curving left. It was this army of pilgrims, the first body of which was headed by the Archbishop of Milan and Count Albert of Blandras, which set forth on the wild, yet, with a more disciplined army. Not impolitic enterprise, of striking at the heart of the Mohammedan power, by attacking the Sultan in Baghdad. For their adventures and fate, see Wilkin, Volume 2, page 120, etc. or Michaud, Book 4. M. Right arrow curving left. William of Tyre, and Matthew Paris, reckon 70,000 loricati in each of the armies. Right arrow curving left. The imperfect enumeration is mentioned by Cinemus, nu epsilon nu kappa omicron nu tau alpha mu upsilon pi iota delta epsilon, and confirmed by Odo de Diagelo apud du Cange ad Cinemus, with the more precise sum of 900,556. Why must therefore the version and comments suppose the modest and insufficient reckoning of 90,000? Does not Godfrey of Viterbo, Pantheon, page 19 in Muratori, tom. 7, p. 462, exclaim. Numerum si poscire quaeras. Millia mil lina militis agmen erat. Right arrow curving left. This extravagant account is given by Albert of Stade, apud Struvius, page 414. My calculation is borrowed from Godfrey of Viterbo, Arnold of Lubeck, apud Undem, and Bernard Thesaurarius, c. 169, page 804. The original writers are silent. The Mohammedans gave him 200,000 or 260,000 men, Bohadan, in Vita Saliadini, page 110. Right arrow curving left. I must observe that, in the Second and Third Crusades, the subjects of Conrad and Frederick are styled by the Greeks and Orientals Alemanni. The Lecchi and Tseki of Cinemus are the Poles and Bohemians, and it is for the French that he reserves the ancient appellation of Germans. He likewise names the beta rho tau tau iota omicron iota, or beta rho iota tau alpha nu nu omicron. 9288 right arrow curving left. Nicetas was a child at the Second Crusade, but in the Third he commanded against the Franks the important post of Philippopolis. Cinemus is infected with national prejudice and pride. Right arrow curving left. The conduct of the Philadelphians is blamed by Nicetas, while the anonymous German accuses the rudeness of his countrymen, culpa nostra. History would be pleasant, if we were embarrassed only by such contradictions. It is likewise from Nicetas that we learn the pious and humane sorrow of Frederick. Right arrow curving left. Chi theta alpha mu alpha lambda delta rho alpha, which Cinemus translates into Latin by the word sigma epsilon lambda lambda omicron nu. Du Cange works very hard to save his king and country from such ignominy. Dissertation sur Joinville, Dissertatio XXVA, pages 317, 320. Lewis afterwards insisted on a meeting in Mari ex equo, not ex equo, according to the laughable readings of some Mrs. right arrow curving left. Ego Romanorum Imperator Sum, al Romaniorum, Anonymous Canicii, page 512. The public and historical style of the Greeks was xi, princeps. Yet Cinemus owns that mu pi epsilon rho tau omega rho is synonymous to beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon, right arrow curving left. In the Epistles of Innocent III, 13, p. 184, and the History of Bohadon, pages 129, 130, see the views of a pope and a cadi on this singular toleration. Right arrow curving left. This was the design of the pilgrims under the Archbishop of Milan. See this note. M. Right arrow curving left. This description of the march of the German and French armies is incorrect. Conrad, with half the German forces, took the road to Iconium, whilst the other half, under the command of Bishop Otto of Freising, chose the route of Ephesus. Conrad was treacherously misled by the Greek guides into the mountains of Cappadocia, which were occupied by the Turks, and being hemmed in on every side, was compelled to a disastrous retreat, in which he lost the greater part of his troops. The division under Otto met with an almost similar fate. Instructed by their example, Louis avoided both the routes which had proved so fatal to the Germans, and marched by way of Philadelphia and Smyrna, though he was subsequently compelled by the want of provisions to diverge to Demetria and Ephesus. Conrad, who had accompanied him to the latter place, returned thence to Constantinople, at the invitation of Manuel. Louis then proceeded on his way, and it was he, not Conrad, who fought a glorious, but not unsuccessful, action with the Turks, on the banks of the Meander. In attributing this battle to Conrad, Gibbon was misled by Nicetas. It was on the march from Laodicea to Italia that the disastrous engagement occurred which is described in the text. Wilkin, Vol. 3, p. 156, 184, Michaud, Vol. 2, p. 193, 200. S. Right arrow curving left. As Counts of Vexin, the kings of France were the vassals and advocates of the monastery of Saint Denis. The saint's peculiar banner, which they received from the abbot, was of a square form, and a red or flaming color. The oriflamme appeared at the head of the French armies from the 12th to the 15th century, Du Cange, Dissertation sur Joinville, Dissertatio 18, pages 244, 253. Right arrow curving left. They descended the heights to a beautiful valley which lay beneath them. The Turks seized the heights which separated the two divisions of the army. The modern historians represent differently the act to which Louis owed his safety, which Gibbon has described by the undignified phrase, he climbed a tree. According to Michaud, Vol. 2, p. 164, the king got upon a rock, with his back against a tree. According to Wilkin, Vol. 3, he dragged himself up to the top of the rock by the roots of a tree, and continued to defend himself till nightfall. M. Right arrow curving left. The original French histories of the Second Crusade are the Gesta Ludovici 7 published in the 4th volume of Duchesne's collection. The same volume contains many original letters of the king, of Suger his minister, etc., the best documents of authentic history. Right arrow curving left. Turam horroris edi salsagenes, turam siccam sterilem, in aminum. Anonymous Canicii, page 517. The emphatic language of a sufferer. Right arrow curving left. Gens numera, Silvestris, Indomita, predon sine ductor. The Sultan of Cogni might sincerely rejoice in their defeat. Anonymous Canicii, pages 517, 518. Right arrow curving left. C. In the anonymous writer in the collection of Canisius, Taggino and Bohadon, Vita Saliadini, pp. 119, 120, the ambiguous conduct of Kilij Arslan, Sultan of Cogni, who hated and feared both Saladin and Frederick. Right arrow curving left. The desire of comparing two great men has tempted many writers to drown Frederick in the river Cydnus, in which Alexander so imprudently bathed, Quintus Curtius, L. 3 c. 4, 5. But, from the march of the emperor, I rather judge that his Salef is the Kalakadnis, a stream of less fame, but of a longer course. 9289 right arrow curving left. Marinus Sanutus, AD 1321, lays it down as a precept, quat stolus ecclesiae per turam nullitinis est descenda. He resolves, by the divine aid, the objection, or rather exception, of the First Crusade, liber secretorum fidelium crucis, L. 2 pars 2 c. I, page 37. Right arrow curving left. The most authentic information of St. Bernard must be drawn from his own writings, published in a correct edition by Père Mabillon, and reprinted at Venice, 1750, in 6 volumes in folio. Whatever friendship could recollect, or superstition could add, is contained in the 2 lives, by his disciples, in the 6th volume. Whatever learning and criticism could ascertain may be found in the prefaces of the Benedictine editor. Right arrow curving left. Gibbon, whose account of the Crusades is perhaps the least accurate and satisfactory chapter in his history, has here failed in that lucid arrangement which in general gives perspicuity to his most condensed and crowded narratives. He has unaccountably, and to the great perplexity of the reader, placed the preaching of Saint Bernard after the Second Crusade to which it led. M. Right arrow curving left. Clairvaux, surnamed the Valley of Absinthe, is situate among the woods near Bar-sur-Aube in Champagne. Saint Bernard would blush at the pomp of the church and monastery. He would ask for the library, and I know not whether he would be much edified by a ton of 800 muids, 914 superscript 1/7 hogsheads, which almost rivals that of Heidelberg, Mélanges Thiers d'une grande bibliothèque, tom. XLV, pages 15, 20. Right arrow curving left. The disciples of the saint, Vita Prima Bernardi, L. 3 c. 2, page 1232, Vita Secunda Bernardi, c. 16, number 45, page 1383, record a marvelous example of his pious apathy. Juxta lacum idiom lausanensum totius diei idenir purgens, penitus non attendit aut se vidir non vidit. Cum enim vespir facto de iadum lacus socii colloquerenter, interrogabat eos ubi lacus il esset, et mirati sunt universi. To admire or despise St. Bernard as he ought, the reader, like myself, should have before the windows of his library the beauties of that incomparable landscape. Right arrow curving left. Otto Friesengensis, L. IC. 4. Bernardi, Epistola 363 ad Francos Orientals, Sancti Bernardi Abbatis Primi Clarivalensis Opera, tom. I, page 328. Vita Prima Bernardi, L. 3 c. 4, tom. 6, page 1235. Right arrow curving left. Bernard had a nobler object in his expedition into Germany, to arrest the fierce and merciless persecution of the Jews, which was preparing, under the monk Radulf. To renew the frightful scenes which had preceded the First Crusade, in the flourishing cities on the banks of the Rhine. The Jews acknowledged the Christian intervention of Saint Bernard. See the curious extract from the History of Joseph ben Meir. Wilkin, Volume 3, page 1 and page 63. M. Right arrow curving left. Mendastis et abetivi, multiplicati sunt super numerum, vacuanter urbs et castella, et pene jam non invenient quem apprehendant septem muliers unum virum. Addio ubique vidui vivis remanent viris. Bernardi, Epistola 247, Sancti Bernardi Opera, page 247. We must be careful not to construe pene as a substantive. Right arrow curving left. Cos ego sum ut disponum aces, ut egregier antifacies armatorum, aut quid tam remotum a profession mea, si vires, si peritia, etc. Epistola 256, Sancti Bernardi Opera, tom. I, page 259. He speaks with contempt of the hermit Peter, vir quidem, Epistola 363. Right arrow curving left. Sic dicunt forsitan isti, unde simus quata domino sermo egressa sit? Quae signa tu facis ut credimus tibi? Non est quat ad ista ipsi respondim, parsendum veracundii me, respond tu pro me, id pro te ipso, secundum quae vidisti iti audisti, iti secundum quat te inspiravit Deus. De consideration ad Eugenium, L. 2c. 1, Sancti Bernardi Opera, Tom. 2, pages 421, 423. Right arrow curving left. See the testimonies in Vita Prima Bernardi, L. 4c. 5, 6. Sancti Bernardi Opera, Tom. 6, pp. 1258, 1261, L. 6c. 1, 17, pages 1286, 1314. Right arrow curving left. A Bulmahasen apud de Gines, Histoire de Huns, Tom. 2 Party 2, page 99. Right arrow curving left. See his article in the Bibliothèque Orientale of D. Herbelat, and de Gines, Tom. 2 Party I, pages 230, 261. Such was his valor that he was styled the second Alexander. And such the extravagant love of his subjects that they prayed for the Sultan a year after his decease. Yet Sangier might have been made prisoner by the Franks, as well as by the Uzes. He reigned near 50 years, AD 1103, 1152, and was a munificent patron of Persian poetry. Right arrow curving left. See the chronology of the Atabecs of Iraq and Syria, in de Gines, Tom. I, page 254. And the reigns of Zengi and Nureddin in the same writer, Tom. 2 Party 2, pages 147, 221, who uses the Arabic text of Benelither, Ben Skouna, and Abulfida. The Bibliothèque Orientale, under the articles, Atabecs, and Nureddin, and the dynasties of Abulpharagius, pages 250, 267, ver. Pocock. Right arrow curving left. William of Tyre, L. 16c. 4, 5, 7, describes the loss of Edessa, and the death of Zengi. The corruption of his name into sanguine afforded the Latins a comfortable allusion to his sanguinary character and end, fit sanguine sanguinolentus. Right arrow curving left. On Nureddin's conquest of Damascus, see extracts from Arabian writers prefixed to the second part of the third volume of Wilken. M. Right arrow curving left. Noradinus, says William of Tyre, L. XX33, Maximus nominis eti fidei Christiani persecutor, princeps tamen justus, vafer, providus eti secundum gentis sui traditions religiosus. To this Catholic witness we may add the primate of the Jacobites, Abulpharagius, p. 267, quo non alter erat inter regis vitae ration magis laudabili, aut quae pluribus justicii experimentis abundaret. The true praise of kings is after their death, and from the mouth of their enemies. Right arrow curving left. From the ambassador, William of Tyre, L. 19c. 17, 18, describes the palace of Cairo. In the caliph's treasure were found a pearl as large as a pigeon's egg, a ruby weighing 17 Egyptian drams, an emerald a palm and a half in length. And many vases of crystal and porcelain of China, Renaudot, p. 536, right arrow curving left. Mamluk, plural Mamalik, is defined by Pocock, Prolegomena ad Abulpharagius, page 7, and D. Herbelat, page 545, servum emptitium, seu capriccio numerato in domini possessionum sedit. They frequently occur in the wars of Saladin, Bohadin, page 236, etc., and it was only the Ba'ardi Mamelukes that were first introduced into Egypt by his descendants. Right arrow curving left. Jacobus a Vitriaco, p. 1116, gives the king of Jerusalem no more than 374 knights. Both the Franks and the Muslims report the superior numbers of the enemy. A difference which may be solved by counting or omitting the unwarlike Egyptians. Right arrow curving left. It was the Alexandria of the Arabs, a middle term in extent and riches between the period of the Greeks and Romans, and that of the Turks. Claude Etienne Savary, Lettres sur l'Égypte, tom. I, pages 25, 26. Right arrow curving left. The treaty stipulated that both the Christians and the Arabs should withdraw from Egypt. Wilkin, Volume 3 Part 2, page 113. M. Right arrow curving left. The Knights Templars, abhorring the perfidious breach of treaty, partly, perhaps, out of jealousy of the Hospitallers, refused to join in this enterprise. William of Tyre, c. XX, page 5. Wilkin, Volume 3 Part 2, page 117. M. Right arrow curving left. For this great revolution of Egypt, see William of Tyre, L. 1905, 7, 12, 31, XX 5, 12, Bohadin, in Vita Saliadini, pp. 30, 39, Abulfeda, in Excerpta, Schultens, pages 1, 12, D. Herbelat, Bibliothèque Orientale, ad. Fathima, but very incorrect, Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, pp. 522, 525, 532, 537, Vertot, Histoire de Chevaliers Hospitaliers, tom. I, pages 141, 163, in quarto, and M. de Gines, tom. 2 Party 2, pages 185, 215. Right arrow curving left. For the Kurds, C. de Gines, tom. I Party I, pages 416, 417, the Index Geographicus, of Schultens and Tavernier, Les Six Voyages, Party I, pages 308, 309. The Ayyubites descended from the tribe of the Rawadieh, one of the noblest. But as they were infected with the heresy of the metempsychosis, the Orthodox sultans insinuated that their descent was only on the mother's side, and that their ancestor was a stranger who settled among the Kurds. Right arrow curving left. See the fourth book of the Anabasis of Xenophon. The 10,000 suffered more from the arrows of the free Carduchians than from the splendid weakness of the great king. Right arrow curving left. We are indebted to the Professor Schultens, Lugduni Batavorum, 1755, in folio, for the richest and most authentic materials, a life of Saladin by his friend and minister the Qadi Bohadin, and copious extracts from the history of his kinsman, the Prince Abulfeda of Hama. To these we may add the article of Salaheddin, in the Bibliothèque Orientale, and all that may be gleaned from the dynasties of Abulpharagius. Right arrow curving left. Since Abulfeda was himself an Ayyubite, he may share the praise for imitating, at least tacitly, the modesty of the founder. Right arrow curving left. Historia Hierosolimitana in the Gesta de Perfrancos, p. 1152, a similar example may be found in Joinville, page 42, Edition du Louvre, but the pious St. Louis refused to dignify infidels with the order of Christian knighthood, Du Cange, Observations, p. 70, right arrow curving left. In these Arabic titles, religiones must always be understood, Nureddin, Lumen are, Ezedin, Decus. Amadadin, Kulyuman, our hero's proper name was Joseph, and he was styled Salahaddin, Salas, Al-Malikus al-Nazirus, Rex Defensor, Abu Madafar, Pater Victoriae. Schultens, Prefatio. Right arrow curving left. Abulfeda, who descended from a brother of Saladin, observes, from many examples, that the founders of dynasties took the guilt for themselves, and left the reward to their innocent collaterals. Excerpta, p. 10, right arrow curving left. See his life and character in Renaudot, pages 537, 548. Right arrow curving left. His civil and religious virtues are celebrated in the first chapter of Bohadin, pp. 430, himself an eyewitness and an honest bigot. Right arrow curving left. In many works, particularly Joseph's well in the castle of Cairo, the Sultan and the Patriarch have been confounded by the ignorance of natives and travelers. Right arrow curving left. Anonymous Canisiae, tom. 3 pars 2, page 504. Right arrow curving left. Bohadan, pages 129, 130. Right arrow curving left. For the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, see William of Tyre, from the 9th to the 22nd book. Jacob a Vitriaco, Historia Hierosolimitana, L. I, and Sanutus, Liber Secretorum Fidelium Crucis, L. 3 pars 6, 9. Right arrow curving left. Templarii ut apes bombabant edi hospitalarii ut vendi stridebant, edi barones se exitio offerbant. Et tercopuli, the Christian light troops, semet ipsi in ignum ingiscibant, Ispahani de expugnation cutsidica, p. 18. Apud Schultens, a specimen of Arabian eloquence, somewhat different from the style of Xenophon. Right arrow curving left. The Latins affirm, the Arabians insinuate, the treason of Raymond. But, had he really embraced their religion, he would have been a saint and a hero in the eyes of the latter. Right arrow curving left. Raymond's advice would have prevented the abandonment of a secure camp abounding with water near Sepphoris. The rash and insolent valor of the master of the Order of Knights Templars, which had before exposed the Christians to a fatal defeat at the brook Kishon, forced the feeble king to annul the determination of a council of war, and advanced to a camp in an enclosed valley among the mountains, near Hitton, without water. Raymond did not fly till the battle was irretrievably lost, and then the Saracens seem to have opened their ranks to allow him free passage. The charge of suggesting the siege of Tiberias appears ungrounded. Raymond, no doubt, played a double part. He was a man of strong sagacity, who foresaw the desperate nature of the contest with Saladin, endeavored by every means to maintain the treaty, and, though he joined both his arms and his still more valuable counsels to the Christian army, yet kept up a kind of amicable correspondence with the Mohammedans. See Wilkin, Vol. 3 Part 2, page 276, Ed Sikh, Michaud, Volume 2, page 329, Ed Sikh. M. Michaud is still more friendly than Wilkin to the memory of Count Raymond, who died suddenly, shortly after the Battle of Hitton. He quotes a letter written in the name of Saladin by the Caliph Alfdel, to show that Raymond was considered by the Mohammedans their most dangerous and detested enemy. No person of distinction among the Christians escaped, except the Count, of Tripoli, whom God curse. God made him die shortly afterwards, and sent him from the kingdom of death to hell. M. Right arrow curving left. According to the old Arabian custom that, when a prisoner has received meat or drink from his captor, the latter is obliged not only to do him no injury, but even to protect him as a guest. Wilkin, Volume 3 Part 2, page 289. S. Right arrow curving left. Renaud, Reginald, or Arnold de Chatillon, is celebrated by the Latins in his life and death. But the circumstances of the latter are more distinctly related by Bohadan and Abulfeda, and Joinville, Histoire de Saint Louis, p. 70, alludes to the practice of Saladin of never putting to death a prisoner who had tasted his bread and salt. Some of the companions of Arnold had been slaughtered, and almost sacrificed, in a valley of Mecca, ubi sacrificia mactanter, Abulfeda, page 32. Right arrow curving left. Vertot, who well describes the loss of the kingdom and city, Histoire de Chevaliers Hospitaliers, Tom. Il. 2, pages 226, 278, inserts two original epistles of a Knight Templar. Right arrow curving left. Renaudot, Historia Patriarcharum Alexandrinorum, page 545. Right arrow curving left. Saladin, however, before he invested Jerusalem, had twice offered the inhabitants exceedingly favorable conditions, in order to spare a city deemed holy by the Mohammedans themselves. Wilkin, Volume 3 Part 2, pages 299, 303. S. Right arrow curving left. For the conquest of Jerusalem, Bohadan, pages 67, 75, and Abulfeda, pages 40, 43, are our Muslim witnesses. Of the Christian, Bernard Thesaurarius, c. 151, 167, is the most copious and authentic. See likewise Matthew Paris, pages 120, 124. Right arrow curving left. The sieges of Tyre and Acre are most copiously described by Bernard Thesaurarius, De Acquisition Terrae Sancti, c. 167, 179, the author of the Historia Hierosolimitana, pp. 1150, 1172, in Bongarcius, Abulfeda, pages 43, 50, and Bohadin, pages 75, 179. Right arrow curving left. I have followed a moderate and probable representation of the fact. By Vertot, who adopts without reluctance a romantic tale, the old marquis is actually exposed to the darts of the besieged. Right arrow curving left. Northmani iti Gothi, iti citeri populi insularum quae inter occidentum iti septentrionum sedi sunt, gentes bellicosi, corporis proceri, mortis intrepidi, by penibus armati. Navibus rotundus, quae isnaciae dicunter, advecti. Right arrow curving left. The Historian of Jerusalem, page 1108, adds the nations of the east from the Tigris to India, and the swarthy tribes of Moors and Gaetulians, so that Asia and Africa fought against Europe. Right arrow curving left. Bohadin, page 180, and this massacre is neither denied nor blamed by the Christian historians. Alacriter Jussa Complentes, the English soldiers, says Galfridus a Vinesauve, L. 4c. 4, p. 346, who fixes at 2,700 the number of victims, who are multiplied to 5,000 by Roger Hoveden, pages 697, 698. The humanity or avarice of Philip Augustus was persuaded to ransom his prisoners, Jacob a Vitriaco, L. IC, 98, page 1122. Right arrow curving left. Bohadin, page 14. He quotes the judgment of Balianus and the Prince of Sidon, and adds, ex illo mundo quasi hominum possissimi redierant. Among the Christians who died before St. John D. Acre, I find the English names of de Ferrers, Earl of Derby, Dugdale, the Baronage of England, Part 1, page 260, Mowbray, Edom, page 124, de Mandeville, defines, St. John, Scrope, Bigot, Talbot, etc. Right arrow curving left. Magnus hic apud eos, interque regis earum tum virtut tum majestate eminens, summus rerum arbiter, Bohadin, page 159. He does not seem to have known the names either of Philip or Richard. Right arrow curving left. Rex Anglii, Prestrinuus, reg gallorum minor apud eos sensibator ration regni atque dignitatis. Sed tum divicius Florentur, tum bellica virtut multo erat celebrior, Bohadin, page 161. A stranger might admire those riches. The national historians will tell with what lawless and wasteful oppression they were collected. Right arrow curving left. Joinville, page 17. Quides 2 kce soit le roi Richard. Right arrow curving left. Yet he was guilty in the opinion of the Muslims, who attest the confession of the assassins that they were sent by the King of England, Bohadin, page 225. And his only defense is an absurd and palpable forgery, Histoire de l'Académie de Inscriptions, tom. 16, pp. 155, 163, a pretended letter from the prince of the assassins, the Sheech, or Old Man of the Mountain, who justified Richard by assuming to himself the guilt or merit of the murder. 9290 Right arrow curving left. See the distress and pious firmness of Saladin, as they are described by Bohadin, pages 7, 9, 235, 237, who himself harangued the defenders of Jerusalem. Their fears were not unknown to the enemy, Jacobus a Vitriaco, L. IC, 100, page 1123, Vinisoff, L.V.C. 50, page 399. Right arrow curving left. Yet unless the Sultan, or an Ayyubite prince, remained in Jerusalem, nec curdi tersus, nec terci essent obtemperaturi curtis, Bohadin, page 236. He draws aside a corner of the political curtain. Right arrow curving left. Bohadin, page 237, and even Geoffrey de Vinissov, L. 6c. 1, 8, pages 403, 409, ascribe the retreat to Richard himself. And Jacobus a Vitriaco observes that in his impatience to depart, in alterum virum mutatus est, page 1123. Yet Joinville, a French knight, accuses the envy of Hugh, Duke of Burgundy, p. 116, without supposing, like Matthew Paris, that he was bribed by Saladin. Right arrow curving left.